What if my arranged marriage partner was my classmate? Fake Engagement Plan. Volume 1 by Sakuragi Sakura. Translated by Ren. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1. About the time my classmate came, when I set unreasonable conditions. On the rooftop of a certain high school. After school. In a place that was supposed to be off-limits, 2 male high school students were chatting away. With their uniforms slightly disheveled, they appeared to be somewhat unruly at first glance. Sigh. One of them, a boy with black hair and blue eyes named Yuzuru Takesugawa, let out a big sigh. Wearing a heavily exhausted and lethargic expression. "What's wrong, Yuzuru?" Suddenly sighing like that. "Listen to this." Yuzuru began to complain to the boy next to him, Soakiro Sadake. Recently, the legal marriage age for both men and women became 15, right? Yeah. What's the matter with that? I don't know if it's because of that, but ever since I graduated from middle school, my grandpa and grandma keep bothering me to get married, telling me to go on matchmaking meetings and arrange dates. They constantly asked Yuzuru, "Do you have a girlfriend? Or is there someone you like?" And in the end, they even went ahead and set up marriage meetings and pushed forward with arranged date talks. Of course, Yuzuru had absolutely no interest in any arranged marriage that might have progressed without his knowledge, so he firmly refused. "But you're still only 15, aren't you? It's a bit early for that. Why would they be so insistent? They want to see their great-grandchild's face." "Well, certainly, if you don't get married soon, they won't be able to see it." Soakiro bursts into laughter. For Yuzuru, it's no laughing matter. While Yuzuru lives alone and usually doesn't encounter his grandparents, he can't avoid seeing them when he goes back to his parents' house. During the Golden Week at the beginning of May, he'll undoubtedly be asked, and he might even be forced into arranged meetings. "I don't have someone I like, and I'm not interested in romance, but having a fiancé when I decide to pursue it in the future would be a hindrance. I have no intention of getting engaged, and going on arranged dates is just a waste of time. Is there any way to avoid it? Then, why not set impossible conditions?" Impossible conditions. If they want to set you up, demand to bring an incredibly beautiful girl with you. That's the idea. Yeah, it's a good idea. What kind of impossible conditions specifically, though? How about someone with blonde hair and blue eyes? Your grandpa probably can't arrange that, right? Well, he might bring someone from overseas. My grandpa has connections abroad. It might be much harder to find someone in Japan than overseas, but underestimating the elderly who want to see their great-grandchild is not advisable. What if you add the condition of being fluent in Japanese? Dealing with language barriers can be a hassle, so ask for someone with Japanese nationality or at least someone proficient in Japanese. If you narrow it down to that extent, it might not be so easy to find, right? True, well, if I'm going to bring someone home as my wife, I want them to have a solid background to some extent. Adding Japanese proficiency makes it even more challenging. All right, let's go with that. And at that moment, Yuzuru made his decision. Conveniently, the phone rang. "Hello. Yuzuru. During the consecutive holidays when you come back, would you consider going on a blind date? It's a once-in-a-lifetime request. I want to see my great-grandchild while I'm still alive." "Sure. That's the spirit. What? Is it really okay, Yuzuru? However, there are conditions." Yuzuru, facing his astonished grandfather on the other end of the call, presented some demanding conditions. "If it's a blonde, blue-eyed, fair-skinned beauty, I'll consider the blind date. Oh, of course, someone around my age with Japanese nationality. Age and language barriers would be troublesome." And Yuzuru signaled to Soakiro. Soakiro typed something on the phone and showed it to Yuzuru. Yuzuru read aloud the written text. "A girl with a voluptuous figure and a big butt, in other words, a girl with a good physique. Kind, modest, a true Japanese beauty. Also, skilled in cooking, intelligent, and good at sports. Such a person doesn't exist, right?" Yuzuru, looking exasperated, said to Soakiro, who shrugged. Then Soakiro typed on the phone, showing, "Because she doesn't exist, it's fine, right? That's even for me, it's a bit tough. If it's impossible, it's okay, I won't be troubled." I understand. I'll prepare by the consecutive holidays, so be prepared." Sure. Wondering what he needed to prepare for, Yuzuru hung up the phone in disbelief. He then asked Soakiro, does he really want to see his great-grandchild that badly? "Who knows?" You'll understand as you age. By the way, is there anyone nearby who fits the criteria we discussed earlier? Nearby. Yukishiro, Arisa Yukishiro from your class. Arisa Yukishiro, a well-known fellow female student within the school, with slightly light brown, flaxen hair and beautiful green eyes. Her skin was as fair as snow, smooth as porcelain. Though slender, she had a subtly curvaceous figure. She exuded an unapproachable aura. Such was the mysterious, picture-perfect beauty. Due to her enigmatic charm, male students often regarded her with admiring glances, and she reportedly received frequent confessions. Yet, rarely did any rumors about her circulate, suggesting that all confessions met with failure. Her eyes are more emerald than blue, and her hair is more light brown than blonde. Not sure about being skilled in cooking or a true Japanese beauty. Unfortunately, Yuzuru wasn't acquainted with her personality to that extent. Their relationship was limited to casual greetings, and it was unclear how much she recognized him. It would be interesting if Arisa Yukishiro showed up, Soakairo said half-jokingly. Although the differences in hair and eye color, personality, and domestic skills needed to be considered, excluding those factors, she seemed to be the most fitting candidate based on Yuzuru's conditions, making it not entirely implausible. Even if we say we're looking, it's not like we're placing an ad in the newspaper. We'll choose a girl of the right age from Grandpa's connections. And does Yukishiro even exist within his network? Moreover, would she even be willing to go on a blind date with me? Both sides need some level of enthusiasm for a blind date to happen. Well, it's strange to think about going on a blind date at our age in the first place. Exactly. It's not like they were ancient nobles or samurai. Yuzuru thought it was questionable whether they could even find a girl at this point. So, hypothetically, if Arisa Yukishiro were to come, what would you do? Accept. She's an exceptionally beautiful girl, after all. For students who admired Arisa Yukishiro, or those who had already faced rejection, a blind date with her would be a coveted development. However, for Yuzuru, I do think she's beautiful, but I'm not particularly fond of her. I don't think she's a bad person, but there's this cold feeling or something. She's not my type. At least, I wouldn't want her as a marriage partner. Arisa Yukishiro isn't necessarily bad at expressing emotions, nor is she emotionally distant. It just seems like she actively rejects forming relationships with others. As long as she can maintain an appropriate distance from the class circle, she has no intention of making close friends or having a romantic partner. That's the impression. Also, doesn't she seem a bit lifeless? Her eyes are a beautiful color, but they lack emotion. A pristine lake without a single fish. Arisa's eyes have that kind of color. Soakairo seemed to agree with Yuzuru's impression of Arisa, nodding thoughtfully. Now that you mention it, yeah. And if it's someone you'll spend your whole life with, choosing based on personality rather than looks is a safer bet. Compatibility in character is crucial, after all, no matter what. Yuzuru nodded in agreement. That's right, being enjoyable to be around is important. Arisa Yukishiro feels more like someone to be admired. If you're just looking, she's a feast for the eyes. In fact, Yuzuru occasionally found himself sneakily admiring her. With such beauty, just looking at her brings a bit of comfort. Jokes might not land well with her. She seems like she could give a serious, icy stare, well, that might have its own charm. Kinda creepy, well, I sort of get it. Yuzuru and Soakairo burst into laughter. At that moment, Yuzuru still didn't fully grasp the determination of an elderly person who simply wanted to see the face of his great-grandchild. Section. After that, for a while. In the latter half of the Golden Week, a large consecutive holiday in early May. At a traditional Japanese restaurant in Tokyo. Before Yuzuru, dressed in a kimono, a girl with light brown hair was sitting in the formal seiza style. She wore a kimono adorned with beautiful hydrangea patterns. Her skin was translucently white, and the balance of her features was exceptionally harmonious. Truly a peerless beauty, the girl with green eyes gazed intently at Yuzuru, then bowed with her hands on the tatami floor. I'm Arisa Yukishiro. Nice to meet you, or should I say, we've met before, haven't we? With pure yet enigmatic eyes, Arisa spoke while staring directly at Yuzuru. How did it come to this? Internally, Yuzuru lamented. Section. Yuzuru never wanted to go through an arranged meeting, so he intentionally made impossible demands, only to find his classmate, the beautiful Arisa Yukishiro, appearing before him. Never did he imagine that Arisa Yukishiro would be within his grandpa's connections. Yuzuru admits he may have underestimated his grandpa's network. Could it be that his grandpa is invincible within Japan? Impressed by the elderly man's prowess and determination, Yuzuru gazes at Arisa, whose beauty is like a work of art. "It's me, Yuzuru Takesugawa, it's been a while." Yuzuru reciprocates the greeting, sitting formally and showing respect. With things taking an unexpected turn, politeness dictates that refusal is the only option. While Yuzuru and Arisa are left out of the matchmaking conversation, their guardians, Yuzuru's grandfather and father, Arisa's foster parents, engage in discussions like, surprised to find they were classmates, and perhaps this is fate. With pasted smiles, Yuzuru and Arisa play along with casual replies, as their guardians continue to chat about their unexpected connection. After some time passes, the guardians suggest, how about the young couple enjoys the view of the restaurant's garden together to deepen their bond? Unable to refuse outright, Yuzuru, along with Arisa, heads to the garden. Escorting Arisa, they step into the beautiful garden originally meant for arranged meetings. Now, how do I politely decline? Yuzuru could straightforwardly decline the arranged meeting, saying, "I don't think we're a good match." But that might imply she lacks charm. Having come to the meeting, Arisa must have some interest in Yuzuru, and he doesn't want to hurt her feelings with a clumsy rejection, especially as they share the same class. Considering the future, he wants to avoid unnecessary tension. Takesugawa-san. Yukishiro. As Yuzuru hesitates, Arisa, who had been silent until now, speaks up. She tightly grips her kimono and bows. "I'm sorry. I was forced into this meeting by my foster father. I never intended to get engaged." Hearing these words, Yuzuru feels a sense of relief, as if a weight has been lifted from his chest. Almost involuntarily, he sighs with a voice of relief. What a relief. You too. You too. I was dragged here against my will, just like you. I thought if I made unreasonable demands, they would back off. I never thought they'd actually bring a blonde, blue-eyed girl as I jokingly requested. With a sigh, Yuzuru shares his situation, and Arisa responds with a thoughtful nod. Is that so? Is that so? I heard Takesugawa-san specifically chose me. I understand now. I'm sorry for causing trouble. No, it's mutual. More accurately, my foster father caused the trouble. It seems Takesugawa-san approached him, and he got carried away. As both reveal their lack of interest in engagement, a certain closeness develops between them. The fact that neither likes the idea becomes an oddly unifying topic, creating a sense of camaraderie that Yuzuru inwardly chuckles at. Takesugawa-san, I have a proposal. A proposal? How about a fake, deceptive engagement? I see. In other words, the proposal suggests faking an engagement to deceive both sets of guardians. While Yuzuru and Arisa pretend to be engaged, they won't be bothered with awkward matchmaking discussions. Shielded by the fake engagement, they can pursue their own romantic interests in secret. Once they reach adulthood and gain independence from their guardians, they can then dissolve the fake engagement. That seems to be the idea. I can't readily say yes to that right now. It seems quite challenging. However, the effort required to sustain the prolonged facade of a fake engagement is a delicate balance compared to the effort of continuously rejecting arranged meetings. Maintaining the act demands nerves, making an immediate response difficult. I see, well, I'll be expecting a positive answer then. Though Arisa appeared a bit dejected, she quickly wore a gentle smile. In school, she carried an aura of adoration and unknowingly misled the boys with her serene expression. To Yuzuru, it seemed nothing more than a forced smile. At that moment, a meow echoed in the surroundings. Takesugawa-san, over there. Oh, that's a cat. Yuzuru couldn't discern the cat's age, but it was likely less than a year old. A small kitten perched on a tree, meowing away. What a foolish one. Climbing up on its own and getting stuck. Why do they climb up if they can't come down? But what should we do? If we leave it like that, it might fall. Arisa expressed deep concern in her voice, seemingly a cat enthusiast herself. Every time the cat moved on the tree branches, Arisa seemed on edge. Should we call someone from the restaurant staff? But before that, what if it falls? Well, yes, indeed. The cat's movements had been precarious since earlier. Despite not particularly liking cats, Yuzuru felt a bit anxious. What should we do? I've never climbed a tree and, Takegawa-san. Yuzuru was implicitly asked if he could climb the tree to rescue the cat. There was no obligation for him to do so, and he had no reason to heed Arisa's request, but the thought of a cat falling from the tree and dying didn't sit well with Yuzuru. I'm more of a dog person, but can't be helped. Muttering this, Yuzuru untied his obi and started taking off his clothes. Arisa, blushing, averted her eyes in a fluster. Wait. Don't suddenly start undressing. Ah, my bad. I had a t-shirt and pants underneath, so it's fine. If that's the case, please say so beforehand. It seemed the talk of Arisa, not being involved with anyone romantically, was indeed true, as she appeared unfamiliar with interacting with the opposite gender. Blushing intensely after just a bit of undressing seemed overly sensitive, though. Yuzuru hastily folded the removed kimono and handed it to Arisa. Yukishiro, are you good at sports? Hi. Oh, yes. If the cat falls before I get there, use this as a cushion to catch it. Saying this, Yuzuru confidently placed his hands on the sturdy tree. It had been a while since he climbed a tree, but fortunately, it seemed climbable enough, which might explain why the cat had climbed it in the first place. Swiftly and smoothly, Yuzuru ascended the tree. Fortunately, the cat showed no signs of fleeing. All right, gotcha. Successfully capturing the cat without any issues, Yuzuru momentarily relaxed. However, that proved to be a mistake. Meow. Ouch, hey you towards your lifesaver, hey, don't struggle. His body's balance was significantly disrupted, and rapidly, he approached the ground. Unable to land properly while holding the cat, Yuzuru frantically tried to regain his posture. Takegawa-san. His right ankle twisted spectacularly. Section. What did they say, Yuzuru? At least use crutches for a week. It seems the recovery will take about a month and a half. Yuzuru responded to his seemingly unconcerned grandfather. And in my heart, I complain, that cat remember this when we meet again. Oh, Takegawa-san. Arisa and Arisa's foster parents approached Yuzuru with a distraught look. Despite being foster parents, they don't share the same surname due to not having formally adopted Arisa. While Arisa is Yukishiro, they are Amagi. Although they are known for their respectable lineage, rumors about their financial struggles have circulated recently. The Amagi couple looked pale, while Arisa, displaying an unusual expression of fear not seen at school, seemed on the verge of tears. She appeared remarkably worn out. We apologize for any trouble this child might have caused, and we will cover the medical expenses and compensation. We're truly sorry. Yuzuru's foster parents forcefully push Arisa's head down, their actions appearing somewhat rough, almost as if striking her head from above, whether consciously or unconsciously. Responding calmly to the desperate apologies from the Amagi couple and Arisa, Yuzuru's grandfather and father explain. No need for apologies. This one fell from a tree due to his own clumsiness. They reject any medical expenses or compensation, stating that Arisa bears no blame for him climbing the tree and falling on his own accord. Please lift your head. It's my own fault. Besides, Yuzuru suddenly notices a slight swelling on Arisa's cheek. It seems she doesn't get along well with her foster parents, Yuzuru speculates. I just wanted to show off in front of someone I love. Truly embarrassing. Someone he loves. Yuzuru explicitly states this, leaving both Yuzuru's grandfather and Arisa's foster parents, as well as Arisa herself, wide-eyed. Would you consider entering into a pretend engagement with me? Yukishiro, I mean Arisa. Of course, it's a fabricated engagement. Seemingly, Yuzuru's true feelings were properly conveyed to Arisa. Blushing ever so slightly, Arisa nodded softly. With pleasure, let's enter into this engagement. Takegawa-san, I mean Yuzuru-san. And so, joyfully, the engagement was sealed. Section. Afterwards, expressing a desire to talk privately, Yuzuru took Arisa outside. The sun had already begun to set, painting the sky in hues of twilight. Yuzuru attempted to sit on a bench outdoors, but with crutches, it proved challenging. With Arisa's help, he managed to lower himself onto the bench. Truly, I apologize, Arisa spoke with a slightly teary voice. The evening glow illuminated her chestnut hair, making it gleam like gold. Yet, despite such a beautiful sight, there was a fleeting fragility about her, as if she might disappear at any moment. "Why apologize?" Yuzuru questioned. "I caused trouble," Arisa replied. "It's my fault the engagement with the Takegawa family fell through. You stepped in to save me, and if it's cancelled, it might seem like my rash actions led to it. You accepted the engagement for the sake of my position in the Amagi family, right?" Arisa was the reason for the broken engagement with the Takegawa family. And if Arisa's adoptive parents think that way, they might treat her harshly, Yuzuru pondered. "In the first place, it's my fault for falling from the tree and complicating things. So you don't need to worry or feel indebted," Yuzuru expressed. "Even without that, truly, I'm grateful. If it weren't for you, I might have been forced into a marriage with someone I didn't love. Being married off to someone seeking my body in exchange for money was something I truly detested," Arisa confessed, embracing herself and shivering. Looking up at Yuzuru, she offered a timid smile. "Takegawa-san is my savior. At least I've escaped a difficult situation," Arisa acknowledged. "You can't meddle in someone else's family affairs, but well, we're classmates and there's a connection. If you're in trouble, feel free to consult with me. I'll help as much as I can," Yuzuru promised, sympathizing with her situation. While acknowledging the limitations imposed by not intruding into family matters, Yuzuru recognized the fragility of her words. He realized that meddling could worsen Arisa's position. Arisa, understanding the nature of verbal promises, couldn't help but find solace in Yuzuru's words. With jade-colored eyes glistening, she expressed a mix of relief and gratitude. "Just hearing you say that is truly reassuring." Section. After the Golden Week, 3 days later. Yuzuru returned from his parents' house to his apartment. Although his parents and grandparents tried to persuade him to stay at his parents' house, the commute took over an hour one way. Even with a car for pickup, it would take a considerable amount of time. After some hesitation, Yuzuru, not wanting to wake up early, decided to continue commuting from his apartment. "I might have to take a break from my part-time job. However, it seems like an inconvenient life is about to begin." On the early morning of a school day, Yuzuru, determined to go to school while leaning on a cane, opened the door of his apartment. And there, "Good morning, Takegawa-san. Why are you here?" Arisa Yukishiro, with her pale chestnut hair and emerald eyes, stood there. She wore her usual calm expression, but spoke with a determined voice that revealed strong intentions. "I'll support you until Takegawa-san recovers." Realizing this was becoming troublesome, Yuzuru scratched his head. Accidentally letting go of the crutch, he stumbled dramatically. "Oops. Careful." Yuzuru stumbled dramatically, but thanks to Arisa's quick reaction, he managed to avoid kissing the ground. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, thanks. What? Something soft against my face right now." As Arisa supported him to stand up, Yuzuru contemplated the soft cushion that had caught his face. Fortunately, Arisa seemed unaware or unconcerned about it. She smelled nice, and it was soft in various ways. While readjusting his posture with the crutch Arisa provided, Yuzuru reflected. In a way, this situation had its perks, but "I appreciate the sentiment, but I'm fine. I can't inconvenience you." Being protected by a girl felt uncool. Yuzuru's somewhat silly pride kicked in. Besides, it would surely become a rumor at school. If Yuzuru and Arisa were known to be close, students might speculate about their relationship, leading to assumptions that they were engaged through an arranged marriage. In that school, there were quite a few kids from families close to the Takegawas. Words spread like wildfire, and soon they would become the center of attention within the school. People who almost fall seem to say that a lot. GRR. Yuzuru couldn't deny it. Even yesterday, he struggled alone in his room. "I just don't want to owe you. Let me repay the favor. But if someone sees us together." "Don't worry, Takegawa-san. I also dislike unfounded rumors and being teased. I understand. We'll only be together until we leave the apartment during school days. That way, other students won't see us, right?" "Well, yeah, that makes sense. All right then, I appreciate the help." Yuzuru, thinking that refusing her assistance might lead to her following him anyway, decided to accept the help obediently. In reality, even pressing the elevator button was a bit challenging, so having assistance until he left the apartment was genuinely appreciated. "I'll go on ahead then. "Are you sure you'll be okay?" "Yeah, no problem." In fact, he wished she would go ahead even faster. The walk from Yuzuru's apartment to school was around 10 minutes, and it wouldn't be strange for other students to pass by at any moment. Before that, how about exchanging contact information? Come to think of it, we hadn't done that, huh? Yuzuru agreed that it was indeed necessary. However, with both hands occupied by the crutches, he let Arisa handle taking the phone out of his bag and exchanging contacts. "There we go. I'll contact you when it's time to head back." "Yeah, got it." With an emotionless expression, Arisa gave a slight bow and headed towards the school at a brisk pace. After that, Yuzuru took his time, carefully using the crutches as he made his way to school. Section: Yuzuru's high school is a private school located in a certain area in Kanto. The school boasts decent facilities, including a separate library. It is recognized as a prestigious and traditional school in the region, with a majority of relatively affluent students. However, the reality is that a significant number of ordinary, common students attend. Now, Yuzuru's arrival with crutches surprised those around, but with an explanation of a mere severe sprain, most classmates seemed to accept it without further investigation. Lunchtime, Yuzuru, along with 2 friends, gathered around a desk in the classroom. "Look, got the bread just as you requested." "Oops, thanks." Soakairo, one of Yuzuru's friends, threw the bread he acquired from the school store to Yuzuru, who was sitting at the desk. Another friend casually placed the tea he bought on Yuzuru's desk. Then, he sat down somewhat roughly on the chair. "So, about your injury, what happened?" This inquiry came from one of Yuzuru's mischievous friends, Sei Ryozenji. He gave off a somewhat flashy impression, and like Yuzuru and Soakairo, he wore his uniform in a slightly relaxed manner. In addition, he had a black necklace hanging around his neck. It should be noted that the dress code for this high school is appropriate attire and hairstyle for high school students. As long as basic common sense is maintained, freedom is allowed, so he wasn't violating any school rules. "I skipped the cafeteria to get you bread, considering your injury. Now, spill the beans." Soakairo, also seated on a chair, questioned Yuzuru. Yuzuru, Soakairo, and Sei. These 3 were quite close and usually spent time together. However, truth be told, they were in different classes. While they typically had their meals in the school cafeteria, today, out of concern for Yuzuru, they decided to eat in Yuzuru's classroom. "No, there was a cat up in the tree. It's an honor injury." As Yuzuru responded, Soakairo burst into laughter first. Following suit, Sei pointed at Yuzuru and erupted into laughter. "You tried to rescue a cat in a tree and ended up falling from the tree. There's a limit to being foolish." "Shut up," the cat went berserk. "Seems like it really didn't want your help." "Hey, did you get dropped by the cat?" "Too amusing." Soakairo and Sei laughed heartily. Yuzuru snorted and crossed his arms. Well, don't get so mad. My bad, hech. Man, it was just too entertaining, huh?" "Hathy, I seriously question your personalities." The proverb, "birds of a feather flock together," briefly crossed Yuzuru's mind, but he crumpled it up and tossed it away. They continued laughing for a while, but perhaps they got bored or wanted a different topic. "By the way, Yuzuru, how did the arranged meeting go?" "Oh, that thing. Did the blonde, blue-eyed, fair-skinned, big-breasted beauty you ordered show up as requested?" "Hey guys, don't say that so loudly." Arisa was also in the classroom, having a meal with classmates. Up to blonde, blue-eyed, fair-skinned was fine, but the big-breasted beauty part was something he didn't want Arisa to hear. Luckily, Arisa didn't seem to catch the big-breasted beauty part, and she didn't react. As usual, she engaged in conversation with friends. As always, that forced smile, or whatever it is. For just a moment, Yuzuru glanced at Arisa. She wore a smiling expression, playing the listener role. Arisa, a remarkably beautiful girl, strangely didn't stand out when observed like this. Perhaps she deliberately keeps a low profile. Arisa is an all-around athlete, highly intelligent, and possesses stunning looks, immediately signaling her uniqueness. Unless she becomes the queen bee or a central figure in the class, there's a risk of being ostracized or disliked if she doesn't blend in and keep a low profile. From the incident during the arranged meeting, it became clear that Arisa has a seemingly timid personality. Therefore, unable to become the focal point in the class, her only viable option is to remain inconspicuous. This seems to be a form of social strategy for Arisa Yukishiro. Not hearing any conspicuous stories may be part of her effort to remain unnoticed. I acknowledge it's a clever way to live, but I can't really warm up to it. While standing out isn't necessary, living a life stuck to someone uninteresting, listening to mundane tales from someone you don't even like, would be quite dull. Rather than living by constantly gauging the atmosphere around you, it might be better to be alone. After reaching this conclusion, Yuzuru responded to his like-minded friend. In short, she didn't come. Well, obviously, who would? That's boring. Just make up a story and say she did come. Talk of Yuzuru's marriage is nothing more than a joke for the two of them, something detached from reality. Of course, it's fine that way for Yuzuru, as he wouldn't want it taken seriously. Certainly, claiming to have a fake engagement with Arisa Yukishiro is out of the question. He believes he can keep a secret, though he might not spread it around. Nevertheless, it's clear he'll be relentlessly teased. More importantly, Soakairo, what's going on between you, Ayaka-chan, and Chiharu-chan? Yeah, spill it. Stop dodging the question, you scumbag. W8, hold on. Don't suddenly turn the spotlight on me. By forcefully deflecting the conversation, Yuzuru managed to evade further scrutiny. Section. After school. After receiving help from two friends to descend the stairs, Yuzuru headed alone to the apartment. Arisa was waiting in front of the apartment. I'll carry your bags. Thank you. Gratefully relying on Arisa's kindness, Yuzuru was escorted to the door. Even with an elevator, having a bit of assistance from others made things easier, and having someone by your side provided a certain sense of security. Well then, Yukishiro, let's end it here for today. I'll help you all the way to taking off your shoes. It must be challenging, right? The key is in the bag's pocket. Deciding to rely on kindness until the end, Yuzuru handed over the door key. Arisa calmly opened the door, and she froze. With wide-open eyes, she stood still. What's wrong, Yukishiro? What is this, the room? There's no room to even step in. Upon entering the room filled with scattered garbage and debris, Arisa frowned. Yuzuru wasn't particularly skilled at cleaning or organizing. I mean, I do have a system of sorts. I know where everything is. Regardless of whether you understand it, Takegawa-san, it's too dangerous for someone who relies on crutches to live in this obstacle-filled room. While saying this, Arisa assisted Yuzuru in taking off his shoes, making it easier for him to ascend from the entrance to the room. Hey, Takegawa-san. The tip of your cane is dirty. At least wipe it before. Saying this, Arisa took out wet tissues from her bag and carefully wiped the tip of the cane. Then she sighed. It's quite a hassle. Sorry, but I don't mind, you know. Mind it, please. I'll be going now. Are you sure you'll be okay? While exchanging glances between the disarrayed room and Yuzuru's crutch, Arisa expressed genuine concern, saying, I can't go home like this. That's the look she have. In an effort to reassure Arisa, Yuzuru moved around the room, indicating that there were no major issues. It's okay, this is my room. I've got a good grasp of the layout. With a scraping sound, Yuzuru accidentally stepped on a piece of paper, causing the crutch to slip on the floor. Yuzuru's body tilted significantly. I guess it's not okay. Sorry, I really appreciate your help, Yuzuru admitted, relieved that Arisa, who was fortunately nearby, supported him and prevented a fall. That moment was genuinely nerve-wracking. Yuzuru felt a cold sweat break out from his body. I can't just leave it like this. I'll clean up. Is that okay? There was an undeniable determination in Arisa's response, something that left no room for objection. Indeed, having a fellow classmate, especially a girl, clean my room would be too embarrassing to bear, Yuzuru thought. However, the undeniable fact of almost falling just moments ago couldn't be erased. Why yes, Yuzuru reluctantly nodded, acknowledging the situation. Section. I apologize for causing you trouble in various ways, Yuzuru said as he sat on the bed, expressing gratitude to Arisa, who had just finished cleaning. Yuzuru, unable to walk without crutches, could only watch as he would hinder the cleaning process. Arisa, with an indifferent expression, replied, I just tidied up the trash for now. I'll come back another day for a proper cleaning. Yuzuru, feeling uneasy about the situation, responded, You don't have to go through all this trouble. I just don't like leaving things unfinished, Arisa said with a slightly aloof attitude. Glancing at the recently cleaned changing room, Arisa asked Yuzuru about his bathing habits and what the doctor recommended. I was told not to bathe for 2 or 3 days, so until yesterday, I just wiped my body. Yesterday marked the 3rd day, so starting today, Yuzuru could bathe, although not immerse himself in the tub. How do you plan to bathe then? Well, I guess I have no choice but to get in with one leg. Crutches can't be used in the bathroom. Since he could wash his body while sitting, as long as he could move to the bathroom with one leg, it wouldn't be too difficult now that the trash was cleared. That sounds a bit risky. Bathroom tiles can be slippery. You're exaggerating. Besides, I'm recovering quite well. If I push myself, I can walk without crutches. In that case, I'll be on guard to prevent a relapse. I'll assist you. Assistance likely means she'll accompany him to the bathroom. While appreciative, Yuzuru senses Arisa is uncomfortable with male skin. How will you assist? I can't wash with clothes on. I understand, I'm thinking. What about a swimsuit and tracksuit? Yuzuru wears a swimsuit underneath and a tracksuit on top. Supported by Arisa, he sits on a bath chair. After Arisa leaves, Yuzuru hangs the tracksuit on a towel bar. Once washed, he puts on the tracksuit and, with Arisa's help, leaves the bathroom. This is Arisa's plan. No need to go that far. I didn't agree to the engagement for you to feel indebted. You don't have to worry so much. It's totally fine, right? You'd hate that, wouldn't you? Considering Yuzuru's reluctance to feel embarrassed by relying on a girl for help, assistance is still appreciated. However, Arisa, while not directly touching, might not want to be in prolonged contact with a guy she doesn't like. Certainly, Yuzuru helped Arisa without expecting anything in return. It feels a bit forced, as if imposing gratitude and making her work, which leaves Yuzuru with a sense of apology. Despite Yuzuru's concerns, Arisa shakes her head. It's okay. No, but if Takegawa-san were to worsen in the bathroom or get another injury because of me, it would be troublesome for me mentally. Do you understand? After hearing this, Yuzuru tries to put himself in Arisa's shoes. Indeed, if he were to hear later that Arisa got injured after he left, he'd regret not helping. I get it, but for any excessive help, I'll repay you next time. Yuzuru uttered those words, took a swimsuit and tracksuit, then entered the changing room. With Arisa's assistance, they proceeded into the bath. Once you're done, please knock on the door. I'll be waiting. Yeah, got it. Seated, Yuzuru washed his hair and body. The shower after 3 days felt refreshing, and secretly, Yuzuru thanked Arisa. Having successfully finished washing, Yuzuru took the bath towel hanging on the towel bar and lightly dried it off. Then, he put on the tracksuit. Not that I couldn't leave without Arisa's help, though. While standing on one leg, Yuzuru eyed the step between the bath and changing room. Opening the door and making a strong jump would easily clear it. Well, it's not really difficult. But the unease still lingers. However, the bathroom floor is slippery, and if the jump fails, a spectacular fall is inevitable. Yukishiro, it's over. Saying this, Yuzuru knocked on the glass door. Arisa, looking fearful, cautiously opened the door. After confirming that Yuzuru was wearing a tracksuit, she stepped into the bathroom. Arisa placed Yuzuru's hand on her shoulder, supporting him. Since I'm supporting you, go ahead and hop. All right. While thinking that the expressions used are quite cute, Yuzuru exerted force on one leg, leaping over the step. Then, he sat down in the changing room. That helped. You're welcome. Call me when you're done changing. Got it. Having finished changing while sitting, he called out to Arisa. He rose with Arisa's support, taking the crutches. She opened the changing room door, and we entered the living room. Seating himself on the bed, he sighed, bathing alone is such a hassle. Don't take off the crutches just because it's a hassle. At least for a week, follow the doctor's orders, please. Yeah, I got it, he replied, silently contemplating abandoning them long ago if Arisa hadn't insisted. But now that the commitment was made, he couldn't back out. By the way, mind checking the fridge? Sure, but there's nothing there. Thanks, saves me the trouble of looking, he said, as Arisa opened the fridge. There really is nothing. What's your plan for meals? I have cup noodles and retort curry. Well, if you can grab a convenience store bento, that would be appreciated. Do you always eat like this? I try to include vegetables, but... hey. Arisa sighed, pondering for a moment. After some inner conflict, she walked towards the entrance. I'll go buy something, please wait a bit. It seems she's going to fetch convenience store bento. As Yuzuru wasn't inclined to move much, having her bring food was truly appreciated. Sorry about that. It can't be helped. Cooking would be challenging with that leg. Well, it doesn't seem like a big difference, though. A subtle jab was thrown. Regardless of the injury, the fact remained that Yuzuru couldn't cook, leaving no room for a comeback. While waiting for Arisa and reading the newspaper, she returned with a considerable amount of groceries, including raw ingredients like rice. Surprised, Yuzuru inquired, "Hey, Yukishiro. That doesn't look like a convenience store bento at all." "Of course not. If you lead an unhealthy lifestyle, things won't improve. Mind if I use the kitchen? Please wait about 30 to 40 minutes. Arisa declared this unilaterally, rolled up her sleeves, and began rinsing the rice. Yuzuru couldn't afford to waste the already purchased ingredients, so he silently waited for the meal to be prepared. After a while, a delightful aroma teased Yuzuru's nostrils. "I could only make something simple." "Is simple, huh? Plain rice, miso soup with root vegetables, pan-fried pork with ginger, blanched spinach, salad, a well-rounded 1 soup 3 side dishes meal. Simple. Is this considered simple? I just grilled the pork, boiled the spinach, and chopped the salad. I cook regularly, and I never miss having a 4-dish dinner, so this is actually a bit simplified. Please don't worry about it." Yuzuru says, "Itadakimasu," before taking a sip of miso soup. The richness of bonito and the aroma of miso spread in his mouth. "Tastes amazing, it's the best I've ever had," Yuzuru expresses his genuine impression. For some reason, Arisa, with her emerald eyes wide open, remains frozen. "Yukishiro, are you okay?" "Oh yes, sorry. It's just that it's the first time someone praised my cooking so much. Is it really that delicious?" Well, explaining how delicious it is difficult, but it's much better than any mediocre restaurant. "And did you use bonito flakes for this?" "Amazing, I'm sorry for making you go through so much trouble. Thank you very much." "Is that so? Well, it's unpleasant to have someone say it's not good after putting effort into cooking, so I'll just accept the compliment." Arisa shows a moment of unease, but quickly returns to her usual cool expression, holding her belongings. "Anyway, I've finished today's feeding, so I'll head home." "Huh, feeding?" Before Yuzuru can express his dissatisfaction with her choice of words, Arisa calmly states only the necessary information. "Please soak the dishes in water. I'll wash them tomorrow. Also, there's spinach ohitashi and miso soup left. I've also made rice balls. They're all in the fridge. Have them for breakfast. I'll check, so that's fine, right?" "Yes." In an attitude that brooked no argument, Yuzuru could only nod at those words. "Until tomorrow," Arisa said with a detached farewell, and as she departed, seemingly evading, Yuzuru whispered, "Could it be she's just shy?" Having discovered an unexpected side of Arisa Yukishiro, Yuzuru was slightly taken aback. Now the day after that. Once again, Arisa assisted Yuzuru on their way to and from school. "Today, we're doing a thorough cleaning. Did you organize the things you don't need, the essentials, and the things you don't want others to see in advance?" "Yeah, of course. Prepare yourself, because I'll be cleaning your room tomorrow. And at least tidy up a bit on your own." That was the message from Arisa sent last night. Even with one leg unusable, Yuzuru could manage some organizing and hiding of things. "Well then, I'll start cleaning. In the meantime, sit on the bed or a chair and keep an eye on me, please." Monitoring, huh? I don't plan to steal anything, but I don't want to be blamed for losing something either. From Arisa's perspective, it was a natural concern. Since Yuzuru was in the position to have the cleaning done for them, he nodded obediently. "Also, Takesugawa-san, can I use the changing room?" "Huh, changing clothes? I don't want to clean in my uniform, so I'll change into gym clothes and a tracksuit." "That makes sense. Go ahead and use it." Upon Yuzuru's response, Arisa took out gym clothes from her bag and entered the changing room. Yuzuru couldn't help but feel careless about changing in a guy's room, but upon reflection, he realized someone like him, with a disabled leg, posed no threat. He envisioned himself, deprived of crutches, tumbling on the floor after having his sprained leg kicked. After a while, Arisa emerged, dressed in jersey pants and a short-sleeved gym uniform for the lower half. She opted for just the jersey top, probably due to the warmth. Yuzuru, a high school boy, found nothing particularly unusual about a girl in a gym uniform, but the fact that a cute girl was in his room dressed like that gave him a slightly perverse feeling. Well then, I'll start cleaning. Yeah, I appreciate it. Arisa promptly began cleaning, displaying efficiency that suggested she might be accustomed to household chores. Yuzuru's room quickly became tidier. If you feel sorry, then please make an effort to keep this room in order for a while. It's really disheartening to have a freshly cleaned room messed up right away. In Arisa's expression, there was a subtle hint of the struggles she might have faced. It seems that Arisa has experienced the frustration of having her freshly cleaned room quickly dirtied multiple times. By the way, can we talk for a bit? If it's okay while cleaning, I don't mind, Arisa replied to Yuzuru while continuing to clean. Not intending to be a bother, Yuzuru was fine with Arisa cleaning. After all, Yuzuru was the one receiving the cleaning service. You're surprisingly straightforward in expressing yourself. Did you dislike that? No, it's just that you usually behave quietly at school, so I was a bit surprised by the difference. While Yuzuru and Arisa aren't particularly close, Yuzuru has never heard her make sarcastic or critical remarks. If this were at school, Arisa might have responded to Yuzuru's earlier apology with, "No need to apologize. It's mutual help when we're in trouble. Besides, Yuzuru-san is injured, and that injury is partly my fault. Are you intentionally keeping a low profile?" Yes, that's right. Do I need to give a reason? No, I sort of understand, so it's okay. Arisa is a mix, with a Western-style facial features, hair color, and eye color. With globalization on the rise, children of mixed heritage, whether with foreigners or between foreigners and Japanese, are not uncommon these days. However, their numbers are still relatively low, and they tend to stand out, for better or worse. It's fine if standing out is positive, but it can be problematic if it draws attention in a negative way. Observing the reactions of those around and avoiding being disliked is a wise choice, although Yuzuru doesn't particularly like such considerations. However, you don't think you need to wear a mask when it comes to me. I didn't feel the need. Or do you think it's necessary? Arisa responded in a somewhat joking manner. It's a question with an obvious answer. No, it's fine. It's actually better if you assert yourself. It's more straightforward. In a relationship involving a pretend engagement, there's no need for a mask at this point. As Yuzuru, it would be easier for Arisa to understand if she clearly conveyed her thoughts. The worst scenario is not realizing Arisa's true feelings and forcing a situation upon her. It is mutually beneficial to speak honestly with each other. By the way, Takegawa-san. What's up? I may have already said it, or it might be unnecessary to say, but Arisa stopped cleaning for a moment, turned around, and looked directly at Yuzuru. Please keep our engagement as confidential as possible, even with our close friends. Certainly, I have no intention of telling even my close friends, so you can rest assured. Yuzuru sensed that close friends referred to Soakairo and Sei, likely aware of the recent events. Though curious if Arisa heard about the discussion on bus size, Yuzuru hesitated to ask. I see. That's reassuring. I don't have a significant other or someone I like, at least not as a confirmed fact. It wouldn't be great if people assumed I'm dating you despite that. Well, I don't think it's odd to keep a crush or feelings hidden. Some might perceive it as cutting in or making a move behind someone's back. Yuzuru couldn't help but tilt his head, wondering if girls' groups are truly so subtle. While he has female friends, they don't give off such a covert vibe. Unlike Arisa's friends, they tend to be more outgoing and aim to be the center of attention in the class. It sounds like there might be a hidden fan among your friends. No comment on that. However, even without that, some people interpret it as she's hiding a boyfriend but still laughing with me. I see. Not all girls are scheming, but Yuzuru acknowledges that some guys can be underhanded. Birds of a feather flock together, so it's possible for groups of deceitful individuals to form. However, from Yuzuru's perspective, he couldn't help but tilt his head, wondering if it's truly enjoyable to be part of a group where Arisa belongs. Although he refrained from commenting on others' friendships. Well, rest assured, I, like you, find myself without a lover or someone special. Despite that, if it were known that someone as beautiful as you is my partner, I might receive death threats. Yuzuru jokingly replied, and Arisa said, "You're quite skilled." She then slightly relaxed her cheeks, forming a smile. Knowing that our interests align, I feel reassured. That works for me. They both agreed not to discuss their engagement. Section. After 10 days had passed, Yuzuru graduated from using crutches. Naturally, Arisa no longer visited Yuzuru's house. Now, a week after leaving the crutches behind, Yuzuru, having recovered enough without engaging in intense activities, shared a meal with his close friends at the cafeteria. Given that Yuzuru didn't have a bento, he opted for the school cafeteria. Soichiro Sadake, a handsome guy with almond-shaped eyes, brought a packed lunch from home. Another somewhat flashy guy, Sei Ryozenji, also commuted from home, but like Yuzuru, he chose the cafeteria. Yukishiro's cooking was really delicious. Yuzuru muttered to himself while sipping miso soup in the cafeteria. Outwardly, the daily lunch specials weren't bad, but compared to Arisa's cooking, the taste inevitably fell short. Yuzuru, you've been eating more vegetables lately. Soichiro pointed this out suddenly. Yuzuru didn't dislike vegetables, but he wasn't the type to actively seek them out. However, he had been consciously incorporating them into his diet lately. Well, I might get scolded. By whom? Your parents aren't the type to interfere in such matters. How about your girlfriend? Did you manage to get one? Not really, unfortunately. Yuzuru denied Sei's, teasing half-heartedly. After a moment of thought, Yuzuru asked the two, "Actually, I've recently had a girl who helped me out a bit. I want to thank her, but what do you think would be a good way?" The mention of girlfriend from Yuzuru was seemingly unexpected. The two were surprised, eyes widening. Not Ayaka and Chiharu, right? Soichiro asked Yuzuru first. Ayaka and Chiharu were girls from the same school, childhood friends of Yuzuru and Soichiro. For Yuzuru, aside from these two, there were no other girlfriends. If that's the case, don't worry, it's a different girl, Yuzuru assured. What the Yuzuru? I thought we were comrades and now spring has come for you. Just die. It hasn't, it's not like that. Besides, I have no intention of dying. While it might seem like spring has come due to the engagement, it's just a facade. In reality, it's the heart of winter. Soichiro, you're used to handling women, right? Well, it's not like Yaka and Chiharu, and I are like that. His name came up effortlessly, implying a half-hearted affirmation. Yuzuru refrained from pointing out Soichiro's half-heartedness to avoid upsetting him. Just so you know, I only have close female friends like Yaka and Chiharu. I've given gifts in relationships, but it's similar to what you do. So, my approach might not be helpful to you. Is that so? I was recently forced to buy a Tiffany necklace. Would you give something that clearly says, I'm interested to that girl? I wouldn't do that. Yuzuru realized that Arisa would undoubtedly find it off-putting. Although not well-versed in women's feelings, Yuzuru could grasp that it would be creepy. Why not just ask her? You want to repay her, right? No need to surprise her, you're not going to propose. Sei said with an exasperated expression. Thinking about it, he agreed. There was no need to surprise Arisa. Certainly. As expected of the heir to Ryozenji, you truly have the skill of a master of gratitude. Yeah, Yuzuru. Are you perhaps harboring a significant misunderstanding about our family's home? Ignoring Sei's words, he resolved to inquire within the day. Section, good things come to those who act promptly. On the same day, Yuzuru sent a text to Arisa via mobile, expressing gratitude and asking if there was anything she wanted in return. Arisa's swift reply requested to play the game found in Takegawa-san's room. Although it surprised Yuzuru, he quickly agreed. After discussions, Arisa planned to visit Yuzuru's house that Saturday afternoon. When the intercom rang, Yuzuru opened the door to find a fair-skinned beauty with flaxen hair and emerald eyes, Arisa Yukishiro. Thank you for having me today, she greeted. Arisa, dressed in a white blouse and beige pants, politely bowed her head to Yuzuru. Seeing her in casual attire for the first time was quite refreshing. Well, come on in, Yuzuru said, inviting Arisa into his home. Once inside, Arisa looked around before commenting, You really keep it clean. Quite impressive. Well, yeah, Yuzuru replied. Not wanting to mess up the room Arisa had helped organize, he had started cleaning it daily. Knowing Arisa was coming today, he put extra effort into cleaning. The kitchen looks neat too. Do you cook? Well, not really, I can't. But I started eating more vegetables. Just convenience store salads, though. It seems you've reflected a bit. That's good to hear. Yuzuru's sincere gratitude towards Arisa for the change in his lifestyle seemed to have been properly conveyed. Arisa nodded approvingly, as if saying, "Impressive, impressive. All right, let's play the game according to Yukishiro's request. So, what do you want to play? As you can see, there are various options. We can even play PC games that are not listed here. Well, let me think." Arisa's emerald eyes are drawn to the game's software packages in her hands. As she holds multiple cases, she starts contemplating. Her posture from behind seems lively and restless. Seeing her genuinely looking forward to it, Yuzuru feels a bit relieved. All right, I'll go with this one. Arisa's choice is a well-known fighting game, where characters from various games engage in a battle royale. Sounds good, let's do it. Yuzuru inserts the game into the console and starts it up. Then, he hands the controller to Arisa. And then Arisa. "How do I operate this?" she asked with a bit of confusion, seeming unsure even about how to hold it. Have you ever done this before? I tried it once in elementary school, at a classmate's house. Things have changed a bit since then." Yuzuru touched Arisa's hand and began explaining the basic controls. Arisa listened attentively with a serious expression. "Well, that's the basic way to operate it. You'll get used to it as you go." "Thank you." They promptly moved to the character selection screen. Then Arisa asked again, Takegawa-san, are there any characters I shouldn't use? What's that supposed to mean? In elementary school, classmates used to be a bit mean in that way. That's a common experience among elementary school kids. I don't really feel possessive about stuff like that. I see, by the way, which one should I choose? Is there anything suitable for beginners? For beginners, maybe this one. Yuzuru isn't really a hardcore gamer, and this game is new to him, making him a beginner. So he doesn't have the authority to teach Arisa as if he's an expert. Right, Takegawa-san. What's up? As they finish selecting characters, just before the game is about to start, Arisa looks at Yuzuru with a serious expression. No holding back, okay? Don't go easy on me. I'm not that good either. Yuzuru shrugged his shoulders. Section, it's another win for me. Even Arisa, known for her cool demeanor, couldn't hide the joy of winning the game. Her usual composed expression softened just a bit. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, and the edges of her eyes lowered. In those emerald eyes, there was still no sparkle, as always. Yuzuru felt a twinge of frustration, but seeing Arisa's adorable expression, he couldn't help but think that losing wasn't so bad after all. It's not like he liked her or anything, but the smile of a beautiful girl is always a sight for sore eyes. Is there something on my face? And no, I just thought it was impressive for a beginner. Arisa tilted her head in curiosity, and Yuzuru hastily replied, trying to divert the conversation. Certainly, he couldn't admit to thinking, "How cute," while gazing at that expression. "Do you really not play games normally? No games at home." "I don't have many opportunities. My foster mother is against games, and besides, if I play, I'll get scolded. If there's time to play, she says I should be studying instead." Well, I see. Even during the arranged meeting, Arisa's position in the Amagi family didn't seem favorable. Perhaps there are games at home, but it appears Arisa doesn't often play them, especially not with the Amagi children. So, she must have come to Yuzuru's house specifically to play games. Takegawa-san is not very skilled at it. You don't need to use honorifics, you know. You suck at this. You don't have to say it twice. You can also make a joke like that. Did you think I'm someone who can't make any jokes? Arisa looked offended, giving Yuzuru a light glare. Yuzuru shrugged, and Arisa rephrased her question. You're not very good at it, but do you usually not play this game? Well, I don't play games much in the first place, even though you have so many of them. Arisa glanced at the game Yuzuru had prepared and casually remarked. There are 50, including both the latest and older ones. To an onlooker, I probably seem like a game enthusiast. Yuzuru, not known for his culinary skills, surprisingly owned elaborate cooking tools like iron and pressure cookers. Arisa couldn't help but assume he was the type to buy things, but not use them much. Yuzuru, acknowledging this, responded, I get bored easily. Arisa questioned, so you're the type to buy for the satisfaction of owning? Yuzuru, noting the well-equipped kitchen, admitted, well, it was stocked unnecessarily, with things like iron and pressure cookers. Arisa deduced from this that Yuzuru tended to buy but not use what he acquired, a conclusion he couldn't deny. Later, she mentioned, I noticed a lot of workout equipment in the living room. Yuzuru confirmed, well, I do use them occasionally. I do work out, you know. I even go to the gym with friends. Arisa, skeptical, asked, Really? Yuzuru replied, I don't tell pointless lies. Want me to prove it? Yuzuru grabbed his shirt, saying, If you don't believe me, should I show you some evidence? And no, it's fine. Arisa blushed, avoiding eye contact in a flustered manner. It seems she's not very immune to men after all. Yuzuru, beyond her appearance, assumed that her cuteness stemmed from such personality traits and gestures. Oh, by the way, Yukishiro. Are you thirsty? Despite her cuteness, it could get awkward if she kept feeling embarrassed. Yuzuru asked to change the subject. It was around 2:30, a perfect time for a snack. Oh, thank you. Got it, how about coffee? If there's milk and sugar. I have them, all right, I'll make it now. While brewing may imply boiling water, it's not the case here. Placing a mug on the kitchen's coffee maker and pressing a button suffices. Returning to the living room with 2 mugs in hand, Arisa raised an eyebrow slightly. You're quick. I have a coffee maker. So that's the machine noise. Exactly. I'll get milk and sugar. Saying so, Yuzuru headed to the kitchen for milk and sugar. Along the way, he took out a cake box from the fridge. I'm back. Welcome back. Takegawa-san, that place is famous around here, right? Seemingly noticing Yuzuru bringing the cake, there's a veneer of composure on Arisa's face, but her gaze flickers towards the box. Oh, you know about it. Do you like sweets? Yes, I like sweets like everyone else. That's a relief, Yuzuru said, opening the box without hesitation. Inside were both shortcake and chocolate cake. Which one do you prefer? Well, please wait a moment. Arisa, with a serious expression, began to ponder with thoughtful murmurs. Her jade-colored gaze moved left and right several times. After much deliberation, she chose the shortcake. By process of elimination, Yuzuru went with the chocolate cake. Placing them on plates, they started to eat promptly. Given the somewhat renowned reputation of the store, the cakes were indeed delicious. After confirming the taste of the cake, Yuzuru checked Arisa's expression. There was no need to ask for her reaction. Glad she's enjoying it. Her expression was relaxed, the cheeks were slightly red as she brought the cake to her mouth. As soon as it was in her mouth, her eyes squinted and her small mouth drew a small arc. The corner of her eye slightly dropped and she had a dreamy expression. Then she sipped the coffee and instantly frowned. It seems like milk and sugar were not enough. What are you laughing at? Oh, sorry. It was amusing. You're quite rude. She frowned with displeasure. Despite that, her slightly comical act of adding milk and sugar to the coffee continues. Sorry, well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Yuzuru says with a slight laugh, and Arisa wears an expression of discontent. Nevertheless, her hand doesn't stop moving the fork. As she takes a bite of the cake, her expression softens quickly. Well, I'll forgive you. But Takegawa-san, you know about this kind of place too. Knowing is an understatement. I actually go quite often with friends. Yuzuru's words left Arisa in shock, her eyes widening. Overwhelmed with surprise, she stood frozen, fork in hand. Hey, come on, that's a bit much. Sorry. When you say friends, are you referring to someone in our class? No, it's Soakiro Sadek and say Ryozenji. Ring a bell. I've heard the names. Matching faces to names is a bit questionable, though. It's only been 2 months since she started school. While she can recall faces from her own class, remembering faces from different classes is not the norm. Knowing their names alone is surprising. What's up with those guys? Are they famous? Among the girls in the class, their names come up occasionally. They're the ones with well-structured features. Well, they do have good looks, I guess. Though as a person, and especially as a man, Yuzuru can't help but shake his head at that notion. Especially in Soakiro's case. However, Arisa murmured something quietly. Her voice was too soft to make out. Did you say something? No, nothing. Yuzuru asked again, but Arisa responded with a composed expression. Section. Speaking of which, Yukishiro. What is it? Midway through the game, Yuzuru spoke to Arisa. Arisa, keeping her eyes on the game screen, responded. Just a few hours ago, she struggled even with basic controls, but now she could play while chatting with Yuzuru, who, being her opponent, wasn't particularly skilled. Your cooking was delicious. It was exquisite. At that moment, Arisa's in-game character made a strange movement. It seemed she had made a mistake in button inputs. Is that so? Arisa replied with a flat tone. Yuzuru recalled the image of the shy Arisa, surprised by a simple compliment about her cooking. Maybe I can win this. Frustrated by a losing streak, Yuzuru decided to engage in psychological warfare. The meat jaguarico was tasty. The balance of sweetness and saltiness was just right, and it had a rich umami and depth. Did the bonito broth contribute to that? Now is the season for new potatoes and onions, so they're delicious. The miso soup you made was exquisite. The balance of ingredients and dashi was just right. Taking dashi from bonito flakes and kelp is truly impressive. Lately, instant dashi granules are well made, but when someone inexperienced tries to make dashi, it often doesn't taste good. Yet when a skilled person makes dashi properly, it's completely different. Also, this is just a personal preference, but Yuzuru, who was distracted by thinking of compliments for Arisa's cooking, fell victim to Arisa's character's special move and was defeated. To be ensnared by a strategist's tactics, indeed. You noticed. It was too blatant of a flattery. It's quite abrupt. It seemed overly deliberate. Indeed, that was accurate. However, there's a part that needs correction. I might have exaggerated a bit, and it might have been somewhat flattering, but the delicious part was true. My impression of the taste, too. I see. Well, I'm reasonably good at cooking, so it shouldn't taste bad. Perhaps repeatedly, using the same tactic won't work. Without showing any particular disturbance in response to Yuzuru's compliments, Arisa continued to smile as usual. Since they were already on the topic, Yuzuru decided to steer the conversation towards cooking. Do you enjoy cooking? It's not like that, really. I'm used to it. I do cook at home regularly. Oh, wow, that's impressive. Anyone who gets to taste your cooking is lucky. Is that so? Saying that, Arisa wore a small smile. It was a smirk that differed from a bashful smile, more of a self-deprecating, ironic expression. Making it is worthwhile when someone like Takegawa-san praises, even if it's just flattery. It's not just flattery. It really was delicious. I'd like to eat it again. Is that right? Then Arisa turned towards Yuzuru. Sitting formally, straightening her back, she put on a composed expression, and her emerald eyes, covered by long eyelashes, were directed at Yuzuru. Involuntarily, Yuzuru also corrected his posture. What's wrong? So how about it? Will you eat today? Hi. Since you treated me to cake, if you'd like, I can make something. It's okay if you don't want to, though. It was an unexpected proposal. Around 5:30. White rice. Miso soup with green onions and tofu. Japanese-style Hamburg steak served with grated daikon, grilled mushrooms, and boiled broccoli. Simmered root vegetables. Boiled spinach. Dashimaki tamago Japanese rolled omelet. Cold tofu. And unexpectedly, a luxurious meal was set on the table. There's more than when Arisa made it for me before, Yuzuru murmured. Those words weren't a lie. It seems she regularly prepares a main dish with 3 sides plus extras. Yuzuru is amazed, but Arisa wears a nonchalant expression. It's nothing special. Even the cold tofu, I just bought and served. Even without that, there are 4 side dishes. Nothing short of impressive. I suppose making something like this regularly must be quite labor-intensive, isn't it? Yuzuru didn't voice his concern but instead said, I'm sorry. To receive such a luxurious and delicious treat. It's a thank you for the cake and games. We split the cost of ingredients, and I also get to enjoy it. I cook regularly, so it's no trouble. Well, the cake and games are my way of thanking you for taking care of me, so getting something in return would be troublesome, Yuzuru chuckled. The give and take seemed to create a complex web of obligations. By the way, do you usually cook at home? Is your family's dinner okay? Yuzuru suddenly inquired, a bit concerned. Already, Arisa had treated Yuzuru to dinner and informed her foster parents about sharing a meal together. Yuzuru wanted to enjoy Arisa's cooking again, but he worried about her not getting scolded by her foster parents. When I mentioned wanting to cook for Takegawa-san, they ordered me to capture his heart and stomach. Do you think they want that so badly? A dowry, perhaps, Arisa said, a slight smirk playing on her lips, a self-deprecating and somewhat teasing smile. While my heart may be uncertain, my stomach is firmly in your grasp. You're quite skilled. Well, it's true. I struggled with the snow castle taboo for a while. That's a trivial joke. Shall we eat soon? It'll get cold. Wearing an exasperated expression, they spoke with a chilly tone. Before the food, the atmosphere had already cooled. Yuzuru clasped their hands together, then picked up chopsticks. Taking a sip of miso soup, he remarked, "Yeah, delicious as always." "Is that so? Well, I haven't changed the recipe. It's only natural it tastes the same." Being able to consistently produce a good flavor is a sign of skill in cooking, don't you think? You're flattering me. As long as you remember the measurements, it's nothing special. Arisa replied matter-of-factly. Yuzuru decided not to dwell on detailed feedback about Arisa's cooking, fearing it would only make the words superficial. Without uttering a word, Yuzuru skillfully moved his chopsticks, savoring the delicious flavors. Then, was it really that tasty? Arisa inquired after Yuzuru had finished about half of the meal. Perplexed by the unexpected question, Yuzuru wondered why she was asking now. "I already mentioned it earlier, didn't I?" "Well, it's just that you seem to enjoy it so much," Arisa replied. After saying this, Arisa shifted her gaze to Yuzuru's nearly empty plate. In her usual composed tone, she asked, "Would you like seconds? There's still hamburger, simmered dish, and miso soup." "Yes, please." "All right then." Arisa took Yuzuru's empty plate, stood up, and with her back turned, headed towards the kitchen. Although Yuzuru couldn't discern her expression, he was convinced that her sincerity was unmistakable. Section. After eating, Yuzuru decided to escort Arisa home. Arisa insisted that it's fine to just go to the station. But recently, even though it was getting brighter, Yuzuru felt uneasy about letting a girl walk alone at night. In the first place, Arisa's delayed return was because Yukishiro treated him to dinner. "Takegawa-san, unexpectedly you have a gentlemanly side." Arisa suddenly expressed admiration, though Yuzuru doesn't claim to be a gentleman. However, being labeled as unexpectedly is somewhat regrettable. "What do you mean by unexpectedly?" "If it made you uncomfortable, I'm sorry. But subtly making sure to walk on the roadside, I noticed that too. When walking alongside a girl, the upbringing from both parents and grandparents dictates that the man should walk on the roadside. While it may be a somewhat old-fashioned and feudal mindset in this day and age, the Takegawa family adheres to such values. Men should protect women, it's a bit traditional, but that's how our family is. That's parental guidance for you. I'll admit, our family holds onto old-fashioned values and a feudal atmosphere. If you're a man, you should protect a woman. Well, I couldn't practice that when I was on crutches." When Yuzuru said this, Arisa fell silent, slightly lowering her face. Her well-kept appearance under the city lights seemed to dim slightly. "Did I perhaps cause you trouble?" Why?" "Because of me, Takegawa-san might have gotten scolded by your parents." In summary, Yuzuru, a man being protected by Arisa, a woman, goes against traditional family teachings, raising concerns that Yuzuru might face disapproval from his parents due to this. "Impossible, our parents aren't bound by such outdated values. Besides, they're more of the laissez-faire type. Don't worry too much." "Is that so? Well, that's reassuring then." Arisa breathed a sigh of relief, yet a faint hint of worry lingered in her expression. "Has Yukishiro been okay since then?" Since then. After the arranged meeting, when you returned home, did anything happen?" Arisa remained silent in response to Yuzuru's inquiry. However, her cloudy expression and the absence of words vividly conveyed Yuzuru's concern as a harsh reality. "Have you been offended?" "It's my fault, please don't mind." Arisa spoke with a rejecting tone, creating a distant attitude and a wall between herself and Yuzuru. However, at the same time, she seemed terribly sad and in pain. Yuzuru decides that forcing his way in would only result in rejection and hurt her. Yet, ignoring her doesn't feel like the optimal solution. "If that's what you want, I won't pry into your circumstances." "I appreciate that. I don't want to cause any more trouble for Takegawa-san." "I don't consider it a bother, though." Yuzuru interrupts Arisa, and then, without looking at her, speaks as if talking to himself. "As your fiancé, I am not indifferent to your family situation. I am not merely an outsider." Yuzuru conveyed this to Arisa, and then reiterated. "However, I'm not your true fiancé, so I respect your will. If it's meddling, it's meddling. If it's a bother, it's a bother." If you dislike it, say so. If you hate it, say so. I'd be happy if you could express your feelings clearly. After a moment of silence, Arisa responded to Yuzuru with a clear voice. At the moment, I don't intend to seek help from Takegawa-san. It's a bit dramatic and meddlesome. I see, well, that's how it is. Even if Yuzuru were to confront Arisa's parents, there's no guarantee they would act as he intended. Unless they are exceptionally foolish, and if they are, it could turn out badly. Arisa can't afford to take such risks, and Yuzuru cannot bear the responsibility. But, Takegawa-san. Yeah, I appreciate your respect for my feelings. I genuinely feel happy about that. Arisa's voice was softer than usual. After a while, they arrived at Arisa's home. Arisa turned towards Yuzuru and bowed, saying, "Thank you for today. I had a great time." Although Arisa's expression seemed composed as usual, Yuzuru felt there was no lie in her words. "I enjoyed it too. The food was delicious," Yuzuru complimented. "I'll gladly accept that feedback." "You ate a lot," Arisa nodded slightly. After a brief pause, she seemed to ponder for a moment before speaking. "Takegawa-san, can we play games together again next week? I'll make dishes in return." "Next week? Ah, sure. There are still some things I haven't started on. But you don't really need a replacement, right? It's just a game. Of course, I'd happily eat it if you make it, but forcing you to cook isn't my style." Yuzuru didn't want to impose cooking on Arisa. Offering to play the game and treating her to a bit of cake seemed sufficient to him. Making her cook felt a bit excessive in Yuzuru's perspective. "Not like that, let me rephrase. Allow me to make it. It's easier that way." "Oh, is that so?" Not treating Yuzuru to a meal implied that Arisa would go home early to cook in the Amagi household. Yuzuru wasn't familiar with the detailed family structure of the Amagi family, but preparing for just the two of them would be less effort. "In that case, I'm gladly willing to help. You can come over to cook every day if you want." When Yuzuru said this half-jokingly, "Hee, I'll consider it," Arisa responded with a smile, leaving Yuzuru uncertain if she was joking or being serious. Section: Every week on Saturdays, Arisa goes to Yuzuru's house, plays games, and cooks dinner before returning home. This kind of relationship has continued for about a month. In mid-June. "Hello. What do you want, old man? Do I need a reason to call my grandson?" "You've never called without a reason before, hurry up." Yuzuru replied, acknowledging the truth, but muttered that there was no need to be so cold. When Yuzuru tried to urge him again, "A week later, do you know what day it is?" "I don't know." "It's not a time for jokes, it's an important day." Even though it's said to be important, Yuzuru remains clueless. "Well, what day is it then?" "Birthday, it's your fiance's birthday." "Ah, now that you mention it, was it?" Before the arranged meeting, when he was shown the documents, her date of birth was clearly written. Surprisingly, she is born earlier than Yuzuru, as it may not seem at first glance. "Really? Is she truly planning to be my fiancé?" "Yeah." The birthday completely caught me off guard. For a couple in a close relationship, knowing each other's birthdays is only natural. "I appreciate it, Grandpa. I'll prepare a gift." "Yes, show me my great-grandchild soon." "Well then, I guess you have 6 more years to live." "I don't intend to get married until I graduate from university." With that, Yuzuru hung up the phone. "Now, what should I do?" Yuzuru sighed. Section: The crucial thing is one's feelings towards the other, so without thinking about surprises, just ask directly, advised Soakairo Sadake, Yuzuru's mischievous friend and a nemesis to many women. However, that advice pertains more to expressing gratitude with a thoughtful gesture rather than a birthday present. Yuzuru believes the anticipation of "what will they give me for my birthday?" is still important. Having previously sought advice from Soakairo, Yuzuru discovered he wasn't as helpful as expected. Considering Sei's business and methods, Yuzuru opted to directly ask the girl. He promptly sent a message to his childhood friend. Section: The next day, after school, Yuzuru headed to the classroom of his childhood friend. "I'm sorry, Yuzuru. I have someone named Soakairo-kun, a person who has decided my future. I can't accept your love." Amidst her black silk hair, Ayaka Takebana's amber eyes showed a strong hint of red. With fair skin and a somewhat exotic appearance, she possessed a model-like, well-proportioned figure. One of the childhood friends shared with Soakairo. "That's not the point. Who said anything about giving you my love?" Yuzuru responded with a bewildered expression. Given her usual playful demeanor, he couldn't help but shrug it off. They had been friends since infancy. As I explained, I have a female friend, and I want to give her a birthday present. Well, Yuzuru, do you actually like that girl? I don't like hers. I guess it's better not to go for accessories. Yeah, probably. Since he don't know Arisa's hobbies, he have no idea what to give her. Even if he were to buy something like Tiffany, it would likely be through online shopping. He don't think Arisa would sell things she received from people, but he can't convey that they're in a fake engagement, nor can he hint at it. Given the Takabana family's information network and Ayaka's intelligence, he can't afford to say the wrong thing. If he do, they might quickly investigate Yuzuru and Arisa's relationship. There's even a possibility that they already have some information. She's a friend, but not as close as you. We have a certain level of closeness, but it's not like we know each other inside out. We're not overly familiar, maintaining a certain distance. I want to get along with her in the future, though. So it's like friends, not lovers or crushes, but still having a special connection beyond regular friends, sharing some kind of benefit like comrades. Well, yeah. Yuzuru wondered inwardly why this person was so perceptive. Yuzuru, you always give me a selection of sweets every year, right? Is that kind of thing not okay? Yuzuru and Ayaka have been friends since infancy. Naturally, they exchange presents as a formality on birthdays. Every year, Yuzuru gives her a collection of long-lasting cookies and similar sweets. Well, I did consider that, but isn't that just a formality? Well, it seems fine for gifts like New Year's or summer greetings. Yuzuru and Arisa are technically engaged and in a romantic relationship. Giving the same gift to a childhood friend, who's also the partner, would undoubtedly lead to comments from grandparents later. Besides, for sweets, they could just prepare a cake to avoid overlapping with the presents. As they pondered, they were interrupted by someone. Oh my, Yuzuru-san and Ayaka-san, what are you discussing? Suddenly, another girl appeared from the hallway. Bright chestnut hair, hazel eyes, a well-featured Japanese face. Slightly shorter, making her chest more noticeable. One of childhood friends. Chiharu Uenishi. Arisa Yukishiro, Ayaka Takabana, Chiharu Uenishi, and another girl, Najiri Tenka, were known for their outstanding beauty in the school. By the way, Yuzuru has no direct acquaintance with Nari Amuka, but according to Saint, who is in the same class, she's like a devil. Yuzuru wants to give a present to a girl, Oh, really? Yuzuru-san is in love too. It's a bit sly not to consult with me. How suspicious. After Ayaka-chan, I was planning to talk to you, and it's not about love. After denying that, they both gathered, and he muttered to himself, when these two get together, they sure are noisy. Though he don't particularly dislike them, and they are close friends, when these two with their high energy get together, it's hard to put the brakes on. Still, saying that would only make it louder, so Yuzuru decided to quickly finish the task at hand. So, Chiharu-chan, what would make you happy as a gift? Other than sweets, right? Well, how about something related to cosmetics? Cosmetics? I have no clue about that stuff. Yuzuru tilts his head, wondering if receiving makeup tools would be bothersome. For more serious items, well, preferences matter. Things like toner, lip balm, or soap would be okay, unless it's something really strange. Indeed, it's within the realm just before romantic feelings, agreed Ayaka. For such items, it might distinguish them from the gifts they exchange with Ayaka and Chiharu, Yuzuru thought. Ah, I see. Well, thanks. I'll look into it myself. Let me know if you find anything. Real men have courage. I'm saying it's not about romance. Yuzuru sighed and then left the scene. Section, now it's been about a week and it's Saturday, June 25th. On that day precisely, it was the day before the birthday. Conveniently, it didn't overlap with the actual birthday. As usual, Yuzuru played a light game with Arisa. After a short break, they had their usual cake. Somehow, I always get treated to cake, I'm sorry. Well, I get you to cook meals for me, so it's fair. It's a mutual exchange. Then, after Yuzuru said that, as if suddenly remembering, somewhat forcibly. Speaking of cake. What's up? Happy birthday, it's tomorrow, right? Ah, come to think of it, yes it is. After a brief moment, Arisa reacted as if recalling. I never expected Takegawa-san to celebrate my birthday like this. Arisa didn't express surprise in that way. Could it be that you forgot about your birthday? Well, I remember the date. I don't usually think about it, though, Arisa replied, glancing away. It seemed she genuinely hadn't realized her birthday was approaching. Yuzuru felt a great deal of sympathy, wondering if she had never been celebrated due to family circumstances. Why did Takegawa-san celebrate my birthday anyway? It was in the profile from the matchmaking, and also, I received a recent message from my grandfather. I see, well, if we're engaged, it's important to be aware of each other's birthdays. It was a complete oversight on my part. Well, fortunately, my grandfather didn't seem particularly concerned that I didn't know your birthday. He was more amused than anything. As Yuzuru answered, Arisa apologized with a slight bow. I apologize for not mentioning it earlier. It's mutual. By the way, my birthday is on October 16th. Yuzuru shared, and she promptly recorded the information on her phone. With that, I won't forget Yuzuru's birthday. Also, Yukishiro. Yes. Of course, I've prepared a birthday present. Yuzuru revealed a charming paper bag he had hidden, leaving Arisa surprised once again. Section. This is, how should I put it? Thank you very much. Arisa said, looking perplexed as she accepted the paper bag. Unusually flustered for her typically calm demeanor, Arisa seemed to be in disarray. Perhaps the last time she displayed such agitation was when Yuzuru praised her cooking for the first time. Even if it's for a performance, it makes me happy, Arisa said, slightly narrowing her eyes. It wasn't the artful smile she usually wore at school. It was a natural, genuine smile. For a brief moment, Yuzuru's heart skipped a beat. Looks good on the surface, but not great for the heart, he thought, observing Arisa's lifeless eyes and artificial, unnatural smiles he disliked. However, her genuine smile was truly beautiful, lovely, and enchanting. It's not really an act. Even without the engagement, we're close enough for me to prepare a gift. Is that so? Because we're friends, I wonder if I was the only one who thought of us that way. Yuzuru absent-mindedly scratched his cheek. If Yuzuru's one-sided affection, purely platonic, of course was the case, it would be quite embarrassing. In response, Arisa seemed flustered and shook her head. And no, I'm sorry, I don't really understand those things. If you ask if we're friends, you do have friends, right? Well, yes. If having lunch together and exchanging nods qualifies as being friends, then I have quite a few. Arisa spoke with a somewhat detached tone. Her green eyes appeared dark and clouded. I won't say I've never been to a classmate's house before, but getting this close is a first, thanks to Takegawa-san. Arisa always interacts with her classmates without any distinction. So, while she doesn't have any particularly bad relationships, at the same time, she doesn't have any particularly close ones either. There is no discrimination among others. However, she creates a transparent and sturdy wall between herself and others. That seems to be Arisa Yukishiro's way of relating to people. It's understandable that she has no interest in birthdays. After all, there isn't a single person in her life who would celebrate it for her. Is it your first time? Well, isn't that an honor? Yuzuru said, trying to lighten the mood. Arisa, seeming more at ease with that approach, responded with a cheerful voice, Yes, indeed. Please consider it an honor. Afterwards, Arisa affectionately touched the paper bag Yuzuru had given her. Then she looked up at Yuzuru. Her usually frozen, lake-like cold and inorganic eyes seemed to soften just a bit, or so it felt. In October, I'll prepare something from my side as well. I'll be looking forward to it. Yuzuru replied. Arisa nodded slightly, placing a paper bag on the floor. However, she soon became restless, picked it up again, and placed it on her lap. Then, she asked Yuzuru, May I take a look inside? Of course, go ahead. I'd actually love to hear your thoughts. It's important for future reference, considering we plan to maintain our engagement until graduation. Well then, I won't hold back. Is this soap? What Yuzuru had gifted Arisa was an assortment of soaps. It included scented bar soap, shampoo, conditioner, and a hand towel set. He debated between skincare items like lotion and hand cream, but considering the upcoming summer season, he opted for soap products. Is this from a famous brand, right? It seems quite expensive, doesn't it? Arisa's voice seemed to carry both joy and perplexity. Receiving something nice brings happiness, but also a sense of guilt for getting something seemingly expensive. That's the tone in her voice. So, what's your impression? Feel free to give a tough evaluation, I don't mind. Even though I received such a thoughtful gift, I can't adopt that superior attitude of giving it a rating. But, well, compared to my expectations, it's much better than I imagined. I didn't expect to receive something so wonderful. Arisa's voice had a hint of excitement. While her expression remained calm, her cheeks were slightly flushed. I've never received, bought, or even used something like this before. So truly, I'm happy. After saying this, Arisa let out a small sigh. Her emerald eyes gradually lost their sparkle and began to cloud. It's just me, though. Everyone, including my stepsister and classmates, has something like this. Arisa's eyes started to moisten slowly. Her voice quivered and her body trembled slightly. Gently, she lowered her face, hiding her expression with her flaxen hair. I pretended not to be interested, but deep down, I really wanted it. I felt envious seeing everyone else with it, but I couldn't admit I wanted one. I'm sorry. I got a bit emotional there. Arisa said, turning her back to Yuzuru, her shoulders shaking slightly. After taking a deep breath, she turned back to Yuzuru, her usual composure regained. Her eyes were slightly reddened. Please, just pretend you didn't hear that. All right, let's do that. Although Yuzuru had intended to offer an ear for complaints, he respected Arisa's wishes and remained silent. He had already conveyed that he would always be there to help if she sought it, and he would respect her decisions. If she wanted him to pretend not to hear, he would comply. Well, should we aim for something similar next year? Yuzuru asked. Yes, please. However, if it's just a matter of finding reasons to fulfill her wishes, providing an escape route, Yuzuru believed it would be forgivable. Now on that evening. As usual, Yuzuru accompanied Arisa home. Takegawa-san, I've been thinking for a while, Arisa began. What's on your mind? I've noticed that when we're in your room, you wear a t-shirt, but when we go outside, you put on a jacket. Considering the season, it seems hotter outside than in the room, Arisa pointed out, her voice carrying a hint of discontent. Yuzuru believed that when going out with Arisa, he should dress appropriately, hence the choice to wear a jacket and be stylish. However, it seemed that Arisa was somewhat bothered by Yuzuru's attitude. Of course, no one would want the person walking beside them to look shabby. So, you want me to dress stylishly even when it's just the two of us? Yuzuru asked. Yes, exactly. It feels like I'm being underestimated when you care about others' opinions, but not mine. Yuzuru understood what she was getting at essentially. She was frustrated about not being treated as a woman. However, I don't really understand. It's not like you like me, right? Yet, you want me to care about you. Turning the question around, Takegawa-san, how would you feel if I showed up with messy bedhead and a tracksuit? Well, that's a bit much. But it's not that bad, right? I mean, I intend to dress normally, just putting on a jacket can make it a decent look, you know. Could it be, is this considered tacky? Like on par with a tracksuit. Yuzuru doesn't believe his fashion sense is exceptional, but thinks it's not bad either. However, when spoken to in that manner, he suddenly becomes anxious. Rest assured about that point. I think it's good. So, full-on tracksuit might be forgiven. What I'm concerned about is not your fashion sense, Takegawa-san, but your attitude. In other words, you only bother fixing your hair and wearing a jacket when you go out, right? It's like you give 60% effort in front of me and 80% when going out, and that's a bit annoying. When pointed out, Yuzuru realizes that his attitude might not have been great. He had initially asked Arisa to speak up if there was something she didn't like. It's easier for him if things are clearly expressed rather than being bottled up. As Yuzuru contemplates on the need for reflection, Arisa, who had a strong tone earlier, now adopts a more timid voice. I apologize for my earlier comment. Well, I understand. After all, that room belongs to Takegawa-san, and it's your right to relax there. I'm the one intruding. However, I do, pay some attention to Takegawa-san. Are you conscious of me? For Arisa, Yuzuru was nothing more than a roadside pebble. Not to say she dismissed him entirely, but he was more of a business partner. So Arisa's words just now were a bit surprising for Yuzuru. Don't get the wrong idea, not as a romantic interest, of course. Just, I recognize you as a man. Is that different, perhaps? No, I'm definitely a man. You also make jokes like that. Don't tease me, it's a serious conversation. Treating you as a man while you don't treat me as a woman feels a bit unequal, don't you think? Arisa said, her lips pursed. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, illuminated by the evening sun. Yuzuru nodded emphatically. I understand your perspective. I apologize. I've been insensitive, taking advantage of your kindness. I'll be more mindful from now on. I appreciate that. It would be helpful if you could. That day, the distance between Yuzuru and Arisa seemed to greatly diminish. Yuzuru felt that way. Section. The following day was Sunday. It was Arisa Yukishiro's birthday. However, for Arisa, her birthday was just that, a literal birthday, and it wasn't something particularly celebrated. And on that evening, as usual, Arisa prepared dinner for the entire family. Her foster father, foster mother, and stepsister. Her stepbrother, who lived alone as a university student, wasn't present, making it Arisa's daily routine to cook dinner for the three of them, including herself. Thank you for the meal. Thank you for the meal. Her foster father and stepsister offered their usual greetings. Her foster mother not saying anything was also the usual. Then, without saying anything more, the three of them headed to their respective rooms or the living room. Well, even if they don't remember, there's no way I should remember. Arisa herself tends to forget her own birthday. With no expectation that her family remembers, seeking congratulations would be a mistake. Moreover, in the past, Arisa told her adoptive parents that she didn't need a birthday celebration or presents. It stemmed from a sense of restraint and humility as an adopted child. Even if it's not her true feelings, it's absurd to expect something she said she didn't need and feel dissatisfied when it's not received. Arisa decided to quickly forget about her birthday. Sigh. Seizing the moment when everyone left the kitchen, Arisa let out a sigh. To be honest, Arisa doesn't particularly enjoy cooking. However, as it has become routine for Arisa to be the one cooking in this household, she simply resigns herself to the norm and cooks. And when it comes to cooking, the cleanup is more of a hassle than the actual cooking. In a gloomy mood, Arisa gathers the dishes her family ate from and starts cleaning up. Takegawa-san always washes his own dishes. She don't necessarily ask him to wash the dishes, but what if he could at least tidy up the tableware? Arisa often thinks this but lacks the courage to say it to him. Afterward, she washes the dishes alone. While washing the dishes, she suddenly thinks, Takegawa-san always says it's delicious. Delicious, delicious. Recalling the fake engagement partner who said this while asking for seconds, Arisa's cheeks slightly loosen. She doesn't particularly enjoy cooking. However, if he says, it's delicious, she feels more generous. Lately, Saturdays have become enjoyable. Not that she's cooking for her family, but she started cooking with Yuzuru, so instead of cooking for 4 people, she only cooks for 2. Moreover, Yuzuru helps with at least the basics, and above all, he gives feedback on the taste. Even that alone significantly boosts her motivation. And besides, Takegawa-san's home feels more comfortable for meals, while Arisa gets along relatively well with her stepsister. The relationship with her stepfather and stepmother is far from ideal. Having meals with them is a source of discomfort for Arisa. In contrast, there's no need to be considerate when it comes to Yuzuru. Despite both meals being self-made, somehow, eating at Yuzuru's place feels more enjoyable for Arisa. Did I go too far that time? Recalling the lecture given to Yuzuru last night, Arisa felt a slight sense of self-loathing. She's being hosted at Yuzuru's house, yet expecting him, as the master of the house, to be aware of her seems overly arrogant. A strange feeling. For some inexplicable reason, Arisa disliked the idea of Yuzuru not taking her seriously. Even though being perceived as just a fake fiancé shouldn't matter, she wanted proof that Yuzuru was mindful of her. Could it be? In that brief moment, Arisa wondered if she might be in love with Yuzuru Takegawa. However, recalling Yuzuru didn't make her heart race, and her face didn't flush with warmth. Relieved, Arisa thought it must be a misunderstanding. Will Takegawa-san eventually stop saying delicious, too? As cooking dinner at Yuzuru's house became normal for Arisa, she couldn't help but feel a slight loneliness and sorrow, imagining that he might stop expressing gratitude or commenting on the taste of her dishes. Chapter 2. Takegawa Yuzuru and Yukishiro Arisa. Early July, a Friday. After school, just as Yuzuru was about to head home, Ayaka Takebana entered the classroom. Chiharu Uenishi followed closely behind her. Yuzuru inwardly furrowed his brows, thinking it was a troublesome combination. Yuzuru, are you free tomorrow? What's the matter? We're thinking of having a study session tomorrow with everyone. Yuzuru, do you have time? A study session. Essentially, it was a proposal to enjoy studying together 2 weeks before the final exams. By everyone, I mean me, Ayaka-san, Soakairo-san, and Yuzuru-san. The reason Ryozenji-sei wasn't among the members was that he wasn't particularly close to Ayaka and Chiharu. Before entering high school, Yuzuru was the only one who had any interaction with Sei. While Yuzuru had friendships with both Soakairo and Sei, there was no connection between Sei and Soakairo. Their friendship developed due to their mutual connection with Yuzuru. I'm sorry, I'll pass. Oh, why? It's just a consideration, not to disturb your rendezvous. We really don't mind, we're fine. Mind it. I'm the one bothered by it. When Soakairo, Ayaka, and Chiharu create their own world, Yuzuru feels a bit uneasy. But Yuzuru, you also ignore us and flirt with Soakairo. Let's keep some separation, like guys with guys and girls with girls. Don't say things that could be misunderstood in public, please. Though it's hard to believe someone, intentionally, using such expressions, would heed the advice. Yuzuru sighs internally and gives another reason. Actually, I have a prior engagement. Really, with Ryozenji-kun. Yuzuru-san, are you ditching us for a secret meeting? No, it's not that. But explaining seems futile, sigh. Yuzuru let out a heavy sigh. For a brief moment, he glanced toward the classroom door. Just as Arisa was about to leave the room, their eyes met. In response, Arisa gave Yuzuru a small smile. Well then, who is it, while we're here and all? That's right, is it a guy or a girl? The slight flutter in Yuzuru's heart remained a secret. Section, the next day. It's usually in the afternoon, but that day, the intercom rang early in the morning. Good morning, Yukishiro. Good morning, Takegawa-san. Yuzuru invited Arisa into his room. First, Arisa checked the room, nodded in satisfaction, and then turned her gaze towards Yuzuru. As you said, it's about 80% from the start. It seems so, thank you for being considerate. Also, it suits you very well. Arisa praised Yuzuru's attire. Since he couldn't stay silent after being complimented, Yuzuru turned his gaze to her outfit. Today, she was wearing a summer-like beige dress with a cape-like accessory. A black belt was wrapped around her waist. Not being familiar with women's fashion, Yuzuru wasn't sure if a belt was necessary for a dress, but judging by how the belt emphasized Arisa's slender waist and well-defined figure, he concluded that it was a stylish choice. It suits you well too, or rather, how should I put it? What's wrong? It might just be my imagination, but how should I say it? Have you become even more stylish than before? Well, not that you weren't stylish before. He sensed it without saying, but it seemed like the average price of clothing was rising. This was purely Yuzuru's intuition, but it turned out to be correct. Arisa slightly raised the corner of her mouth and squinted her eyes. You're quite perceptive. In the past, well, it didn't matter what Takegawa-san thought of me, but lately, yes. There are no romantic feelings, but you are not someone I can completely ignore. Oh well, what can I say? Should I thank you? No, I should be the one thanking you. Thanks to Takegawa-san, my allowance has increased. So, it seems the feeling that the average price of clothing was rising was because of that. For the Amagi family, they want Arisa to win Yuzuru over. It's quite a monetary matter, Yuzuru thought, with a wry smile. Now, under normal circumstances, they would start a game, but on this day, what unfolded was a study session. In other words, a study group. The prior commitment Ayaka mentioned was about Arisa. As the two started studying together, Yuzuru's concentration began to wane after about 2 hours. Well, she's quite serious. Yuzuru absent-mindedly gazes at Arisa's face. Arisa, engrossed in her studies with a serious expression, remains oblivious to Yuzuru's gaze. Rumors say she topped the grade in the previous midterm exam. She must consistently study seriously. I'd love to make those guys drink some of their own medicine. If Yuzuru had studied with Soakairo and the others, progress would likely have been hindered. Though Yuzuru himself can't really criticize others in that regard. But the more I look, the more beautiful and cute she appears. Previously, Yuzuru requested a blonde, blue-eyed, busty, fair-skinned beauty, and Arisa fulfills most of those criteria. While her hair isn't exactly blonde, it's a light, beautiful, pale brown that comes close. He'd really like to run his fingers through it. The color of her eyes is cerulean, not blue, a beautiful green. Jade-hued, they say. However, a bit of light seems to have died. Her skin is milky white, smooth as porcelain. He tempted to touch it just a little. As for her chest, it's undeniably large. Around Yuzuru, there are many women with ample busts, like Ayaka and Chiharu, but she's in no way inferior to them. Maybe surpassing Ayaka, but falling short of Chiharu. Although, her rear end might be a bit less impressive. Takegawa-san, what's the matter? Hi. You were staring at my face, and felt a somewhat vulgar gaze. She slightly distances herself from Yuzuru, giving him a sharp look. Her eyes were frozen like the surface of a winter lake. Yuzuru furrowed his brows, distorting his expression unhappily. Oh, it's nothing, really, he said, sipping his coffee. At that moment. Blonde hair, azure eyes, fair skin, and a busty beauty. Cough, Yuzuru choked on his coffee involuntarily. Looking at Yuzuru with a cold gaze, Arisa, as if viewing trash, responded. Oh, Yukishiro. Where did you hear that? I overheard you talking loudly about it before. You mentioned setting such conditions for a potential match. The earlier conversation likely occurred during lunch with Soakairo and Sei. Yuzuru couldn't recall who had spoken so loudly, but both of them secretly resolved to curse the duo together. I see you've been looking at me in that way. W8, calm down. First of all, I didn't expect you to come, and it wasn't me who chose you. It was my grandparents and your foster parents, right? Yuzuru hurriedly explains, and Arisa slightly raises the corner of her mouth. Then she chuckles softly. It's a joke. I understand, so don't worry. Considering we're living beings, having such impure thoughts is inevitable. Is that so? Yes, besides, well, not having any of those thoughts would mean not recognizing me as a woman. That would be irritating. Also, I'm concerned about Takegawa-san's well-being. Yuzuru recalls Arisa expressing annoyance at not being acknowledged as a woman by certain men. If it were someone completely irrelevant, it might not matter, but being completely disregarded as a woman by a somewhat close acquaintance is unsettling. Oh, but overt stares are unpleasant, so I'd appreciate it if you could stop. Oh, okay. And if you try to touch me, I'll crush you. Physically. All right, rest assured. I would never do something to make you go to such lengths, yeah. Yuzuru, with a strained expression, spoke and Arisa nodded. Yes, I know, I believe in that. So if I didn't believe, I wouldn't be here. Arisa, as if proving her point, returned to her original position, which had kept some distance. Feeling embarrassment and guilt, Yuzuru brushed off those emotions by scratching his cheek. Then, to ease the awkwardness, he changed the subject. What about lunch? Lunch, you say? I was planning to make it today, too. Any preferences? No, you know, since exams are approaching, you might want to spend more time studying, right? Occasionally going out to eat wouldn't be a bad idea. It felt somewhat inappropriate to use this valuable pre-exam time for cooking. Besides, usually, she's the one preparing the meals. I'll treat you today. It's a token of gratitude for your usual efforts. Is that so? Well then, I'll accept your kind offer. He thought she might initially refuse, but surprisingly, she accepted without hesitation. Maybe the distance between us has decreased and there's less reservation now. For Yuzuru, that's more comfortable and preferable. So, where should we go? Well, somewhere nearby is fine. Around here, we have cafes, family restaurants, soba shops, ramen, curry places. I know the area. Also, ordering pizza for delivery is an option. You can choose. Give me a moment to think, Arisa replied, deep in thought. Yeah, take your time, Yuzuru thought to himself. It's summer, so I feel like having soba. Section, Yuzuru and Arisa seemed to share similar feelings. The two visited a local soba restaurant. While they could have opted for delivery, the cost would have been higher. Since the restaurant was within walking distance, going directly seemed more reasonable. I've never been to a soba restaurant before. I see. So that's why you chose soba. For a girl of her age, choosing a soba restaurant was a bit sophisticated. Yuzuru had expected Arisa to prefer cafes or family restaurants, considering her age, but her choice made sense. Actually, it's not because of that, Arisa clarified. Huh, really? Yuzuru questioned. I haven't been taken out to eat much, so I thought soba would be nice for summer, Arisa explained. It's a coincidence. I was thinking of something cool for summer, too. For a moment, Yuzuru caught a glimpse of Arisa's challenging family situation, but he decided to pretend not to notice. Now seated at their assigned table, they casually perused the menu. "I'll go with the medium-sized duck soba. How about you, Yukishiro?" "I'll have tempura soba, regular size." After placing their orders, it didn't take long for Arisa to receive her soba and tempura. The tempura consisted of 2 shrimp and a variety of 5 vegetables, slightly abundant, but considering the price, it was a reasonable quantity and assortment. However, when it came to the soba, is there a mistake with the portion size? The medium size should be for Takegawa-san, right? Looking at the mountain of soba in front of her, Arisa wore a perplexed expression. "Oh, sorry about that. It's a bit generous here. That's the usual." "Huh. But..." At that moment, when Yuzuru's soba was placed in front of her, Arisa fell silent. She compared it to her own. If that was a medium, then hers was definitely a regular. Her face expressed her realization. My bad. Forgot to explain, want some help." "Yes, please." In the end, Yuzuru ended up receiving about half of Arisa's portion. "Is it okay to take this much? I'm not a big eater like that." After saying so, Arisa pointed to the plate of tempura. "How about tempura? 1 shrimp and a vegetable dish." "Well, I'll take that." Yuzuru took some tempura from Arisa's plate. Then, he picked up duck meat floating in his soba dipping sauce with his chopsticks. "What about this? Wanna try it?" Sure, thank you." After exchanging their side dishes in this manner, the two started eating soba. Although the portions at this restaurant are generous, the quality is not compromised. The aroma is normal, the texture is good, and it tastes delicious. The dipping sauce with duck broth has a rich flavor, and the tempura is crispy and delicious. "Takegawa-san, you can eat wasabi, huh?" Arisa suddenly brought up such a topic. Indeed, Yuzuru had no problem eating wasabi, and he was currently applying it to his soba. "What about Yukishiro? Is she not fond of it?" "Had it when I was little. Since then, it's been a trauma for me, that sharp taste." Despite that, the wasabi on Arisa's plate hadn't decreased. Yuzuru considered taking it for herself, but why not try it now? "It might be surprisingly good," Yuzuru suggested. "Well, I've grown up too. By the way, is it correct to spread it without melting?" "Who knows? It depends on personal preference. However, in your case, if you melt it, you won't be able to eat it, so isn't it spreading better?" "That makes sense." With a nod, Arisa delicately placed a bit of wasabi on her soba and dipped it in the sauce before eating. "How is it?" Yuzuru asked. "The aroma is nice and it's delicious, cha?" Arisa suddenly pressed her nose. In an instant, her eyes turned red and started to water. Hastily, she drank some tea. It seems I was too hasty." "Please don't laugh," Arisa pleaded. "No, sorry, it was amusing," Yuzuru chuckled. "You're so mean," Arisa sighed. Arisa had teary eyes, puffed cheeks, and turned away. Her gesture was so cute that Yuzuru couldn't help but want to pat her head. While they were engrossed in this, the two finished eating their soba. As they savored the soba broth, Arisa asked Yuzuru, "By the way, Takegawa-san. You know Takabana-san and Yonishi-san, right?" Certainly, Yuzuru remembered seeing Arisa in that place yesterday. She must have overheard Ayaka, Chiharu, and Yuzuru talking. "Well, yeah, do you know those two?" "Different classes, though." Yuzuru recalled a similar exchange a little while ago. Arisa's response to Yuzuru's question was slightly different from before. "My foster father, before entering school, he told me to get along well if we end up in the same class. Because they come from a good family, he said." Arisa frowned as if displeased. Being instructed about relationships is something everyone would find unpleasant. While the families were acquainted, and the parents introduced them to foster good relations, there was never a blatant order to get along between Yuzuru and the others. You don't have to force yourself to get along, but both of them are good people. Yes, indeed, they are bright, sociable, and beautiful. Arisa, in that sense, seemed to be enviable. While Arisa is considered beautiful, if described as bright and sociable, there is indeed a slight doubt. She treats many people equally, yet at the same time, she doesn't form close relationships, always maintaining a transparent and thin, yet strong barrier between herself and others. Takegawa-san. "Yeah, what's up? What's the relationship between you and those two?" "We're childhood friends, been friends since infancy. So just friends, nothing more or less." Ayaka Takebana has some distant relation, but it's not something I've consciously thought about. Is that all? Yeah, what, did it seem like we were more than friends? Certainly, Yuzuru and the two, Ayaka and Chiharu, seem close. Though it may or may not look like they're in a romantic relationship, their bond seems stronger than regular friendships, and indeed, they get along well. No, it doesn't seem that way. I just wondered if there might be mutual feelings. Just speculating. Both are beautiful, I admit, but there's no romantic interest. They're not my type. Being friends with lively individuals can be enjoyable, but when asked if I want to become a couple with someone like that, I can't imagine finding peace at home. They probably don't like me either. It's not like I have someone special in mind. Oh, really? Well, with such a beautiful person, it's unlikely people would just ignore them. That's the idea. Well, in their case, it's terrifying that they have a common love interest. Yuzuru probably has the face of the friend caught between those two right now. Arisa, with her usual expressionless demeanor, asks Yuzuru, "Was it all right, skipping the study session?" It seems Arisa overheard Yuzuru's conversation with them. Given how loudly they were talking, it's only natural. We had plans, so. Arisa was the one who made the prior commitment. In that case, prioritizing Arisa is the sensible thing to do. Did you do all this for someone like me? For me, it wasn't just someone. I can make amends with them separately. Since I can only meet you on Saturdays, prioritizing you is only natural, right? And, being with you is enjoyable. Isn't that enough? Arisa momentarily looked surprised, then shook her head. No, it's not like that. Besides, I enjoy it too, she said, narrowing her eyes. Arisa's smile was fleeting, yet incredibly beautiful and endearing, as if it could scatter at a touch. I want to embrace her, pluck that beauty, such impulses surged within. Can I ask you something? Oh, what is it? Yuzuru, captivated by Arisa's smile, snapped back to reality. Her expression had returned to the usual impassiveness. Even on days other than Saturdays, occasionally, may I intrude? Anytime you're free, feel free to. You're always welcome. Thank you. Arisa, as usual, remained expressionless. However, her eyes held a softer light than usual. After returning home from the soba restaurant, Yuzuru and Arisa resumed their studies. At that moment, Yuzuru's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, it was a message from his grandfather. Is everything going well with Arisa-san? Yuzuru quickly replied, We're studying together now. Can you not disturb us? Soon another reply arrived. I see. In that case, I won't disturb you. But I'm a bit anxious, so could you send me a photo of both of you? It seemed Yuzuru's grandfather harbored some suspicions about Yuzuru and Arisa's relationship, not necessarily doubting a fake engagement, but rather questioning if the two were getting along. Given that Yuzuru's grandfather had arranged the meeting, it was natural for him to be curious about their progress. However, Yuzuru, finding it troublesome, had been quite evasive in responding to his grandfather's inquiries. This time, it seemed his nonchalant approach had backfired. What's wrong? Arisa noticed Yuzuru's restless demeanor and tilted her head while asking. Scratching his head, Yuzuru showed his phone to Arisa, seeking advice. My grandpa asked me to send him a photo. I see, refusing isn't really an option, is it? Yuzuru and Arisa are an affectionate couple, officially engaged. They can't avoid taking at least one photo. The photo request isn't like a solo shot of me smiling and making a peace sign, right? Well, probably a couple's photo. Yuzuru and Arisa fell silent for a moment. An awkward pause ensued. I'm not really into photos. It feels like my face looks different, you know? It's not the same as seeing it in the mirror. Since the mirror reflects in reverse, the photo shows the true appearance. However, since people are more accustomed to the mirrored version, accepting the photo can be challenging. Arisa nodded in understanding and agreement with Yuzuru's sentiments. I understand. I agree. Don't you like it either? He asks. With someone as beautiful as Arisa, there wouldn't be worries about bad photo angles or looking unattractive. Is it really that surprising? Arisa questions. Yuzuru imagines Arisa taking selfies in her room, carefully considering lighting, angles, and distance to present her cute and beautiful self. Isn't it common for girls to enjoy taking selfies? Can you imagine me, Takegawa-san, taking selfies? Arisa challenges. Yuzuru pictures Arisa in her room, adjusting angles to appear petite and fair-skinned, occasionally applying filters, and posting them on social media with joy. It doesn't seem like an act, Yuzuru concludes. Exactly. Taking pictures of my own face isn't interesting at all. Except for cats, Arisa responds. Surely, Arisa's phone is filled with cat images collected from the internet, Yuzuru thought. Well, should we just handle it casually? He suggested. No, I'm sorry. Takegawa-san's grandfather is worried, and I believe it's out of kindness. Let's take the photos, Arisa responded. Fine then, Yuzuru agreed. While not particularly fond of photos, he didn't detest them enough to believe his soul would be taken just because he was being photographed. Time is of the essence. Yuzuru moved next to Arisa, activated the phone's camera, and positioned it to capture both their faces. Is this okay? Yuzuru asked. Yes, I think it's good, Arisa replied. With a click, the two-shot photo of Yuzuru and Arisa was completed. How does it look? It's like this. Yuzuru and Arisa check the finished photo together. It feels like I took it out of obligation, doesn't it? You don't seem too thrilled. Both Yuzuru and Arisa in the photo wear expressionless faces. It truly looks like a photo taken reluctantly, as if saying, I took it because I was told to. Instead of providing reassurance, it might even raise more concerns. Should we take it again? I think that's a good idea. Yuzuru raises the phone once more. This time, they wear joyful expressions and share smiles. Takegawa-san, you look stiff. Well, you look lifeless. That's how I am naturally. While engaging in such exchanges, they took a second photo. What they ended up with was, this won't do. It looks obviously forced, doesn't it? In comparison, the photo they took earlier might be better. Yuzuru decided to delete the taken photo. Come to think of it, what kind of photos do regular couples take? Now that you mention it, if you don't know that, you won't be able to take good photos either. Before taking the third photo, Yuzuru and Arisa decided to research couples' two-shot photos. You can easily find this information online. I see, you lean your shoulders against each other. Do we have to get this close? Yuzuru and Arisa couldn't help but express their confusion. Depending on the photo, it usually involves the man embracing the woman's shoulder, and the woman leaning against it with her face close. For Yuzuru and Arisa, beginners in love, this seemed a bit challenging. Surely this is a bit. Just as the two were thinking that, Yuzuru's phone rang again. The sender was Yuzuru's grandfather, and the content was a request for the photos. What should we do? We have no choice but to take the picture, right? It couldn't be helped. Yuzuru and Arisa resolved themselves. However, being relatively inexperienced in relationships, they found it challenging to embrace shoulders or rest their faces on each other's shoulders. So, they decided to take the direction of getting close enough for their shoulders to touch and bringing their faces together for the photo. Yuzuru raised the phone screen, framing both of their faces. Then, narrowing the gap to about the width of a fist between Yuzuru and Arisa, they touched shoulders precisely. While Arisa didn't press her face against Yuzuru's shoulder, she slightly tilted her head, reducing the distance between their faces. Yukishiro's silky, beautiful light brown hair tickled Yuzuru's shoulder, carrying the pleasant scent of shampoo. How does it look, Yukishiro? Well, I think it looks good. All right, let's take it. Why, yes. With a click, the sound echoed. Yuzuru and Arisa examined the resulting third photo. In the photo, a boy and a girl, leaning towards each other with a shy air, were captured. Yuzuru and Arisa fell into a moment of silence as they looked at the newly captured two-shot photo, taken just a few months into their relationship. In that moment, they couldn't help but realize that their recent actions portrayed not a staged engagement, but rather the authenticity of a couple in the early stages of their relationship. Well, I suppose Grandpa would approve of this. Yes, it does seem convincing enough. For now, there's no issue with the photo. Yuzuru decided to send the couple photo to his grandfather. Upon attaching and sending the image, there was an immediate read receipt, and a reply followed. The response warned against going overboard and advised not to appear too foolish. He probably figured you took the photo. It seems we've been perceived as a complete idiotic couple. Being seen as a close and affectionate couple isn't an issue. In fact, it's convenient. However, being perceived as excessively foolish and idiotic was a bit disheartening for Yuzuru and Arisa. By the way, Yukishiro. What is it? What should we do with this photo? Should I delete it? Yuzuru asked Arisa in that manner. After thinking for a while, Arisa responded, well, I'll take it for now. At first, Yuzuru didn't understand what Arisa was saying, but soon it clicked. She interpreted the question of what will you do as do you want it? Oh, I see. Yeah, sure, I'll send it, Yuzuru replied. Yuzuru sent the image file to Arisa. Arisa, upon receiving the image, downloaded and saved it on her phone. Then, with a slightly flushed face, she quickly spoke as if making an excuse. Well, it's technically my photo. This, too, I think it's a memory. Yeah, maybe in about 10 years it'll become a funny story, Yuzuru said. The two laughed, masking their embarrassment. Section. Yuzuru and Arisa, from the day they took their first two-shot photo until the Monday after the week had begun. Yuzuru headed to the library after school for a study session, trying to distract himself. Huh. Why is that? Such a frivolous voice could be heard. It carried a joking tone, yet somewhere within there was a hint of anger. Hey, just a little, consider it a trial. From a friend, for a month, no, a week, no, 3 days. It seemed like they were entangled in a romantic affair. Although Yuzuru had no interest in meddling in others' affairs, he decided to ignore and pass by. I don't like you. A familiar voice made him halt. A dignified, beautiful, yet somewhat emotionless and chilling voice. It was the voice of a girl Yuzuru knew well. When it involved someone he knew, he couldn't just let it be. Yuzuru headed towards the source of the voice. The location was a secluded spot under the trees. Quietly, Yuzuru observed the situation. As he suspected, the voice belonged to none other than Arisa Yukishiro, his fiancée. And persistently clinging to this fiancé was a senior 1 grade above, if Yuzuru's memory served him right, the ace of the soccer team. He remembered seeing the senior being commended during a morning assembly or something. In addition, recently, there's another person whose name has come up in discussions with Sowakairo and Sei. The name is Yumahara. Well, which side do you not like? I don't think I am that bad. Overall, everything. Arisa decisively cut off. She seems a bit irritated, and Yumahara also seems a bit annoyed. Well, don't say such strict things. I'm sure I can be of help to you. I don't need your assistance. Your father's company is struggling now, right? Arisa's expression froze. Her originally expressionless face turned even more emotionless. My dad is a city council member, so he'll surely be of help. That's enough. Arisa, with a dismissive tone, attempted to leave, but her arm was caught by the senior. Let go, I'll report this to the teacher. Wait, just wait, let's talk a bit more. Yuzuru appeared and sternly reprimanded Yumahara. She doesn't like it. Staring into Yumahara's eyes, Yuzuru approached. Oh, who are you? It's none of your business. He looked somewhat embarrassed, seemingly aware of the coercion. As a classmate, I can't just ignore this. How about letting go? As Yuzuru said this, Yumahara slightly averted his gaze. Such individuals can surprisingly be timid. For a first year, you're getting ahead of yourself. In doing so, Yumahara extended his hand as if pushing Yuzuru's body, lacking the courage to strike to him. Yuzuru then firmly grasped that outstretched hand and twisted it lightly. Ouch! At that moment, Yumahara released his grip on Arisa, and Arisa hid behind Yuzuru. He then released Yumahara's hand. What's your name? Yumahara inquired, visibly irritated. With no reason to hesitate or conceal, Yuzuru answered honestly, I'm Yuzuru Takesugawa. Takesugawa, huh? I'll remember that well, Yumahara replied with irritation. Yuzuru shrugged as the vast sea stretched out, seemingly escaping. Takesugawa-san, Arisa timidly addressed Yuzuru with a hesitant expression, bowing slightly. I apologize if I caused any trouble. No worries, but more importantly, was it meddling, perhaps? Yuzuru observed Arisa, who seemed averse to interference in her affairs. Despite wanting to just observe, Yuzuru couldn't ignore the situation. Well, I was really in a bind, so I appreciate your help. I see. Well, I can't exactly say it was good luck. It was a bit of a disaster. I'm okay, but Takesugawa-san, are you all right? Arisa asked with concern. Yuzuru tilted his head in confusion, wondering what she meant, but soon grasped the situation. Arisa was probably targeted by the vast sea. Oh, it's okay, it's okay. That guy can't really do much. Surprisingly, he seems kind of timid at most. He might tattle to his parents or try to gang up with others. Well, isn't that troublesome? I heard that person's father is quite influential, and if I recall correctly, he's the ace of the soccer team, right? Well, he is a bit of a celebrity. Then again, well, that guy originally had a bad reputation. Is that so? He's not really well liked, even among the soccer team members. I've heard classmates talking behind his back before. Well, Yuzuru doesn't really want to hear gossip about others, but it seems like he doesn't have much popularity. Plus, he's known for being a confession monster. He even caused a commotion with his failed confessions. No one wants to get involved in that mess. Confession monster. Yeah, recently, even my female friends got involved and were annoyed by it. The female friends are Ayaka Tekabana and Chiharu Yunishi. As for him, he might have wanted to elevate his status by having a cute first-year student, especially a girl from a decent background, as his girlfriend. It seems he made forceful advances. Were those people okay? Oh, my friend Sadek intervened. There was a bit of a scuffle at that time. It wasn't as intense as now, but there was some exchange. That probably got him worked up. The friend referred to is Soakairo Sadek. Yuzuru thought he was quite gutsy, approaching the children of Takabana and Yunishi and picking a fight with Sadek. However, it turns out he was just an inexperienced rich kid. When it comes to family background, one should remember not only their family, but also others' families to some extent. Are you really okay? Just leave it be. But if something happens, let me know. Yes. Arisa nodded with a somewhat anxious expression. Section, now 3 days later, lunch break. Hey, Takegawa, Yumahara-senpai is looking for you. And Yukishiro too, said a fellow soccer club member from the same class. Wondering about the reason, Yuzuru tilted his head. However, it's undoubtedly related to the recent incident. Are you okay, Takegawa? That person seemed quite frustrated, a concerned classmate asked. Yuzuru waved his hand and replied cheerfully, It's fine. I probably caused the frustration, sorry for the trouble. No worries for us, reassured the soccer club member. Then, Yuzuru turned his gaze towards Arisa. It seemed like she had also been contacted. Though her usual expression remained, her eyes flickered with a hint of unease. Afterward, Yuzuru directed his attention towards the classroom door. Unyielding and irritated, Yumahara stood there with crossed arms. Yuzuru decided to handle the situation as peacefully as possible, ensuring minimal inconvenience for Arisa. Section, what business do you have, senpai? Oh, what is it? Yuzuru spoke calmly, while Arisa seemed somewhat cold. They faced Yumahara. Around them, people unfolded their lunch boxes and chatted, occasionally glancing in their direction. About the other day. Then, with a hint of frustration, he contorted his expression in humiliation. I caused a great inconvenience to Takegawa-san and Yukishiro-san. I apologize. With that, he bowed his head. The surrounding onlookers seemed surprised. Even the students who appeared disinterested earlier now turned their attention with keen interest. It felt like a public execution. Well, of course, he couldn't care less about Yumahara's feelings, but he don't want to be resented over this, and he didn't want to stand out in a bad way. Please lift your head, senpai. I'm not bothered by it. And Yuzuru exchanged a glance with Arisa. She had a surprised expression, but with Yuzuru's and the surrounding gazes, she finally came to her senses. I'm not bothered by it either, Arisa calmly replied. On the other hand, Yumahara didn't seem entirely convinced. Bowing to a first year seemed to have wounded his pride. Perhaps because of that, almost like making excuses at the end. Don't get carried away, just because your family's a bit wealthy. He spat out those words to Yuzuru and left. It was a perfect boomerang. This is likely to ruin the apology. Hey, Yukishiro, did you report it to your father? No way. I don't want to have anything to do with him anymore. What about Takegawa-san? It's not worth bothering my parents with such trivial matters. I haven't told mine. Yuzuru and Arisa hadn't reported the incident to their parents. So why did he suddenly feel the need to apologize? Yuzuru pondered inwardly. Section. After that, during lunch when Yuzuru talked to Soakairo and say about what had just happened. Oh, did that person come to apologize to you too? Soakairo said in surprise. It seems that Yumehara went to apologize to Soakairo as well. Did you report it to your parents? Never, but Ayaka and Chiharu seemed quite upset. Those two, exaggerating things, probably snitched. So Yumehara got scolded pretty badly by my old man. Soakairo said that, and Sei jokingly acted scared. Oh, women are ruthless. If it were a guy, relying on parents would be embarrassing, but with that logic, that person isn't a guy. Well, regardless of gender, bringing up your father every time something happens is just pathetic. Soakairo criticized Yumehara. From Soakairo's perspective, Yumehara is a guy who tried to hurt an important childhood friend, so such an evaluation is natural. I wonder if Ayaka-chan and Chiharu-chan talked about us. I'll ask just in case, but that's unlikely. Those two have a sense of discretion. Ayaka and Chiharu's troubles from the Yumehara, and the hardships faced by Yuzuru and Arisa, are distinct tales. It wouldn't be reasonable for Ayaka and Chiharu to report to their parents, considering Yuzuru and Arisa's situation as well. Maybe Yumehara went crying to his dad. Like I got bullied by Takesugawa, and ended up getting scolded in return. Or perhaps Yumehara's old man interrogated him. Despite Yumehara being a handful, I hear his politician father is a reasonable person. He might have questioned him about forcing himself on other girls, and it led to questioning you. Either way, Yumehara wouldn't have apologized willingly. It's undeniable that, for some reason, Yumehara harmed Arisa, and during that process, conflicts with Yuzuru reached Yumehara's father. Well, it's in the past, let's just drop it now. Yuzuru proposed this, as just thinking about Yumehara was unpleasant. Soakairo and Sei nodded in agreement. Yeah, I guess he should have reflected on this. Who knows, though? People who reflect over something like this probably won't become decent folks. Well, it's not my concern. And thus, the issues surrounding the confession monster were temporarily resolved. Section, now on the upcoming Saturday. With the exam approaching in a week, Yuzuru and Arisa were putting effort into their studies that day. During dinner that evening, almost casually, Yuzuru asked Arisa, "Do you think there's something unlikable about me?" What's this all of a sudden? Arisa asked, looking surprised and puzzled. Feeling it might not be the best conversation topic, Yuzuru couldn't help but wonder. No, remember that incident with Yumehara. Oh, that strange person. Did something happen? No, there's no connection after that, but you remember what he said, right? Something about being rich and all. It wasn't fair for someone who brings up their father's occupation to say such things. However, what bothered Yuzuru couldn't be easily dismissed. Were you bothered by it? Arisa blinked her green eyes in surprise and asked. Yuzuru instinctively scratched his head. Well, not so much because Yumehara said it, but I've been bothered by it in general. The Takesugawa family is no ordinary household. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them a prestigious lineage. Given their substantial political contributions, when Yumehara apologized to Yuzuru, it likely had background considerations. Well, your sense of money seems a bit lax, I must say. Is that so? Accumulating unplayed games and buying unused kitchen supplies. Well, yeah, I guess so. But such tendencies are not exclusive to wealthy families. I don't think Takesugawa-san's wealth is the core issue. It goes deeper. Is Yukishiro comforting or giving a lecture? His feelings become somewhat complex. But honestly, it doesn't bother me much for now. I mean, I didn't even know that Takesugawa-san came from such an impressive background. Is that right? Yeah, you're worrying too much. It's just sour grapes. Trying to assert dominance based on family background, wealth, or father's profession and failing miserably, then saying such things out of frustration. Don't let the words of someone like that get to you. It's not worth it. Certainly, Yuzuru understands that well. In reality, Yuzuru doesn't care about how others perceive him, even in the vast sea of opinions. However, for Yuzuru, the family name Takesugawa carries a significant weight. In fact, it's surprising. Surprising? I thought Takesugawa-san would be more assertive, you know. Arisa's unexpected words themselves are surprising to Yuzuru. Yuzuru has never considered himself strong, not even once. Why is that? Well, because, even when intimidated by that person, Takesugawa-san didn't seem fazed at all. I was a bit scared, to be honest. Well, it's not something to be afraid of. Yuzuru knows there are much scarier individuals in the world. As the heir to the Takesugawa name, he has encountered such people up close. So, someone like Yumehara, just a high school sophomore, doesn't evoke any fear. But he couldn't meddle in the open sea, some even looked down on it. So, when Yumehara brought up the family, it didn't scare me. Well, maybe it didn't scare him precisely because of that. The name, Takesugawa, suits someone like Yumehara better than ordinary folks. Yuzuru sighed involuntarily. If I weren't Takesugawa, he probably wouldn't bother apologizing to me. It's not that I'm strong, but Takesugawa is. He didn't intend to rely on the family, but for Yuzuru Takesugawa, the name Takesugawa was inseparable. Behind his actions, the family name always lingered, something he couldn't share with others like Soakiro. Takesugawa-san, do you dislike your family? Yuzuru shook his head. I never intended to boast, but I take pride in it. Well, that's fine, isn't it? After that, Arisa furrowed her beautiful brows. Carefully choosing her words, she began, what can I say in the end? Most people receive their names, appearances, talents, and education from their parents. So I think it's okay with Takesugawa-san's help. The important thing is how you use it. Then Arisa summarized strongly, saying, anyway, I was helped by Takesugawa-san. This is thanks to Yuzuru Takesugawa. Yuzuru felt a sense of relief, as if a long-stuck bone had finally been removed from his throat. Yukishiro. Yes. Thank you. I'm happy to be of help. Saying that, Arisa smiled. It was a very beautiful and remarkably natural smile. Strangely, Yuzuru's heart raced. Section. Arisa, taking a break from self-study, was gazing at images stored on her phone. Most of them were pictures of cats, ranging from those she found online to snapshots of stray cats. Indeed, cats are adorable. With a soft smile, Arisa slid through the screen. Suddenly, a non-cat image appeared, though it wasn't unusual since she had various types of images beyond cats. This is from the other day. It was a snapshot of Arisa and Yuzuru. Taken to send to Yuzuru's grandfather, it had become a memento from Yuzuru himself. How embarrassing. In the photo, Arisa was captured with Yuzuru, their bodies close, blushing with embarrassment. At the time, she felt embarrassed about the photo shoot and closing the distance with Yuzuru. However, the current Arisa was more embarrassed by her own embarrassment in the photo. Arisa reproached her past self internally, wondering if she couldn't have taken the photo more calmly. In the past, she felt embarrassed taking a two-shot photo with Yuzuru, as if her former self strongly perceived Yuzuru as the opposite sex. Certainly, Arisa acknowledges Yuzuru as the opposite sex, but it's not in a romantic sense. Rather, it's recognizing him as a man. However, in this photo, it seemed as if she had romantic feelings for Yuzuru. Well, he's a wonderful person, though. Despite having various flaws and shortcomings, he is within an acceptable range for Arisa. After all, nobody is perfect. Moreover, Yuzuru's conscious effort to improve his shortcomings leaves a positive impression on Arisa. Objectively speaking, it seems like a good match, this engagement. Yuzuru's family, the Takesugawa family, appears to hold considerable influence. Arisa's home, more precisely her foster father's, appears to be teetering due to the company's financial struggles. The marriage between Arisa and Yuzuru would likely be considered a marriage into wealth, ensuring a life without any significant hardships, given the evident financial stability. While having money is undoubtedly important, Arisa doesn't believe in making decisions solely based on wealth when it comes to choosing a life partner or romantic interest. What concerns Arisa more is whether Yuzuru would protect and support her, like he did when she faced harassment from a senior. Recalling that incident, Yuzuru remained remarkably composed, confident, and calm, qualities that Arisa found dependable. His unfazed demeanor in the face of a senior's advances left a strong impression, as most would naturally feel intimidated in such situations. As if standing unwavering in the midst of a fierce storm, Yuzuru Takesugawa resembled a mighty oak, not bending. The strength and assurance Arisa felt were not directed towards the power or name of the Takesugawa household, but rather towards the individual abilities and spiritual essence of Yuzuru Takesugawa. What am I even thinking? Arisa noticed her face growing warm and hastily shook her head. Her heart had unknowingly started beating rapidly. I can't even imagine being in a romantic relationship. The fact that Yuzuru was attractive as the opposite sex was undeniable. But Arisa couldn't picture herself walking beside Yuzuru romantically. "Sigh, let's get back to studying." Arisa sighed, put away her phone, and tried to focus on studying. Just as Arisa was about to concentrate on her studies, the atmosphere in the house became a bit unsettled. Arisa left her room and headed towards the entrance. There, she was greeted by her foster mother and stepsister, and her foster father stood before them. "Welcome back." Arisa, along with her foster mother and stepsister, bowed slightly. Her foster father seemed rarely present at home due to a busy job, making today quite an unusual occasion. "I'm home." Foster father, expressionless and indifferent, loosened his tie as he answered Arisa, leaving her uncertain about his thoughts. Having exchanged greetings, Arisa turned to go back to her room to resume studying. "By the way, Arisa." "Yes." She was stopped in her tracks. Involuntarily, she straightened her posture. Arisa wasn't comfortable around her foster father. "How's your studying going?" After a brief silence, he inquired. Arisa replied calmly. "It's going well." "I see." Once again, her foster father fell into silence. Is he upset about something? Arisa wondered, feeling a bit uneasy when, "What about Yuzuru-kun?" "Oh, well, it seems to be going well." That was a somewhat unexpected question for Arisa. In response to Arisa's answer, her foster father nodded slightly and then asked again. "Have you been on any dates?" "Dates, you say?" "No, not yet." Although she's allowed to play games at home, that doesn't qualify as a date. At least her foster father shouldn't be asking in that sense. "I see." It wasn't clear why her foster father asked such a question, but the words, "I see," didn't convey a particularly favorable sentiment. "I'm sorry." Arisa reflexively apologized. She couldn't help but feel a bit fearful that her foster father might be displeased with the limited progress in her relationship with Yuzuru. "This engagement is very important in your life. Do your best." With a matter-of-fact tone, her foster father said this to Arisa, then left for the living room, leaving Arisa alone, standing in the entrance. Involuntarily, she grabbed the front of her clothes with both hands. "Takegawa-san." Arisa muttered in a small voice. Chapter 3, First Date with My Fiancé. Now, on the day of the final exams. As Yuzuru pushes through the last-minute preparations. "Hello." "Ah, Yuzuru, how's your studying going?" The caller was the head of the Takegawa family and Yuzuru's grandfather. His tone stern, reflecting the responsibilities of the current head and guidance for the future one. "I've been studying more diligently than last time, so I expect good results." "Oh, can you surpass Sadek, Yunishi, and Ryozenji this time?" "Well, as long as I don't make any big mistakes, I think I can win. I won against them before, after all." "And what about Takebana?" "As for Ayaka-chan, well, I'm not sure. She may look innocent, but she's smart. I don't have much confidence in beating her. In the end, I won't always say to win in exams. But as a Takegawa, defeat Takebana at least once." "Yes, I'll keep that in mind." Takebana and Takegawa are in a rival relationship. It's not good for Yuzuru, the successor of the Takegawa family, to keep losing to Ayaka, the successor of the Takebana family, even if it's just an exam. However, exams are merely indicators of academic performance. What's crucial is political power, economic strength, the combined authority. If we surpass Takebana in that regard, it doesn't matter what means we use. "Yes, I understand." The question briefly crossed Yuzuru's mind. Does this include political marriages? However, he didn't ask, as the answer seemed apparent. Now, setting the lecture aside, any prospects of grandchildren? Grandfather asked half-jokingly. Relaxing his shoulders, Yuzuru smiled wryly. As a high school student, impregnating a classmate would tarnish the honor of the Takegawa family, wouldn't it? "Don't give me excuses. I simply want to know about Arisa-san. That's the point. I sent the photos as proof. As you can see, things are going well." Yuzuru recalled the silly couple photo he had sent not long ago. His face unintentionally warmed and his voice became a bit strained. "Has there been any progress in that regard? Have you two gone on a date yet?" "Well, we have a date every week, but it's at home." "You fool, that's not a date. What are you thinking, spending all your time playing games at home with your significant other?" Upon reflection, it does seem unnatural for a couple to have no interaction other than playing games at home. However, Yuzuru has his reasons. but Yukishiro enjoys playing games, and if we both have fun, isn't that okay? Even if it's enjoyable, it's still unhealthy. Healthy couples should go out for dates. Is there some reason you can't do that? There isn't any specific reason, perhaps just a slight sense of embarrassment on Yuzuru's part. Fine, I get it. I'll invite Yukishiro on an outdoor date next time. Is that okay? Good. And make sure to take some pictures. All right. With a sigh, Yuzuru reluctantly agreed. Section: Phew, not bad at all. Yuzuru sighed in relief after finishing his self-assessment. Although he didn't know the results yet, he believed he had scored at least as well as or higher than the midterms. This success was likely thanks to the study sessions with Arisa. During the midterms, he goofed off while studying with Soakairo and others, so it didn't go well. How about you? How are you feeling? I'm feeling good. I think the effort I put in has paid off. That's great. On the final day of the semester exams, Arisa visited Yuzuru's apartment on a Friday, not Saturday. The two of them decided to self-assess their exams and reflect on the tests together. However, self-assessment is quite refreshing, isn't it? You've never done it before. Well, I generally don't look back on the past, and all my friends are the same way, not dwelling on the past. Soakairo, Yaka, Chiharu, and Sei specifically. Yuzuru felt uneasy about the imbalance in his social circle, thinking, it seems like I'm surrounded by bad guys. It said that birds of a feather flock together. Reflecting too much might not be good, but some review might be necessary, Arisa said coldly to Yuzuru, who strangely remained defiant. In response, Yuzuru just shrugged his shoulders. They say that reviewing won't bring anything, isn't that right? That's a misunderstanding of review. You need to work hard to prepare for the external mock exams during the summer break. External mock exams? I better take that seriously. Midterm and final exams versus external mock exams. The latter is overwhelmingly more important. Unless aiming for recommendations, poor midterm and final exam scores are not a problem. The content of the midterm and final exams is questionable in terms of its relevance to the actual entrance exams, making it doubtful if it will be useful during the exam. I believe both should put in sincere effort, but is the option of recommendation not available? I don't have confidence in maintaining exemplary conduct for 3 years. Is Yukishiro aiming for a recommendation? I haven't decided yet. However, having more options is generally better, don't you think? An answer truly befitting an honor student. Yuzuru, seemingly unconcerned about himself, expressed a desire to make Soakairo and others reflect on their actions. Well, exams are a distant future talk, and the end-of-term exams are already over. Let's discuss something closer in the near future. It's not good to completely neglect it. What do you mean by a closer future? What about tomorrow? Shall we play games as usual? Tomorrow is Saturday. It's the day Arisa comes to Yuzuru's house. For the past 2 weeks, they've been studying instead of playing games, so if they decide to play, it will be a long-awaited reunion. Regarding that, I have something to discuss with you. Arisa said to Yuzuru in a formal tone. What's wrong? Every week, you prepare a cake, don't you? Yeah, that's right. Well, last week was cream puffs, though. Yuzuru frequents a well-known Western confectionery shop. They offer various types of cakes, including delicious puddings. Yuzuru, buying different treats every week for Arisa, receives appreciative comments. That one was incredibly tasty, but well, not about that. Not about that. Tomorrow, I'd appreciate it if we could skip the sweets. Yuzuru tilts his head in confusion. Arisa usually lights up when presented with a cake each week, enjoying them with evident happiness. Just now, she praised the cream puff. Why? Wasn't it delicious? It really was, but that's the issue. Please understand. Understand? Yuzuru contemplates for a moment and arrives at an answer. As a woman, that aspect might be a concern. However, in a way, the amount of sugar you put in your coffee might be the main factor. That's none of your business. And besides, it hasn't increased yet. It's just a concern at this stage. Arisa said, glaring at Yuzuru. Her cheeks flushed, eyebrows furrowed, and eyes raised in irritation. Seems like he was a bit insensitive. Well, but I might have gained some weight too. I'm consciously increasing my physical activity, though. Isn't it that men have faster metabolism? Your cooking is more sinful than cakes. I end up eating too much unintentionally. Should I say thank you for that or apologize? I'm not sure. Arisa said in a puzzled manner. Nevertheless, it seems her feelings lean more towards gratitude. As evidence, her lips are slightly loosened. Actually, I've been getting lectures from my grandpa lately. Lectures about what? He says playing games all the time at home might be fun for you, but girls your age might find it boring. Well, that kind of lecture. Arisa coming to Yuzuru's house is not just because she wants to play games, but also to play the role of affectionate fiancés. In essence, it's a home date. However, how many couples only engage in home dates in this world? I enjoy it, but, well, this morning, even my foster father asked if we wouldn't go on an outdoor date. Arisa stuttered a bit while mentioning the word date. Though Arisa sees it as friends of the opposite sex just hanging out. To outsiders, they appear as a couple, and to guardians, they seem engaged. While it's natural for them to portray this, saying it aloud is a bit embarrassing. Such attitudes create an innocent, couple-like atmosphere, which isn't a problem in itself. Are you the same? So, here's the thing. How about going on a date tomorrow? Yuzuru hasn't been able to move much due to heavy studying lately. So, he wants to get some outdoor activity and believes it would be good for his health. Besides, the final exams are over, and he wants to have fun in a slightly different place than usual. And thus, Yuzuru made the proposal. That sounds like a good idea. To add credibility to being a couple, it would be wise to spend some time outdoors. All right, let's follow up and make plans. And so, the two embarked on their date. Section. On the day in question, the two, having changed into comfortable attire for some light exercise, arrived at a place where, what can you do here? Karaoke, darts, billiards, bowling, table tennis. I've tried most of these before. It was a place commonly known as a comprehensive entertainment facility. Have you been here before? Well, a few times with friends. Of course, those friends were Soa Kairosadek and Ryo Zenjisei. Certainly, Yuzuru didn't have the courage to guide Arisa to a place she had never been before. Well, since you can do anything here, there shouldn't be any complete misses, he thought. While Yuzuru had a membership card, Arisa didn't, so they got her one upon entry. After putting the membership card in her wallet, Arisa asked Yuzuru, "So, what should we do? Is there anything in particular that interests you, Yukashiro?" Prioritizing Arisa as a beginner, Yuzuru said while opening a pamphlet he got from the counter. After careful consideration, Arisa pointed to one of the facilities. Like tennis or something, I've had the experience in class. When it comes to matches, I'm not confident, but rallying should be fine. It's good exercise and enjoyable. Tennis, huh? Yeah, let's do it. Playing tennis together, it seems like a romantic activity. Even a noisy grandfather would surely approve if they said, "We played tennis." They promptly borrowed rackets and balls, heading to the tennis court. "Okay, can I serve first?" "Yes, please." Yuzuru carefully hit the ball towards Arisa, not putting too much force. In return, Arisa skillfully returned it. Her aim was precise, and the ball headed straight for Yuzuru. Yuzuru then hit it back. Impressive, Yukashiro. Takegawa-san, you're quite skilled too. The rally lasted longer than they had anticipated. The ball went back and forth between the two courts multiple times. And then it eventually came to an end. Oh. Oops. Arisa's returned ball veered slightly off course towards Yuzuru. Despite Yuzuru's attempt to return it, it flew in the wrong direction. Sorry, Yukashiro. No, I made the mistake first. They exchanged light apologies and resumed the rally. All right. Take that. Just hitting the ball back and forth was enough to be thoroughly enjoyable. Gradually, smiles appeared on both of their faces. Hey, Yukashiro, after finishing another rally. Yuzuru spoke to Arisa through the net. What is it? Since we both seem decent at this, how about a match? Arisa lacked confidence in a match, but from Yuzuru's perspective, she seemed more than capable. While rallies were enjoyable, a match would add another layer of excitement. Sure, let's do it. Arisa, having gained enthusiasm through the rallies, agreed without hesitation. All right, let's start with one set. Yes, oh, just one thing, Takegawa-san. What is it? Yuzuru wondered if she wanted a handicap, but Arisa spoke with a serious expression. No holding back, please. Got it. No holding back. Yuzuru couldn't help but smile at Arisa's unwavering competitiveness. Nevertheless, deep down, he felt a slight sense of urgency. Without holding back, if I were to lose, it would be a blow to my pride as a man. Unlike video games, in tennis, Yuzuru, being a man, has the advantage in physical abilities. However, experiencing defeat despite that would undoubtedly be frustrating for Yuzuru. Let's do this. Yes. With a serious expression, Yuzuru called out to Arisa and served the ball. After a while, the match came to an end. Frustrating. Arisa, who lost to Yuzuru, expressed her frustration. With a stern expression, she stomped her feet in protest. Well, but Yukishiro is strong. On the other hand, Yuzuru, slightly out of breath, sighed as he spoke. Indeed, he won, but the outcome was quite uncertain. To be honest, he managed to win through the physical advantage of being a man, relying on strength to push through. Can we have one more match, please? I don't mind, but before that, let's take a short break. It's not good to risk heatstroke. The tennis court is inside a building with air conditioning as part of a comprehensive entertainment facility. However, it's summer, so it's important to stay hydrated. That's true. With Arisa's agreement, the two sat on a nearby bench. They wiped off the sweat with the towels they brought. Suddenly, Yuzuru's gaze shifted to Arisa sitting next to him. She's really beautiful. Her slightly sweaty flaxen hair and white skin are very alluring. The short sleeves of her comfortable and thin fabric shirt absorbed the sweat, subtly clinging to Arisa's skin, accentuating the contours of her body. The gentle blend of cooling agent and sweat emanated a pleasant fragrance. Is there something on my face? Oh no. Arisa, noticing his gaze, asked Yuzuru. Yuzuru's brain went into overdrive, searching for an excuse. Actually, I want to take a picture. I see. Arisa blushed slightly, showing a hint of approval. While the mention of a photo served as a spontaneous excuse, it was also a directive from her grandfather. I'll ask just to be sure, but no one knows that we, coordinated on this, right? Arisa inquired with a hint of unease towards Yuzuru. In normal circumstances, would a grandfather intervene in his grandchild's love life? Could it be that he suspects something between Yuzuru and Arisa? She seemed concerned about such possibilities. Who knows? He didn't show any signs of that, but our relationship is still at a distance due to family circumstances, even though we got engaged a few months ago. While there was still some distance between Yuzuru and Arisa, their relationship, considering the engagement dictated by family, was relatively amicable. In fact, they haven't displayed their romantic side in front of the grandfather to raise suspicions. Other than communication initiated by Yuzuru, the grandfather wouldn't have any insights into their relationship. He might sense a bit of distance between us as a couple, but it doesn't seem like he'd interfere because of it. I see, that's reassuring for now, Arisa nodded, relieved. Then she turned to Yuzuru. How about taking a photo similar to last time, a selfie? No, this time, they want the background to be visible, so it's important that it's clear we went on a date outside. I see. So, should we ask one of the employees to take the picture? Yeah, let's just have them take a casual shot. Fortunately, there aren't many people today, and the employees don't seem too busy. Approaching a seemingly idle college student part-time worker, they ask for a favor. So, could you take a picture for us? Sure, no problem, leave it to me. She readily agrees, takes Yuzuru's phone and says, Okay, now smile, 3, 2, 1. The shutter clicks, capturing a moment of the couple with faint smiles. Yuzuru and Arisa rush over to the employee to check the photo. The image beautifully reflects the couple's slight smiles. As confirming that it clearly shows they went outside is crucial this time, it seems they've achieved their goal. For now, Yuzuru and Arisa feel relieved, but there might be more to come. I guess it's a failure. As Yuzuru and Arisa looked perplexed, the female employee raised her phone again. No. You have to look more excited. Well, it's not really. I have plenty of time, let's take a better one. With enthusiasm, the female employee declared so. Yuzuru and Arisa regretted their choice of photographer, but it was too late. They ended up being coerced into taking another photo. Get closer. Boyfriend, put your arm around her shoulder. Girlfriend, lean into him like rest your face against his chest. For some reason, the female employee added a lot of excitement. Yuzuru and Arisa exchanged glances. What should we do? Should we refuse? But we were the ones who asked for this in the first place. Somehow, they couldn't bring themselves to ask them to stop, as they seemed to be enjoying it so much. Let's quickly take the photo and finish this. Yes, that sounds good. It seemed best to follow their straightforward suggestion. Yuzuru and Arisa agreed, complying with the instructions of the female employee. However, there was some resistance to mimicking actions that involved touching each other's bodies. Therefore, Yuzuru and Arisa approached each other until their bodies were just about to touch. But, hurry up, prompted, Yuzuru and Arisa closed the distance. Their skin touched as they reached out from their short sleeves. Yuzuru cautiously extended his hand to Arisa's shoulder and made contact. It's more intense than before. Arisa's shoulder was damp with sweat. And as they closed the distance, Arisa's scent became even more pronounced. And so, just as Yuzuru strongly senses Arisa's sweat and body odor, the reverse is also true. Of course, Yuzuru doesn't find Arisa's sweat and body odor unpleasant. Rather, it even makes him feel a bit strange. However, he worries if Arisa might find her own discomfort. Don't hold back. Let's finish this quickly, as if saying that, Arisa, leaning towards Yuzuru. In response to Arisa's feelings, Yuzuru also tightened his grip on her shoulder, pulling Arisa closer to him. Oh, this is nice. What a height difference. Can your boyfriend chin up a bit more? Yes, like that. Cling to him more, girlfriend. Your posture seems a bit reserved. Also, your expression, make it cuter with a slightly upward gaze. Ah, that's it. Very cute. Ew. Who on earth is this person? Yuzuru and Arisa wondered, but wanting to get it over with quickly, they followed the instructions. Closing the distance even further, they pressed their bodies tightly together. As a result, Yuzuru's arm inevitably touched Arisa's soft, well-endowed chest. Both immediately noticed, but too embarrassed to acknowledge it, they blushed and remained silent. They pretended not to notice, allowing an awkward atmosphere to settle. Drawing even closer, they clung to each other as if pushing their bodies together. Yuzuru felt Arisa's soft limbs through his thin, short-sleeved sportswear. That's good. Just like that 3-2-1. The female employee joyfully snapped several photos. Blushing, she showed the pictures to the awkward Yuzuru and Arisa, keeping her distance. How does it look? Well, it's not bad, I guess. Oh, thank you very much. Not wanting to risk more awkwardness, Yuzuru and Arisa nodded in agreement. The cheerful employee returned to her work after showing the photos. After she left, silence dominated the scene, perhaps due to embarrassment. Arisa was the first to break the silence. Even though it's Takegawa-san's grandpa, it's embarrassing. Those photos will be kept as data. Well, yeah. But don't worry, Grandpa won't misuse the photos. While he usually jokes around, he is the current head of the Takegawa family and in retirement. He would never allow anything to tarnish Yuzuru and Arisa's honor. However, when asked what honor could be lost with that silly couple photo, he hesitates in his judgment. If it bothers you, should I delete it? No, it's okay. It's not that significant of a photo. By the way, can I have a copy of that photo from earlier? Ah, sure, I understand. Yuzuru sent the photo to Arisa. This, too, became another cherished memory. Hopefully, it'll turn out to be a good one. Yuzuru sighed inwardly. Shall we have a rematch? Yes, I'll win next time. I'll not let you win again next time. Yuzuru and Arisa, laughing together, faced each other on the court. Now, they played a couple of sets, and the overall result, Yuzuru emerged victorious with a score of 2-1. How about moving on to a different game? Yuzuru suggested. Are you planning to leave it at that with the lead? Arisa replied with a stern tone. Yuzuru couldn't help but chuckle. Well, there was some truth to that intention. Let's keep a record. Next time we'll settle the score again, Yuzuru proposed. Yes, let's do that, Arisa responded seriously, apparently taking it to heart. Yuzuru meant it half-jokingly, but Arisa seemed genuinely determined. Such a competitive spirit was a bit cute, Yuzuru couldn't help but think. As Yuzuru and Arisa gathered their belongings, they headed to the reception to return their rackets and balls. On their way, a coincidence, Yuzuru. They unexpectedly ran into each other. Next to the somewhat awkward Sei was a beautiful girl with black hair, a slender figure with slender limbs, a tall girl, Najiri Tenka. At Yuzuru's high school, she was known as one of the cute girls, alongside Arisa, Ayaka, and Chiharu. Yuzuru and she weren't particularly close, just exchanging greetings when passing in the hallway. However, Chiharu and Amuka seemed to know each other, and there was some connection between Sei and Amuka as well. So, indirectly connected but mostly strangers. That's Najiri Tenka for Yuzuru. He knew they were in the same class, but he never imagined they had such an intimate relationship to be on a date here. Oh, they've been caught. How should they explain this? Sei had that expression on his face. And Yuzuru had a similar expression. Section. Yuzuru and Sei first directed their gazes towards the girls accompanying each other. Sei looked at Arisa, while Yuzuru focused on Amuka. Then they shifted their attention to the girls accompanying them. Yuzuru looked at Arisa and Sei at Amuka. Arisa wore a troubled expression. After a moment, she gazed at Yuzuru, nodding slightly. Please handle this discreetly. A voice seemed to echo. Again, what a coincidence, Sei and Najiri-san. That's right. Well, Takizawa-kun. Both of them, now composed, spoke with calm expressions. As expected, the composure of Ryozenji and Najiri showed in such situations. They directed their gazes towards Arisa, standing beside Yuzuru. Nice to meet you, I'm Arisa Yukishiro, in the same class as Takezawa-san. Arisa, wearing her usual artificial smile, nodded slightly in greeting. She appeared to be a well-behaved honor student. Pleased to meet you too. I'm Ryozenji Sei, a friend of Yuzuru. And I'm Najiri Tenka, Yuzuru's classmate. After exchanging greetings, they got to the main topic. Sei was the first to bring it up. So, Yuzuru, what are you doing with Yukishiro-san? We just happened to run into each other here. Right, Yukishiro? Yes. It was purely coincidental with Takezawa-san. So, we thought, why not play tennis together since we're here? It was an impromptu plan with no prior coordination, but Arisa went along with it. It wasn't entirely unusual to have facilities for solo activities like a batting machine. Though, it's a bit suspicious to coincidentally run into a classmate like this. Are you too close? By chance, we happened to meet and I thought, how about playing tennis together? Since we're in the same class. While not a direct answer, it's sufficient, and I have no intention of providing one. Sei likely sensed that Yuzuru didn't want to answer, as he remained silent, without saying anything in particular. Now it's Yuzuru's turn to inquire. What about Sei and Najiri-san? We also happen to meet here. Right, Najiri. So we thought, why not play tennis together? Sei and Amika went along with Yuzuru and Arisa's lie. Oh, this is definitely a lie, Yuzuru realized. It's undoubtedly a date, but he didn't delve too deep. The crucial point is confirming the mutual intention to keep this matter hidden. Is that so? Please keep this matter confidential. I'm not good with attention. Yeah, understood. I'm counting on you too. Yuzuru and Sei promised to keep this between them. Afterward, Yuzuru and Arisa exchanged glances. Yukishiro, the rental time for the tennis court is almost up. What do you want to do? We can extend for another match if you'd like. I'd like to try a different game. Let's change the location. Yuzuru and Arisa exchanged a somewhat staged exchange before giving a polite smile to Sei and the other person. Well then, we'll stay around here. Goodbye. Yeah, see you. Farewell. After exchanging parting words, they distanced themselves from the scene. After a while, Arisa furrowed her neat eyebrows and asked Yuzuru, Is that okay? He's tight-lipped, so I think we're fine. If he happens to say something, just spread the rumor that Najiri and Ryozenji are a couple. Well, they probably wouldn't like that either, so he likely won't talk about us. I hope so. Arisa's concern is understandable. She doesn't know Sei's personality. She probably has the impression of someone flashy and carefree. Yuzuru, and Arisa too, doesn't know Tenka's true character. Despite the refined appearance and demeanor, what lies beneath? According to Sei, she's like a devilish woman. But would one go on a date with a devil? I don't want to dwell on it, but maybe Sei used such words with the sense of teasing a second grader's crush. If that's the case, it's incredibly amusing, and Yuzuru thought he might jest about it someday. Do those two have a romantic relationship? Who knows, but even if they're not officially a couple, there might be some mutual interest. Otherwise, they wouldn't be alone together in a place like this. And with that, Yuzuru realizes, it was in fact a significant boomerang for them too. Takezawa-san. Was that an invitation for a retort? As expected, Arisa, who noticed, said with a slightly exasperated voice, looking at Yuzuru with a slightly cold gaze. Our circumstances are a bit different, you know. We have to play the roles of lovers. Scratching his cheek, Yuzuru explained as if making excuses. Being lovers, or rather engaged, they had to go on dates and report to their respective guardians. It was only natural, but in normal circumstances, people wouldn't go on dates without genuine feelings. Shall we move on to the next one? Yeah. Feeling a subtle awkwardness, the two quickly changed the subject and discussed what game to play next. Section, after some troubles it was enjoyable, Yuzuru muttered on the way home. Arisa nodded in agreement. Yes, by the way, Takegawa-san, your athletic skills are impressive. You too. Considering you mentioned only nibbling at physical education, you were quite skilled. After finishing tennis, the two engaged in various games, although they couldn't explore all due to time and stamina constraints. You can do karaoke and bowling too, right? Yeah, I can. Let's do it again when we have the chance. They unintentionally made plans for their next outing. Yuzuru glanced at Arisa walking beside him. The setting sun illuminated her flaxen hair like gold, casting a bright glow on her beautiful features. Her face, resembling a work of art, revealed a slight crack. Unlike the artificial and sterile expressions shown at school, this natural and soft look was reserved only for Yuzuru. What's wrong? I'm just grateful that we ended up in this kind of relationship. Though the arranged meetings were a hassle, meeting you was truly wonderful, Yuzuru said with deep emotion, and Arisa nodded quietly. Yes, indeed. I'm glad I could become friends with Takegawa-san. I wouldn't go to such places alone, she said, accompanied by a slight smile. For a brief moment, Yuzuru's heart seemed to make a sound. He wondered if he had fallen in love, but looking at Arisa again, such feelings didn't seem to emerge. Well, maybe it's just my imagination, he thought. But as he looked at Arisa's face again, there was only the impression of beauty, like seeing a work of art or flowers. Yuzuru felt a slight sense of relief. As they exchanged words, they found themselves near her house. With a slight sense of reluctance, Yuzuru prepared to bid farewell to Arisa. However, at that moment, Yukishiro-san, long time no see. A boy, appearing to be around the same age, approached them. Yuzuru searched his mental catalog of faces but couldn't find a match. He probably belongs to a different high school, Yuzuru concluded. Kobayashi-san, isn't it? Long time no see. Do you know each other? We were classmates in middle school, Arisa explained. Arisa's expression, typically like a stoic mask, shifted subtly, a change that might go unnoticed unless one was somewhat acquainted with her. It's quite a coincidence meeting here, isn't it? How's high school? It's enjoyable. And how about you, Kobayashi-san? Saying that, Arisa smiles sweetly. It's her usual forced smile. Yuzuru realizes that this sudden smile from her impassive mask often leads many men to misunderstand. As for me, I'm just average. Who's that person over there? Kobayashi directs his gaze towards Yuzuru. For some reason, Yuzuru senses jealousy or hostility in his gaze. I am Takegawa, a classmate from Yukishiro. Nice to meet you, Kobayashi-san. Yuzuru takes a step forward, then puts on a social smile and responds to Kobayashi. At that moment, Kobayashi showed a slight sign of hesitation. Yeah, nice to meet you. And then he fell silent. Arisa, who knew Kobayashi, seemed to him like, what should we do? However, since Yuzuru had no connection with Kobayashi and Arisa fell silent, the conversation came to an end. Unable to endure this awkward silence any longer, Kobayashi abruptly spoke up. Well, I'll be going now. Until next time, Yukishiro-san. Saying that, he ran off into the sunset. Yuzuru pointed at his retreating figure and asked Arisa, Does he like you? I can tell even without being told. Then Arisa let out a deep sigh. She wore a thoroughly exhausted expression. It would be so much easier if he just confessed, and I could clearly say I'm not interested. Well, you can't just suddenly say you don't like someone who hasn't said anything. Being subtly pursued by a guy she didn't even like was quite a hassle. Yuzuru, feeling a bit sympathetic, also sent his condolences to Kobayashi, whose heartbreak was already certain. Section. The day before the start of summer vacation, a paper with class rankings was distributed to students along with their report cards. 5th place, improved from last time. Looking at the results of the school-wide mock exams, Yuzuru nodded with satisfaction. Yuzuru's high school had around 300 students, classified as a college preparatory school, making 5th place a commendable rank. I wonder if Yukishiro safely secured the first place. Class rankings are generally kept confidential, known only to the individuals. However, the top 10 students have their rankings posted outside the staff room, allowing others to find out. Though usually indifferent to others' rankings, Yuzuru felt a bit curious this time and decided to take a look. So, Yuzuru went to check the ranking list. As it was just posted, it was a bit crowded. Yukishiro, still in first place this time. It seems her hard work paid off. Even though it wasn't about oneself, there was a slight sense of joy. Wow, Yukishiro-san, she's in first place again this time. It seems so. Wait, Ayaka-chan. Hey, Yuzuru. Somehow, Ayaka Takebana was right next to Yuzuru. For some reason, she was grinning. Yuzuru had a bad feeling about this. Hey, Yuzuru, why are you so concerned about Arisa Yukishiro's ranking? We're in the same class, so it's not weird, right? Oh, really? Yuzuru, unless it's the grades of someone close, you wouldn't care, right? As always, Yuzuru sighed at Ayaka's perceptiveness. Then, he glanced at the ranking table. Oh right, Ayaka-chan. Congratulations on 3rd place. Yeah, same as last time. By the way, Sowakairo-kun is 8th, and Najiri-san is 10th. Najiri Tenka, she's smart. The initial impression from her appearance seemed very serious, so it's not surprising that she's intelligent. So, Yuzuru, leaving Najiri-san aside, why are you so interested in Yukishiro-san's ranking? You made a blatantly displeased expression. You really don't want to be probed, huh? That means there's some connection, right? I made that face because you were prying into something that caught your eye. Just thought it was annoying for a childhood friend to ask so much. We're classmates, so it's not weird to be a bit curious. If Yuzuru and Arisa were in different classes, it might feel a bit odd to be concerned. But since they share the same class, it's not unreasonable to care about classmates' grades. When Yuzuru responds like that, Ayaka puts her hand on her chin and starts pondering. Yeah, when I think about it calmly, maybe I'm overthinking, but something feels off. I remembered. Yuzuru, I have a reason to suspect you. Ayaka claps her hands and then smirks with a mischievous smile. Did you give the birthday present to Yukishiro-san? Well, who knows? Yuzuru's heart pounded painfully. But even so, Yuzuru is the heir to the Takegawa family. Being able to hide emotions, cut ties, and tell lies are skills Yuzuru possesses. Indeed, even the perceptive Ayaka couldn't discern the truth from Yuzuru's expression. Am I overthinking? Rather than worrying about my love life, shouldn't you focus on progressing in your romance with Sowakairo? Even without Yuzuru's concern, Sowakairo and I are lovey-dovey, she said, or so she hoped. Yuzuru sighed, recalling the face of another girl, his childhood friend. Section. During the summer break, make sure to come back home at least once. This was one of the conditions for Yuzuru, who lived alone. Though there were part-time jobs to attend to, there were no plans for an extended stay at home. Yuzuru packed belongings into a suitcase and boarded the train to return home. Then, hey, Yukishiro. Oh, Takegawa-san. What a coincidence. By chance, Yuzuru ran into Arisa, who was sitting in a seat. Arisa glanced at the suitcase Yuzuru was carrying. By the way, you mentioned going back to your parents' house, right? Yeah, that's right. And what about Yukishiro? I was thinking of buying summer clothes. It seemed like they truly met by coincidence. Nevertheless, running into each other here was a bit lucky. Let's meet again in 2 weeks then. At our last meeting on Saturday, we parted with the same words, although it wasn't strictly the final farewell due to school afterward. Since he couldn't greet Arisa at school, this was a good opportunity. I see. I look forward to seeing you in 2 weeks, Arisa replied calmly. It wasn't a farewell for a lifetime, and considering they could meet again in just 2 weeks and stay in touch through email or phone, there wasn't much to be sad about. However, surprisingly, the two would reunite sooner than expected. Section. During the 3rd day of summer vacation, Arisa, determined to finish her summer homework early, sat at her desk. As the tasks reached a satisfying point, she took a break, placing her mechanical pencil down. Without much thought, she let out a sigh and casually glanced at the calendar. Next Saturday is. She pondered what dish to cook for Yuzuru Takegawa. Suddenly, she remembered he was back home for the summer break. Strangely lonely. It was just a month, nothing significant. That's what she thought, but Yuzuru's presence had intertwined with Arisa's life more than she expected. On Saturdays, she would visit Yuzuru's house, play together, and cook. Unbeknownst to Arisa, she had grown to eagerly anticipate these moments. I can't wait to see him soon. Arisa couldn't help but murmur, her cheeks turning red. It was as if she were a maiden in love. Takizawa-san and I are not like that. At least, I don't match up to Takizawa-san. Those around her considered Arisa a good girl, and she had behaved as such. However, she had no choice but to do so. The Arisa of the past was a selfish child, to the point that the current Arisa wanted to cover her eyes. And people's essence doesn't change much. Even now, Arisa believed she was an uncontrollable, selfish person. I've been lying to Takegawa-san. Arisa had one significant lie. She was telling a big lie to Yuzuru. Presenting herself as a one-sided victim, it was a lie meant to stir Yuzuru's protective instincts. Arisa couldn't help but sigh at the thought of deceiving Yuzuru and taking advantage of his kindness for Arisa's own selfish convenience. She reflected on being called a lying woman by her foster mother in the past, a label that seemed fitting now. Arisa believed her disliked personality was the reason behind it all, contemplating that revealing her true self would likely disappoint Yuzuru and end their current relationship, the fake engagement. Fearing the loss of the shield, Arisa laughed self-deprecatingly, realizing that without the pretext of the fake engagement, she would be thrust back into an unstable position and, worst of all, risk losing Yuzuru's company forever. Caught in a dilemma, Arisa knew she had to confess soon, but the fear held her back. In the midst of Arisa's inner turmoil, her cell phone rang. Upon checking, it was a call from Yuzuru. Arisa's heart raced. Could it be that her lie had been exposed? With trembling hands, she answered the phone, trying to maintain composure. "Hello, this is Arisa." "Yukishiro, huh? This is my phone, you know." "Well, that's true." Yuzuru's voice sounded slightly tense. Arisa couldn't shake off the strong anxiety. Had her lie truly been revealed? Unless it was an urgent matter, they could have communicated through text. "What's wrong?" "Oh, there's something I'd like to ask you for a favor. Is now a good time?" "It's okay." Arisa breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed her big lie hadn't been exposed. While relieved, Arisa also felt a strong sense of guilt. "I'm not planning to force you into anything. You can refuse if you want." "Hi. I truly feel sorry for making such a request." "So what is it?" "If you keep me in suspense, I'll get nervous too." "Is it really such a serious matter?" Arisa felt her heart rate increase just a little bit. "I want you to go on a date with me." "A date? Do you mean the previous comprehensive entertainment facility?" Arisa reminisces about the enjoyable time spent there. However, Yuzuru immediately denies that. "No, it's different. Grandpa has already prepared tickets for two." "I see, that's quite meddlesome." "Well, he claims he got them as a gift. I tried to refuse, but then he said, 'Which couple doesn't go out at least once during summer vacation?' I couldn't argue with that." "That's a valid point." "All right, I'll go with you." In the first place, it was Arisa who suggested this pretend engagement to Yuzuru. Yuzuru has been accommodating Arisa in various ways. Arisa has no right to refuse, and if anything, she should be the one apologizing. In the end, Arisa is the one who should be considerate, and she finds herself in a position where she owes Yuzuru an apology. I'm happy you're saying that, but... So, where is it? What's the location?" Arisa wondered if, with the mention of tickets, it could be a place like an amusement park or a movie theater. "Oh, it is." "Sorry, could you please say that again?" There was a moment of noise, and his voice became inaudible. Arisa requested him to repeat it. "It's a pool. Would you like to go to the pool together?" Yuzuru finally clarified. Chapter 4, Pool Date with My Fiancé. SW Swimming Pool. From the other end of the phone, Arisa's voice, filled with unease, echoed. Internally sighing, Yuzuru knew it was likely not going to work out. The events unfolded about an hour ago. Yuzuru's grandfather abruptly said, "I got these as shareholder perks. Go with Arisa-san," handing Yuzuru 2 tickets to a well-known aquatic entertainment facility. Yes, a pool. Going to the pool meant wearing a swimsuit. Wearing a swimsuit meant exposing skin. Arisa seemed uncomfortable around men and didn't handle seeing male skin well. And she probably wouldn't like exposing her own skin either. Yuzuru couldn't deny he wouldn't mind seeing Arisa in a swimsuit, but facing that reality might make him tense up. It was evident that Yuzuru couldn't enjoy himself properly due to nervousness and embarrassment. As Yuzuru, he wanted to decline, but faced with remarks like normal couples should play in the pool or at the beach in the summer, he couldn't argue. Yeah, well, that's true. A pool's high. So does that mean we'll be in swimsuits? Initially flustered, Arisa quickly regained composure in her voice. Since it was a phone call, her emotions were hard to convey, but Yuzuru likely sensed her reluctance. Knowing Arisa Yukishiro as Yuzuru did, she wouldn't willingly go to the pool with a guy she didn't like. Yeah, it's probably a no-go. I'll try to talk to him gracefully, especially about concerns like not wanting to be seen by other customers or not wanting other guys to see her skin. He wouldn't force her into something she wasn't comfortable with. However, you need to go to an amusement park or a movie theater, or somewhere similar in exchange. But isn't it difficult? Well, it's not exactly easy. In this day and age, how many girls would feel embarrassed to wear a swimsuit at the pool? What about during school swimming lessons? There are points to be skeptical about. I'm okay with going. A calm and composed voice responded. For Yuzuru, it was a greatly appreciated response, but it also brought about anxiety. Are you sure you're not forcing yourself? If I didn't want to, I'd say so. Takegawa-san told me to speak up if I don't want to. I don't mind, so it's fine to go. You're not embarrassed. It's a matter of context. Wearing a swimsuit at the pool is not strange. Besides, we wear swimsuits during swimming lessons. It is, as she say, is it unexpectedly something like that? Did I just worry too much? Internally, Yuzuru tilts his head in confusion. Ah, of course, please don't misunderstand. I generally don't go to the pool with someone of the opposite sex I don't like. I don't go, and I don't want to. I'm not that indiscreet, and above all, it would be troublesome if someone thought I was interested. Clearly, Arisa said so. She then continues her words calmly. But Takegawa-san wouldn't misunderstand, right? Well, yeah. In the first place, unless there's a premise of engagement, I wouldn't invite anyone. That's right. Besides, Takegawa-san is harmless. If you were harmful, your true nature would have been revealed by now. Well, you might be extremely skilled at hiding it. Harmful or harmless, it's not like we're talking about pests or vermin. Well, they do say men are wolves. Does Yuzuru not have impure thoughts? If asked that, it's not true. He has the normal sexual desires of an ordinary high school boy. Is Takegawa-san also a wolf? Well, I think more like a well-trained large dog. Agreed. However, I'm a cat person, so I'm not fond of Takegawa-san. I see, by the way, I'm a dog person. Anyway, whether one is a dog person or a cat person doesn't matter much in this context. Of course, Yuzuru is willing to engage in the discussion if the other party intends to argue. In the first place, the engagement was my suggestion. Takegawa-san accepted it to protect me. So, it's only logical for me to be more cooperative in this matter. Well, I don't feel obligated to that extent. Actually, a week ago, I bought a new swimsuit, thinking I might be invited by a girl in class. Takegawa-san's invitation was unexpected, but the timing isn't bad. It feels like she's being considerate, but despite all this, jumping to conclusions like, you must hate it too, and rejecting Arisa outright would be rude. If that's the case, I understand. Regarding the place and date. Yes, please wait a moment. I'll jot down the details now. Section. On the day of the event, Yuzuru, who had already changed into a swimsuit, waited for Arisa by the poolside. Other men, like Yuzuru, were scattered around, waiting for their companions. Engaging in such activities created an illusion as if they had truly become lovers. Although Yuzuru didn't consider Arisa romantically, and vice versa, they played the role of a couple without any genuine affection. It was a peculiar and precious experience, creating memories that would undoubtedly last a lifetime, for better or worse. Lost in these thoughts, Yuzuru noticed the collective gaze of the surrounding men converging on a particular point. Drawn to it, he too shifted his gaze. Sorry to keep you waiting. Oh. Unintentionally, a voice of admiration escaped from him. Arisa's swimsuit appearance was indeed breathtaking. I'm sorry, Takegawa-san. Could you say something for me? Yuzuru, who was initially captivated, snapped back to reality when met with a cold gaze. Taking a closer look at Arisa's swimsuit, it was surprisingly a black triangular bikini. The design featured white patterns near the edges, and a stylish large ribbon adorned the center. Against the black swimsuit, her pure white skin stood out beautifully, appearing as smooth and alluring as fine porcelain. Due to the bikini, Yuzuru's attention naturally shifted to the upper, middle, and lower sections. Despite her slender frame, certain features stood out, such as the smooth décolletage line and a beautifully full bosom, resembling ripe fruit. From below, it smoothly traces a slender curve, forming an exquisite waist that leads to a well-shaped navel. Beyond that point, it suddenly takes on a graceful roundness, hinting at the contours of the back even when viewed from the front. Extending from the black swimsuit, two slender and long beautiful legs are truly a sight to behold. Well, you know. What is it? I just thought, right now, that you're not my real fiancé, and it's a bit disappointing. With a half-joking tone, Yuzuru complimented Arisa in her swimsuit. Whether the joke came across or not, Arisa chuckled softly. That's too bad. Takegawa-san looks great too. He mentioned doing home workouts and going to the gym with friends, and I guess it's true. Of course. Well, men might be a bit concerned about their physique too. It might not be as much as women, but having an unfit body shape is still embarrassing. At times like this, he thinks it's good to have consistently exercised. However, Yukishiro, well, I thought you were the type to feel embarrassed about this kind of thing. Exposing your skin and even looking at a man's skin. This place is crowded with men and women, and you might end up showing your skin to unfamiliar men or seeing the skin of unfamiliar men. I mentioned the situation, right? And please don't point it out. When I become aware of it, it just becomes embarrassing. Arisa's skin, in that sense, was tinted a rosy hue. Embarrassing things seem to be embarrassing. My apologies. So, where should we go first? Well, I'd like to take it easy and have some fun. Then, how about heading to the lazy river pool? The two of them began walking towards the area with the flowing pool. Section. Walking with Arisa, he belatedly realized that she truly stands out. Although not many people blatantly stare, numerous men take a second glance, and some subtly cast glances our way. Given her striking appearance and fantastic proportions, it's inevitable. It's like a beauty tax. What's intriguing is that not only men, but also a considerable number of women send Arisa looks filled with envy and jealousy. Being beautiful must be tough, huh? Yuzuru teased, and for some reason, Arisa wore an exasperated expression. Part of it is your fault, you know, don't you realize? Well, I mean, I'm not completely oblivious, Yuzuru chuckled. He's aware that he possesses looks above the average. Oh, Takegawa-san, they lend out floaties over there. I want to relax, so I'm going to borrow one, Arisa said, pointing to a corner of the poolside. There, various sizes of floaties were lined up from conventional ones to peculiar ones resembling killer whales. There are two-person ones, but what should we do? Please think about it sensibly. Stared at with a skeptical look, Yuzuru shrugged his shoulders. Of course, sensible thinking here meant renting a single-person floaty. It wouldn't be appropriate to rent a two-person floaty with a high chance of unintentional contact, especially when they weren't romantically involved. Arisa used the payment band to rent a single-person floaty. Is it okay for Takegawa-san? I kinda feel like swimming. The two slowly immersed themselves in the water. Arisa lay back, floating leisurely, while Yuzuru, holding the string of Arisa's floaty, followed alongside her. This feels nice. Yeah, in the end, I'm glad we came. Arisa nodded in agreement with Yuzuru's words. While usually maintaining a cool expression, today Arisa had narrowed her eyes, appearing genuinely delighted. Nevertheless, to avoid just idly drifting, Yuzuru decided to lightly swim, grabbing onto the straps of Arisa's inflatable ring. It's like riding in a carriage. Surprisingly, Arisa enjoyed this, completely relaxing and letting Yuzuru pull her along without much movement on her part. More like a dog sled, perhaps. Because I'm a large dog. As they exchanged such banter and smoothly swam, their progress came to a halt at some point. They got caught in a crowd, an odd occurrence where many people stood still, going against the flow. Traffic jam? Is there something going on? Well, I wonder. Let's check it out from the poolside later. Stopping here would be inconvenient. But luck was not on their side, or maybe it was. Whoa. Eek. Yuzuru and Arisa both screamed in unison. Water, like a bucket being overturned, poured down on them from above. Yuzuru wiped the water off his face with his hand. So this was what everyone was waiting for, surprising. Yuzuru said that while looking up. Above them was a massive bucket-like object, and water was being poured from it. After a certain amount of time, it seemed that water would pour down from above. I was surprised. My heart is pounding, Arisa said. Changing from a reclining position, Arisa sat up, holding onto the float and swimming. 2 large fruits were perched on the float. Water droplets could be seen trickling down into the gap. Takegawa-san. No, but I was surprised. It was interesting, though, Yuzuru said, casually deflecting. Arisa smiled. You didn't think you were noticed. Sorry. As the flowing pool completed its circuit with the 2 of them, they emerged from the water. I've actually never been to a wave pool before. Would you mind going with me? This is my first time, too. I was curious about it. Sure, let's go. The pool, aptly named Wave Pool, resembled the ocean with its sandy poolside color, though lacking actual sandy shores. Yuzuru and Arisa entered the pool, attempting to move deeper. Arisa, using a float, struggled as she was carried by each wave, prompting Yuzuru to offer assistance. Shall I pull you? Yes, please. Yuzuru grabbed Arisa's float, guiding her deeper by pushing against the waves. Arisa would sway with the receding waves and be carried in the opposite direction when the waves surged. Each time Arisa seemed about to drift towards the shore, Yuzuru skillfully caught her. It's safer than the ocean, and quite entertaining. With a float, riding the waves seems fun. Though not quite like surfing, Arisa, swaying with the waves, appeared genuinely delighted. While Arisa's expressions were subtle, her narrowed eyes and relaxed mouth revealed her enjoyment. Yuzuru hesitated briefly, contemplating whether to join in with a float of his own. Shall we switch for a bit? Is it okay? I won't monopolize or anything. With those words, Arisa slipped out of the float. She tried to hand the float to Yuzuru, but Eek! Yukashiro. Hit by a large wave from behind, they were pushed forward forcefully. Yuzuru rushed over as Arisa, in a panic, clung to him. Seemingly struggling a bit in the water, Yuzuru supported Arisa by embracing her. Arisa's body was soft, warm, and surprisingly light. Are you okay? Cough, I accidentally swallowed some water. Having said that, Arisa let out a light cough. Then, realizing she had been clinging to Yuzuru, she hastily moved away. Her cheeks slightly flushed. I apologize. I must have inconvenienced you. Don't worry about it. Yuzuru responded with a nonchalant expression, pretending not to notice. In turn, Arisa tried to play it off. Actually, I'm not that good at swimming. I like the pool, though. Oh, really? That's surprising. Yuzuru had assumed that someone as athletic as Arisa would be able to swim without any issues. Arisa then replied with a polite smile. I can't swim 25 meters, you know. I'm not very good at breathing techniques. I see. Yuzuru hurriedly swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Is that a water slide? Arisa pointed to a pipe-like structure in the distance while they were playing in the wave pool. Yeah, probably. It seems to be a highlight of this pool. Yuzuru responded to Arisa's question after doing some research. It appeared to be a quite large water slide, and Yuzuru was looking forward to it. Do you want to give it a try? Yes, I'd like to challenge it. Arisa nodded with a mix of tension, excitement, anxiety, and curiosity in her expression. Given the situation, it seems like she haven't experienced riding a large water slide before. Well then, shall we give it a try? Yes. Yuzuru and Arisa climbed out of the wave pool and made their way to the water slide. Slowly ascending the stairs, they joined the line. After a while, Arisa began to fidget. Yukashiro. What's wrong? Oh no, it's just nothing. Arisa's expression showed more anxiety than before. Glancing nervously below, she tightly gripped one arm with her hand, hugging herself. Could it be that you're getting scared? Well, it's just higher than I thought. Certainly, Yuzuru also felt that it was a bit high when he climbed up. However, the higher it is, the more thrilling and enjoyable such rides become, so Yuzuru was excited. Should we turn back? But if Arisa is scared, they should probably stop here. Later, Yuzuru can skate alone. No, well, I also have the desire to skate. The curiosity in Arisa's expression hasn't faded. She seems to be swaying between fear and anticipation. However, as Arisa continues to hesitate, okay, next up are the older brother and sister. They were called by the staff. Arisa's body trembles with surprise, and she tightly clenches both hands. It seems she has resolved not to back down now. Will each of you skate alone, or will you skate together? The staff member asks Yuzuru and Arisa. It seems there are single and double tubes for the water slide, allowing two people to slide together. However, the double tube will undoubtedly involve skin-to-skin contact. While genuine couples might welcome that, Yuzuru and Arisa are engaged, but not in a romantic relationship. Arisa probably wouldn't appreciate too much physical contact. Yuzuru, on the other hand, doesn't seem to mind and might even see it as a perk. All right, let's go with one. We'll slide together. Arisa interrupts Yuzuru, loudly declaring their decision. She firmly holds Yuzuru's hand and gazes at him with upturned eyes. Her anxious emerald eyes fixate on him. Please. Sure, got it. It'll probably be more fun together anyway. Accepting Arisa's plea, Yuzuru agreed without hesitation. The staff member, seemingly amused by the couple, brought out the double tube. The flotation ring has a shape resembling two connected donuts. Who will sit in the front, your boyfriend or you? Me. Arisa blushes shyly, lowering her face. Unaware that their reaction already appears like that of an innocent couple, Arisa continues. Feeling embarrassed, Yuzuru asks, "What do you prefer, the front or the back?" After some thought, "I'll take the back." After a brief silence, Arisa responds, thinking that being in the back might lessen the fear. In reality, Yuzuru is unsure whether the front or back is scarier. Roller coasters are said to be scarier in the back, but this is a water slide. It's uncertain if the same principle applies. All right then, I'll take the front. Yuzuru and Arisa boarded the inner tube. Feeling nervous, Yuzuru, looking at Arisa's legs extending from behind, thought to himself. Clearly sensing tension, his fingertips gripped tightly. Although her expression couldn't be discerned, she was likely stiff with fear. Here we go, please don't let go of my hand. 3, 2, 1. Simultaneously with the countdown, the inner tube was pushed forward, sucked into the tube-shaped slide. As the floating tube carried the two, they sped up with the flowing water. Wow, it's quite fast. Takegawa-san. Suddenly, something soft pressed against Yuzuru's back. Firmly, a white hand extended from behind, tightly grasping Yuzuru. In addition, beautifully long legs enveloped Yuzuru's body. Yukishiro. Sensing a small breath behind her, it seems Arisa forgot the staff's advice to not let go her hands and embraced Yuzuru from behind. Yuzuru instinctively held his breath. The girl rumored to be the cutest in the class clung to Yuzuru from behind as if seeking help, pressing her chest against his back. Combined with the thrill of the water slide, Yuzuru's heart rate skyrocketed. The inflatable ring carrying the two of them gained even more speed and eventually reached the exit. Ahia, are you okay? The impact of landing caused Arisa's body to lean forward significantly. Having let go of the inflatable ring, Arisa ended up clinging closely to Yuzuru's back. On the other hand, Yuzuru firmly held onto the handle of the inflatable ring, preventing both of them from being thrown off. Somehow. Arisa clung to Yuzuru's back and uttered those words. Soon realizing her close contact with a friend of the opposite sex, she hastily separated herself. Sorry, Kaya. Are you okay? With that momentum, she tumbled backward and fell off the float. Yuzuru quickly got off the float, pulling Arisa's hand to help her stand. You're quite clumsy. Yuzuru teased, causing Arisa's cheeks to flush red. She bowed apologetically. Sorry. Whether it was the mishap or embracing Yuzuru from behind, or perhaps both, Arisa nodded with embarrassment. Due to the inconvenience of lingering too long near the water slide, the two decided to leave the pool for a while. And then, Arisa returns the inflatable ring for the water slide. That was quite fun, huh? Why, yes, it was. Sorry for clinging onto you. Multiple times. Arisa apologizes with a hint of embarrassment to Yuzuru. The repeated instances refer to their experiences in the wave pool as well. It must be unpleasant being hugged like this by someone you don't even like. I'm really sorry for causing you trouble. Arisa looks down, feeling dejected and apologetic. Of course, Yuzuru doesn't find it bothersome at all, and he doesn't want to see Arisa looking so sad. I really don't mind at all. It's okay. Comforting her, Arisa looks up at Yuzuru. Is that true? It's true. In fact, Arisa tilted her head. In his attempt to convey a comforting sentiment to Arisa, Yuzuru unintentionally revealed feelings he hadn't meant to share. Of course, now he couldn't simply close his mouth. It's like a perk of the role. Yuzuru felt a slight warmth on her own face. Realizing his mistake, Yuzuru acknowledged it. No, what I meant was, it's nice to be relied upon. It's not about being happy to be hugged or anything like that. Faced with Arisa's silence, Yuzuru hurriedly added more words. The more he spoke, the worse the situation became. In response to Yuzuru's predicament, Arisa said, "It's naughty, you know," with a chuckle. Then, she lightly pushed Yuzuru's back and smiled. "Understood, shall we go to the next pool?" "Ah, let's move on," Arisa said, seemingly having regained her energy. Yuzuru, harboring a lingering sense of unease, breathed a sigh of relief. The two spent about an hour and a half playing together. As the break time arrived, they exited the pool. "Phew, that was tiring," Arisa said, ruffling her wet hair. Her gesture was alluring and glamorous. "By the way, Takegawa-san." "What is it?" Do we need, evidence photos for today?" With her hand on one arm, Arisa asked Yuzuru. As this pool date was a directive from her grandfather, considering the patterns so far, it wouldn't be strange if they were instructed to take photos. However, "No, this time it's fine." "Is that so? I can't ask you to send swimsuit photos, after all. Besides, it seems like there's hardly any worry left." Grandfather had requested photos from Yuzuru, expressing concern about Yuzuru and Arisa's relationship. There was a sense that being high school students engaged in an arranged marriage was too early for grandfather. Since Yuzuru introduced Arisa, grandfather intended to handle such matters responsibly. However, after the recent two photos, grandfather seemed convinced that Yuzuru and Arisa's relationship was already quite good. "No need for photos this time. Seems like you two get along well enough." "Ah, youth is truly splendid." Fufufu, with an artificial laugh, grandfather directly expressed this. Yuzuru secretly felt a bit irritated. Certainly, grandfather's ethical and moral values wouldn't allow him to request swimsuit photos of a young girl. "I see, is that so?" Yuzuru thought Arisa would surely feel relieved and happy, but for some reason, her expression didn't seem cheerful. It appeared as if she was disappointed about something. Would you mind taking a picture?" Arisa said in a small voice. "Huh." Yuzuru couldn't help but ask again. In response, Arisa blushed and hesitated, answering with embarrassment. "Well, I thought, as a memory, I'd like a photo. Is that okay? Taking pictures as friends isn't weird, right?" "Well, that's certainly true. It's not really strange. Yuzuru isn't particularly fond of photos, but when hanging out with friends somewhere, he might take a photo or two. But is it okay? I mean, having a picture with swimsuits." "Well, it's a pool after all," Arisa, as if making an excuse, said. Then, with a slight smile, she added, "Or perhaps you want to use it for something nefarious." "Of course not. All right, I get it, let's take the photo." "How about I take the picture this time?" "Sure." Since Yukishiro was the one who expressed the desire to take a photo, Arisa returned to the locker to fetch her phone. After a while she returned, her expression somewhat tense. "Okay, let's take it. Where do you think is a good spot?" "What about over there? Everyone seems to be taking photos in that area." Yuzuru pointed to a spot with a suitable atmosphere where several couples were already capturing moments. Ugh. Well, some friends take pictures together." "Why, yes, that's true." Trying to divert attention, the two said that and stood in front of the object. Arisa subtly leaned towards Yuzuru. Their bodies touched ever so slightly. Ugh. On Arisa's raised phone screen, faces and upper bodies of Yuzuru and Arisa were captured. Of course, both were in swimsuits, baring their skin. To fit into the frame, they gathered closely, and it was evident that their skin touched ever so slightly. "Ah, I got it. Do you want to see?" Arisa said that, handing over her phone. Yuzuru accepted the phone and checked the photo. Yeah, well, it's not bad. Both of them were able to capture a natural expression in the photo. For better or worse, they seemed accustomed to taking pictures together. "Oh hey, show me too." Sure, here you go, huh? Casually, Yuzuru handed the phone to the girl peeking over from beside her and then realized. It wasn't Arisa. It's fine. You guys look like a couple who's gotten used to taking pictures together. With a sly smile, the girl in a red bikini and black hair, Takebana Ayaka, said that. Hey, Ayaka-chan. Surprised, Yuzuru exclaimed, and from the shadows of the object, two figures appeared. I'm here too. Hey, Yuzuru, looks like you're having a good time. Appearing with a smile similar to Ayaka's, Chiharu and Soakairo joined the scene. Undoubtedly, there was a misunderstanding. Yuzuru and Arisa exchanged a quick glance. What should we do? We'll have to play it off somehow. Bracing themselves, Yuzuru and Arisa turned towards Soakairo, Ayaka, and Chiharu. Yuzuru greeted the three with a nonchalant expression. What a coincidence, the three of you. Yeah, quite a coincidence, Yuzuru. By the way, that cute girl over there is Yukishiro-san, right? Hey, Yuzuru. Why are you two taking pictures together at the pool? The three of them grinned mischievously as they questioned Yuzuru. Arisa, almost as if trying to hide behind Yuzuru's shadow, had shrunk in size. It seemed like she was completely leaving the explanation to Yuzuru. Oh, this is, What is it? This is just a chance encounter. Never expected to run into you guys too. Coincidences have a way of piling up. Yuzuru said, and the three exchanged glances. That's a bit hard to believe, they said in unison. There was no way to bluff through this. Section. Soakairo pointed to a nearby restaurant. Shall we go in and have a meal while we talk? It was a facility within the pool where you could dine in your swimsuit. As it was lunchtime, both Yuzuru and Arisa were considering eating something, making it a perfect opportunity. Rather than avoiding the situation, it would be better to explain properly. Yuzuru exchanged glances with Arisa, then both nodded in agreement. You two seem close. As I expected, Yuzuru and Yukishiro-san are a couple. Ouch. Yuzuru, that hurt. Don't jump to conclusions. Yuzuru lightly tapped Ayaka's head. After reaching the table and placing their orders, Arisa greeted the three. Nice to meet you all again. I'm Arisa Yukishiro. The three bowed slightly and returned greetings. I'm Soakairo Sadake. Nice to meet you. I'm Ayaka Takebana. Nice to meet you. I'm Chiharu Yonishi. Nice to meet you too. After exchanging greetings, the gazes of the three simultaneously focused on Yuzuru. So, Yuzuru, is it true that you have that kind of relationship with Yukishiro-san? What kind of relationship are you talking about? Don't play dumb. Are you two in a romantic relationship? The answer is no. Again, with this, even if you're not in a romantic relationship, why would a man and a woman come to the pool together? Normally, people wouldn't do that unless there are some non-negligible feelings involved. Well, you see. Now, Yuzuru was at a loss for what to do. Once they've been spotted together in swimsuits at the pool, any flimsy excuses wouldn't cut it. Take's Gawa-san, can we trust these three to keep things confidential? Arisa asked Yuzuru in a hushed tone. That should be fine. While the three aren't exactly saints, they are not the type to reveal a friend's secret. In business, trust is paramount. Damaging Yuzuru's credibility here could lead to future disadvantages for the three. Of course, I can promise that. But what might trigger the information leak? It might be safer for us if you explain the situation to some extent, emphasizing its importance and seriousness. Well, that might actually be a good idea. Naturally, the level of secrecy depends on the importance of the information. If you truly want them to stay quiet, it's essential to explain the situation thoroughly. However, explaining the situation inevitably involves touching upon Arisa's family circumstances. While Yuzuru sees the three as friends, Arisa may see them as strangers. All right, I understand. Let me explain. In this situation, Yuzuru decided not to delve into Arisa's family circumstances and skillfully shared some information, providing a general overview of the situation. After hearing everything, Ayaka's first words were, Yuzuru, things have gotten quite interesting, huh? I'm aware. Ayaka grinned, prompting a sigh-mixed murmur from Yuzuru. If it were someone else, it wouldn't be this entertaining. Things like this happening in real life, akin to manga or drama. But seriously, Yukishiro-san did come. Your grandpa is amazing. Yeah, underestimated him. Should have made it even more unbelievable. Aliens, interdimensional beings, superpowers, time travelers. Soakairo, appearing impressed, received a nonchalant retort from Yuzuru. True, Arisa isn't blonde or azurite. Conditions weren't met. Could have rejected, but Yuzuru didn't. But Yuzuru-san, Yukishiro-san isn't blonde and blue-eyed. You could have refused for that reason. Aren't you secretly excited? Chiharu pointed out with a face that seemed to say, I caught the contradiction. Indeed, Yuzuru's explanation had a significant inconsistency. While Yuzuru could have refused initially, he accepted because, perhaps, he has a certain liking for Arisa. In reality, Arisa's beauty might tempt any regular guy, and Yuzuru did half-jokingly think, seeing Arisa in a swimsuit, it would have been nice if she were my real girlfriend. Bring someone you like, Yuzuru said, and whether Arisa came or not, it seemed fine to him. Ayaka, Chiharu, and Soakairo misconstrued the situation slightly. Yuzuru, you've really thought this through. High-level scheming from Takegawa. He told me Yukishiro-san is not his type. Though this might paint Yuzuru as a bit scheming, unsure of how to conceal certain aspects, he decided to go along with it. It's not like that, but Arisa interjected, refuting the misunderstandings. Hey, Yukishiro. Takegawa-san took this on to protect me. Arisa revealed everything Yuzuru had been hiding to protect her privacy. Specifically, that she felt like she was becoming a pawn in a political marriage for the sake of a dowry. Takegawa-san does have the option to refuse, but it's not driven by ulterior motives. He's doing it for my sake? Well, there might be some ulterior motives, but not entirely. Well, at least firmly deny that part. Yuzuru chimed in, unable to resist poking fun at Arisa's uncertain tone in the latter half. Surprisingly, Soakairo and the others seemed a bit taken aback. You're still a good guy. I believed in you from the start, Soakairo remarked. Indeed, Yuzuru, you're truly something. I had faith in that from the beginning. Yuzuru-san's stock is definitely rising in my book. Oh, of course, I expected that from the start. Absolutely unbelievable, Yuzuru retorted, giving them a light glare, prompting a shrug from the trio. At that moment, the conversation was momentarily halted as the dishes arrived. However, the anticipated scene of the five enjoying their meal didn't unfold as expected. Hey, Yukishiro-san, is it okay if I call you Arisa-chan? You can just call me Ayaka. Oh, you can call me Chiharu too. In return, may I call you Arisa-san? Sure I guess. Ayaka-san, Chiharu-san. Arisa, feeling cornered by Ayaka and Chiharu, nodded with a puzzled expression. The two continued to close the mental distance between them. You know, I feel a strange sense of familiarity with Arisa-chan. Oh really? Why is that? Come on, our names are kinda similar, right? Well, the only common point is the, and the three characters. Yuzuru couldn't help but interject. Comparing Chiharu and Yuzuru was quite an absurd argument. By the way, Arisa-san is really beautiful, isn't she? Well, thank you very much. Arisa, unexpectedly praised by Chiharu, responded with a slightly surprised expression. However, her response was not appropriate for Chiharu. Your hair is silky smooth, your skin is fair, without a single blemish, and your chest and hips are big, but your stomach is tight. Your facial features are incredibly refined. Honestly, you're my type. Oh, I get it. Arisa-chan is cute, right? She's my type too. The white skin with a black swimsuit really stands out. And despite the innocent vibe, surprisingly bold, by the way, Arisa-chan, are your parents from overseas? My great-grandmother is English, ouch ouch. Stop it, Soakairo-san. Ayaka and Chiharu's enthusiasm was abruptly halted. Soakairo forcefully grabbed the two by the necks from behind and pulled them away. Yukishiro-san seems troubled. Honestly. He pushed Ayaka and Chiharu, who were leaning forward, back into their seats. Then he lightly bowed towards Arisa. Sorry for these two idiots causing trouble, they just need to be told straightforwardly. If you don't like it, say so. If it annoys you, tell them to drop dead. Oh no, it's okay. I was just a little surprised. My mother is 3/4 Russian and 1/4 Japanese, and my father is half French and half Japanese. That's how I remember it. Both of them have Japanese nationality. Arisa responded diligently to Ayaka's question. He then never directly asked about her mixed heritage, but he already knew from prearranged information during the matchmaking, so Yuzuru wasn't surprised. According to Yuzuru's memory, Yukishiro is Arisa's father's side, who is apparently involved in trade. Among Arisa's adoptive parents, there's a direct blood relation with her adoptive mother, who is like an aunt to Arisa. They had met before at a matchmaking event, and Arisa indeed had distinct Eastern European features. Furthermore, Amagi is Arisa's adoptive father's surname. He is a regular Japanese person, and there is no blood relation with Arisa. Oh, by the way, Yuzuru over there, his great-grandmother, the distant great-aunt, was a Nordic American. Really? Arisa looked a bit surprised as she glanced at Yuzuru. Yuzuru nodded slightly. Well, yeah. It's quite distant, within the margin of error though. Being almost entirely Japanese, it's unlikely anyone can tell just by appearances. If someone were to mention it, he might not feel that way, well, maybe not. If he had to point out something, it would be the blue eyes. By the way, going back 2 generations beyond my great-grandfather, my ancestor's mother was a German woman. At this point, we're talking about the Meiji and Taisho eras, so for Yuzuru, it's in the realm of classics. Amidst discussions about family or lineage, the 5 of them finished their meal. As they left the restaurant, Ayaka made a suggestion. Since we're all here, why not have some fun together? By all, she meant Yuzuru, Arisa, and the other 3. For Yuzuru, Ayaka, Chiharu, and Soakairo are childhood friends, so it's no issue, but, well, today was about coming with Yukishiro. For Arisa, the other 3 are strangers. For her, it might feel a bit awkward for the 4, excluding herself, to enter a close-knit group. It's not hard to imagine. Arisa might find it difficult to refuse, so Yuzuru voiced his concern. To which Ayaka responded, I'd love to hang out with Arisa-chan. Well, if Yuzuru and Arisa-chan want some alone time, that's a different story. Since we're here, why not split into boys and girls? I want to casually enjoy time with the girls. They had a purpose involving Arisa. Ayaka and Chiharu subtly conveyed not excluding Arisa, despite their playful demeanor, showing their keen awareness. Good idea. Honestly, dealing with Ayaka and Chiharu's antics can be exhausting, Soakairo remarked, leaning on Ayaka and Chiharu's proposal. Although it was a considerate remark for Arisa, signs of fatigue in his expression hinted at a genuine sentiment. I'm fine with it. I'd like to get to know everyone better, Arisa replied with a natural expression. There seemed to be no particular reluctance in her demeanor. It seems the consideration of the 3 was conveyed. Well, if you say so, let's do that. They decided to split and play separately once. Section, your turn, Arisa-chan. Yes, Chiharu-san. Watch out, Ayaka-san. In an ordinary pool, without waves or currents, the 3 beautiful girls were passing a beach ball to each other. Although there were no specific rules, it seemed essential not to drop the ball into the water. Meanwhile, 2 guys observed the scene from a distance. Yuzuru, I occasionally ponder, Soakairo asserted with a somewhat enlightened expression. Is there really a need for men in this world? In response to these words, Yuzuru chuckled softly. What are you talking about? Well, and a little while ago, I might have given the same answer. Yuzuru gazed at the 3 beautiful girls, Arisa, Ayaka, and Chiharu, playing joyfully. Arisa possesses strong foreign genes, giving her a distinct aura with skin tone, hair color, and facial features that set her apart from typical Japanese individuals. Her delicate yet sculpted physique exudes an artistic charm, devoid of any overt sensuality. Despite her refined image, Arisa dons a black triangular bikini adorned with a ribbon at the center, instantly adding a mature touch. The black fabric complements her fair skin, accentuating her beauty. Similarly, Ayaka inherits Caucasian genes from distant relatives like Yuzuru, resulting in an appearance that deviates from the typical Japanese look. Her well-defined facial features, from the high nose to the cherry-colored lips, form a harmonious balance akin to the golden ratio. With glossy black silk hair and amber-colored eyes with a hint of red, Ayaka's ivory-colored skin is smooth and flawless. Boasting proportions rivaling Arisa, Ayaka possesses long limbs, a slender waist, and beautifully shaped chest and hips. In a striking contrast, Ayaka opts for a simple yet bold choice with a bright red triangular bikini, instantly adding an alluring touch to her already adult-like figure. Her passionate red swimsuit enhances her already stunning style, making it hard to believe she's only 15. Chiharu is the heiress of a shrine with a rich history and tradition. Perhaps due to this, or possibly completely unrelated, likely unrelated, She exudes a mysterious aura. Her hazel-colored eyes and bright chestnut hair illuminated by sunlight leave a lasting impression. With a straight nose and wide, expressive eyes framed by long eyelashes, she possesses a distinctly Japanese visage. Her skin is as smooth as porcelain, radiating beauty. While her bust and hips surpass those of Arisa and Ayaka, her waist is elegantly slender, accentuating her curves. Her limbs are slender and long. In a white and pink fabric adorned with frills, Chiharu is clad in a bikini. The frills delicately conceal the cleavage and hips, giving her a modest impression despite the exposure. Such camaraderie and playful interaction among them make for a picturesque scene. Above all, the three of them are endowed with splendid bosoms. Each time they lift the ball, their bosoms sway gracefully, creating a heavenly sight. Yeah, men are unnecessary in this world. So, Yuzuru, you finally understand. Yeah, I was immature until now, Yuzuru admitted, feeling ashamed of his previous ignorance about the world. Previously, he couldn't agree with Sowakairo's opinion because he hadn't known about such a splendid view. Now, he can empathize. Well, if you understand, that's good. My best friend, said Sowakairo, and Yuzuru thanked him. Yuzuru and Sowakairo shook hands tightly. Then they let go of each other's hands. And joking aside, Sowakairo, honestly, I appreciate it. Spending a day alone with Yukishiro was honestly challenging. Yuzuru expressed a sincere gratitude to Sowakairo, distinct from the earlier jest. It's not that Yuzuru dislikes Arisa. Being together is enjoyable, at least that's how Yuzuru feels now. Indeed, playing in the flowing pool and wave pool with her was fun. But there are limits. If they were genuine romantic partners, they might continue to passionately engage in cuddling and body contact indefinitely. However, Yuzuru and Arisa cannot do such things. At least Yuzuru has no intention of betraying her trust. That's why it was relieving to be able to join Ayaka and Chiharu. Among girls, they can play without reservation. And in front of Sowakairo, Yuzuru can relax his shoulders. It's a male tendency to feel nervous and want to show one's best side in front of girls. That's mutual, isn't it? Dealing with those two all day can be exhausting, honestly. Well, it's fun, though. Handling one girl alone is already tough. With two together, it's even more challenging. Yuzuru sympathized with Sowakairo. But thinking rationally, him being caught in a love triangle is his own doing, so there's no room for sympathy. Yuzuru regretted any moment of sympathy instantly. By the way, Yuzuru, honestly, do you think forcing a marriage is possible? It's not impossible, but is taking such a risk worth it? Yuzuru answered Sowakairo's question. Yeah, in this day and age, it seems like it's not worth it. Yeah, doing something like that is outdated. What might have been endured silently in the past can now be addressed through legal action for harassment in this wonderful era. Forcing Arisa into marriage against her could lead to a lawsuit. So, if proper risk management were in place, such a thing wouldn't happen. In the end, pushing for an unsuitable marriage proposal is bound to lead to a broken engagement. If there was common sense, one wouldn't attempt it. The worst-case scenario is being featured in a weekly magazine. Not amusing. So, does Yukishiro-san's family lack common sense? Who knows? I don't know about her adoptive mother, but I hear her adoptive father is a reasonably capable person. So, they should be aware of the risks. That's right. However, just because of that, it doesn't mean Arisa is lying. So, according to Yuzuru's speculation, despite appearances, Yukishiro has a timid personality. I think it's more of a psychological aspect. In the position of being taken in, she can't oppose her adoptive parents both mentally and positionally. Because Arisa didn't firmly reject it, there might have been a misunderstanding that she was enthusiastic, leading to the progress of the marriage proposal. Over time, it became difficult to refuse. Such a situation is conceivable. As Yuzuru and Sowakairo were talking about such things. Hey Sowakairo, Yuzuru, let's do it together. Just then, an invitation came from Ayaka. Yuzuru and Sowakairo exchanged glances and then swam towards the three of them. Several hours after the five of them began playing, Ayaka and Chiharu started saying something. Hey, I'm getting hungry. I'm hungry too. Turning towards Yuzuru and Sowakairo, the two insisted. Instinctively, Yuzuru and Sowakairo exchanged glances. Is that so? That's tough. Ayaka and Chiharu then wore noticeably dissatisfied expressions. They both reached for Arisa's hands, who was sitting idly. Hey, Arisa-chan. Arisa-chan, don't you feel a bit peckish too? Don't you crave something salty? Huh, well, I did move around a bit, so I guess I can't deny that, but… Arisa seemed somewhat puzzled by Ayaka and Chiharu's intentions. However, for the two of them, whether Arisa understood their intentions or not didn't seem to be particularly important. The two exaggeratedly nod their heads multiple times. That's right. I'm getting hungry. A fleeting glance. Then they look towards Yuzuru and Soakairo. After all, I think one of the conditions for a wonderful man is whether he's considerate. I understand. It's lovely when a guy silently buys food if a girl is hungry. Arisa-san, don't you agree? Huh, WL, but that's a bit excuse me. Finally understanding Ayaka and Chiharu's intentions, Arisa shakes her head, attempting to deny. However, the two intentionally interrupt with loud voices. Oh, it's a shame our cute childhood friend is hungry. Even the fiancé seems hungry. What are you two doing? Yuzuru and Soakairo sighed. First, Soakairo asked Ayaka and Chiharu, Sai, what should I buy? I'd like yakisoba. Takoyaki, please. Since Soakairo was going to buy, Yuzuru had no choice but to accompany him. Looking puzzled, Yuzuru asked his fiancé, what about Yukishiro? Well, I'm free too. When Yuzuru said that, Arisa placed a hand on her slender, white belly. Blushing slightly, she shyly moved her pink lips and said, Then, I'll have fried potatoes, please. Got it. Yuzuru and Soakairo exchanged glances as they turned on their heels. Oh, and drinks, please. We'll be waiting over there. The voice of their childhood friend echoed from behind. Yuzuru and Soakairo shrugged, looking at each other. Section. All right, they're gone. They've left indeed. Ayaka and Chiharu, who had seen off Yuzuru and Soakairo, approached Arisa. What is it? Let's have a little girl talk, Arisa-san. There are things we want to ask you, Arisa-san. Arisa, seemingly led by the two, was made to sit on a chair. With Ayaka and Chiharu sitting in a configuration that surrounded Arisa, they began the conversation. So, Arisa-chan, honestly, what do you think about Yuzuru? Ayaka inquired, prompting a surprised response from Arisa. What do you mean? As an opposite sex, do you have feelings for him? Chiharu inquired specifically of Arisa. Arisa's skin faintly flushed. She shook her head vigorously. No way. There are no romantic feelings, you know. In response to Arisa's answer, Ayaka and Chiharu tilted their heads. Yuzuru, he may be a bit lazy at school, but if he dress up, I think he'd look quite cool. And his personality is excellent too, but is there anything unsatisfactory? Again, Arisa shook her head. And no, Takegawa-san is indeed a wonderful guy, but… Arisa averted her eyes with embarrassment. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke clearly. But, even so, isn't romantic attraction a separate matter? Is that so? Even if Yuzuru is wonderful as a man, it doesn't become a reason to fall in love. Just like Ayaka and Chiharu, who only have feelings for Yuzuru as close friends of the opposite sex. So, the two readily back off. That's impossible. Well then, what if Yuzuru said he liked you? Arisa, taken aback by the sudden question, let out a surprised voice. Her fair skin turned a deep crimson. Such a thing, it's impossible. It's just a hypothetical question. Wouldn't you consider giving it a try like, let's date for a trial period? Chiharu, grinning, repeatedly shakes her head in response to Arisa. With a smirk she asks, can't pull off such insincere acts, huh? And, Arisa sighs softly, speaking in a fragile voice. There's someone much more suitable for Takegawa-san than someone like me. He's such an impressive person. Arisa laughs, not with a smile but with a self-deprecating, almost bitter tone. Chiharu responds. Is that so? Ayaka adds. As Arisa looks puzzled, the two exchange smiles. Sorry for asking weird things, Arisa-chan. If I made you uncomfortable, I apologize. And no, it's not a big deal. Takegawa-san is your childhood friend, right? It's natural to be curious. As they talked about that. Hey, I'm back. I got some drinks, so choose whatever you like. Soakairo and Yuzuru returned. The three girls welcomed the two guys with smiles, as if nothing had happened. Section, the five who had thoroughly enjoyed themselves changed into casual clothes and left the leisure facility. Though a bit early, they finished their meal at a nearby restaurant. Hey, I'm planning to call a taxi. How many should I get? Yuzuru and Soakairo are the train faction, right? Yuzuru leaned against the sofa as he spoke. I'm a train faction guy, but I'm really tired today. Call one for me too. After getting overly excited along the way, his entire body felt lethargic, especially from the swimming competition at the pool. Same here, I don't have the energy to take the train back. Soakairo, seemingly on the verge of falling asleep, rested his elbows on the table while answering. Chiharu was busy playing with Soakairo's hair during the conversation. I was planning to take the train. Since I'm already giving Yukishiro a ride, we can share a taxi. I'll cover the cost, so don't worry about it. Arisa was interrupted by Yuzuru's words. Well, I'm totally fine with taking the train. If only you take the train home, who knows what people might say later. Well, if that's the case. Yaka and Chiharu, overhearing Yuzuru and Arisa's conversation, expressed admiration. Then they both shook the half-asleep Soakairo. I'd like a ride too. Please give me a ride as well. You guys live in the opposite direction, I just want to go home quickly. Let me go. I'm so sleepy. In fact, you should be the ones giving me a ride. Soakairo, looking truly tired, said so. Yuzuru found it amusing, but kind-hearted Arisa seemed to pity him. She threw him a lifeline. Hey, Ayaka-san, Chiharu-san, how about exchanging contact information? Sure. Come to think of it, we haven't done that yet. The three exchanged contact details. It seemed like they had become quite friendly during today's pool time. Yuzuru felt a little happy. Section. On their way home that day, Yuzuru and Arisa sat side by side in a taxi. Today was really enjoyable, Arisa expressed sincerely. Despite her usually cool demeanor, she seemed to have been swept up in Ayaka and Chiharu's enthusiasm, becoming quite lively along the way. Yuzuru felt satisfied to be seen by Arisa in an unusual light. It looks like you've really hit it off with Ayaka-chan and Chiharu-chan. Yes, can I say we've become friends? Whether you think so or not, they probably feel that way. Judging from their behavior, it seemed that Ayaka and Chiharu had taken quite a liking to Arisa. In a hushed tone, Yuzuru received a stern command. If you make Arisa-chan cry, it's a death sentence, and was told, as a man, take responsibility and make her happy, even though he thought he had explained about the fake engagement. By the way, Takizawa-san. What's up? Those three also come from fairly well-off families, right? Well, I'd say they're in the affluent category. Of course, there's a range within the label affluent. Where do they all live? Do they usually use taxis or something? Ayaka casually summoned a taxi, sparking curiosity about their usual mode of transportation. Yuzuru recalls the current residences and commuting situations of the three. Ayaka-chan lives within an hour by car, probably with a dedicated driver for pickups and drop-offs. Is that so? I haven't seen that before. It seems like she gets off around a 3-minute walk from school. Well, getting dropped off right at the school gate would be embarrassing, I guess. Yuzuru attends a private high school, and it's not uncommon to find students from affluent families. However, it goes without saying that the majority come from ordinary households. Being a girl of her age, she naturally feels a certain level of embarrassment. What about Satake-san? I don't remember the exact distance, but he used to commute from home. He's more of a train person. He has quite a few siblings, though. Many siblings, how many? Like 4. In an era where declining birth rates are emphasized, even having around 4 children would be considered a significant contribution to Japan's population issue. However, the Sadek family takes it to another level. I remember they had enough for a baseball team. That's truly a large family. Arisa was surprised by this, her eyes widening. Yuzuru nodded. As you can tell from the name, Soakairo is the eldest. I don't remember the exact number of preschoolers and grade schoolers, but to chauffeur over 9 every morning, you'd need an appropriate number of drivers. Of course, it's not impossible to hire, but they probably consider it unnecessary. It seems that boys of a certain age all walk to school. Girls, on the other hand, are chauffeured. He mentioned something about it being healthier to walk. Also, though he didn't say it outright, being driven must be embarrassing for guys. How about Chiharu-san? Her family is in Kansai. Can't commute, so she's living alone. In other words, similar to Yuzuru's situation, though there's a significant difference in the necessity of living alone, considering Yuzuru values the saved 1-hour commute time. Living alone as a girl, isn't it dangerous? She's from a good family, right? Yeah, that's right. So, it seems like there are security personnel or staff living in both adjacent apartments. It's not exactly a true solo living situation. Whether it can be called living alone in that situation was dubious. However, it's a reasonable judgment. There are bad people who pretend to be delivery personnel and break into apartments in the world. Chiharu might look gentle, but she's a combatant, so she could likely repel any inexperienced intruders. So, does Takegawa-san's neighbors also have such security? No, both neighbors are ordinary people, and I haven't confirmed such elaborate security. I can't assert with absolute certainty, though. Yuzuru didn't actively intend to seek out that information. He's not Waldo, there's no need to search for things. By the way, Yukishiro, how about Amage's place? My foster father has a chauffeur, but well, mostly we use trains. We're currently on a budget at home. That's something. As rumored, it seems that Amage's financial situation is not favorable. The cause traces back to the previous head, Arisa's adoptive father's father, who faced business failure. In this generation, efforts are being made to recover. Considering this, the idea of seeking financial assistance to the extent of marrying off Arisa is incomprehensible, yet the desperation is understandable. As we discuss this, we arrive near Arisa's house. Yuzuru descends first, extending a hand to Arisa. Arisa momentarily displays a bewildered expression, but quickly takes Yuzuru's hand. Thank you. You're welcome. Yuzuru helps Arisa out of the car. Well then, Yukishiro, we might meet again during summer vacation. Yes, indeed. At that time, I might extend the invitation. At that moment, Arisa, a young man's voice echoed. Approaching with a wheeled suitcase, a youth in his early 20s walked towards them. With well-defined features, he appeared to be a fine young man. Who is it? Yuzuru whispered, and Arisa replied in a hushed tone, He is Harudo Amagi, my cousin and stepbrother. Arisa's face displayed a seemingly gentle smile, but it was a mask with no discernible emotion. While Harudo seemed delighted, upon noticing Yuzuru beside Arisa, his expression clouded. Anticipating trouble, Yuzuru inwardly sighed. Section. Long time no see, Harudo-san, you've come back. Was there something specific that brought you back? I thought you wouldn't return until summer, Arisa inquired calmly. The Amagi family has a university student living independently in the Kansai region, so Yuzuru speculated that he must be their son. Yeah, well, that was the plan. But then I heard Arisa got engaged. I came back to figure out what's going on, Harudo explained. Harudo, now standing next to Arisa, directed his gaze towards Yuzuru. His expression wasn't particularly friendly. What about you? Harudo asked Yuzuru. In such situations, manga or anime would probably have the line, before asking for the other person's name, you should introduce yourself. Yuzuru thought, as he responded, Nice to meet you, Arisa-san's step-brother. I'm Yuzuru Takegawa, Arisa-san's fiancé. I see, so you're Icy. I'm Harudo Amagi, Arisa's brother-in-law, Harudo replied. After a moment of silence, Harudo finally asks Yuzuru, Is it true that you are engaged to Arisa? Yes, that's correct. Yuzuru responds with a sociable smile, mirroring Arisa's demeanor. We're both 15, and in the same grade. Yuzuru, groomed for his future role as the heir, handles the situation calmly. Do you think it's too early, Yuzuru-kun? Harudo questions, aware of his own reservations. Certainly, he believes it is too early, but Yuzuru, being one of the involved parties, cannot deny this engagement. Striking a balance between acceptance and normalcy may prove challenging. Indeed. Therefore, marriage itself would likely happen after graduating from university. Do you have any intention of getting married? Thinking it an odd question, Yuzuru refrained from voicing his thoughts directly. Who engages in engagement without intending to marry in this world? With irony and wordplay, he replied. As for who engages without intending to marry, well, they were right here. Since Yuzuru and Arisa had no intention of marrying. Then, Yuzuru lightly pulled at Arisa's sleeve and exchanged a glance. That's right, isn't it? Arisa-san. Should he tell him the truth? To confirm, he asked. Arisa then whispered softly in Yuzuru's ear. Keep it a secret. In other words, you want this to remain a secret. Yuzuru may not know if he can trust Harudo, but after living together for this much time, Arisa has judged him as untrusted. I plan to marry Yuzuru-san after graduating from college. I apologize for keeping it a secret. It seems like you already heard from Naoki-san. Naoki is most likely referring to Amagi Naoki, who is likely Arisa's adoptive father. The fact that Arisa hasn't directly contacted Harudo suggests that she doesn't fully trust him. Is it really okay, you two? Harudo seems a bit shocked by Yuzuru and Arisa's calm demeanor. However, the words seem to be directed more towards Arisa than Yuzuru. Oh, I see. By this point, it becomes somewhat clear what emotions Harudo is harboring towards Arisa. He probably has feelings for his cousin Arisa, whether he's aware of it or not. That's likely why he opposes Arisa's marriage. Of course, Arisa-san is a very charming woman. It would be my sincere wish to spend my life with her. I also think that if it's with Yuzuru-san, I could spend my entire life. While Yuzuru and Arisa answered in agreement, Harudo seemed dissatisfied. However, unable to direct his feelings towards Arisa, his focus turned to Yuzuru. Yuzuru-kun, do you know about Arisa's Amagi situation? This marriage is a strategic alliance driven by financial motives. Even without being told, they were already aware. Marriages between prestigious families often involve such considerations, now and in the past. What are you trying to say? Arisa, due to her position, can't refuse outright. Understand. She's just being told what to do. At that moment, a small sound reached Yuzuru's ears. It was the soft click of Arisa's tongue. Glancing sideways, Yuzuru checked Arisa's expression. Oh no, she seems upset. Her naturally cold, lifeless eyes grew even colder. While maintaining a smile from earlier, her lips occasionally twitched. Clearly, she was in a bad mood. However, Harudo seemed completely oblivious. Arisa-san, your stepbrother mentioned that, but... Harudo-san, you're overthinking it. Thank you for your concern. However, rest assured. I sincerely want to marry Yuzuru-san from the bottom of my heart. At least for now, it's better to keep things that way. Although, personally, Yuzuru couldn't help but think, if he's against marriage, maybe I should talk to him and seek cooperation. If Arisa has judged that she can't trust Harudo, it might be best to leave it at that. Yes, that's true. Well, given Arisa's position, she has no choice but to say that. Yuzuru-kun, you understand too, right? Well, yes. It seems that Harudo also doesn't trust Arisa, or at least, he doesn't seem to believe those words. Of course, that's not necessarily wrong, as Arisa is indeed lying to Harudo. However, regardless of what Arisa says, it all ends with being made to say something. In other words, no matter what intention Arisa displays, if it's inconvenient for Harudo, it must be false. In this situation, it's understandable that Arisa doesn't trust Harudo. However, is it because Arisa doesn't trust Harudo that Harudo can't trust Arisa? Or is it because Harudo doesn't trust Arisa that Arisa can't trust Harudo? Which comes first is a dilemma, like the chicken and egg problem, with no clear answer. However, there is no denying the mutual distrust between the two. But, assuming that's the case, Harudo Amagi-san, what are you seeking from me? If Yuzuru truly loves Arisa, I'd like him to stop forcing her into marriage. Yuzuru-kun, you wouldn't want Arisa to be unhappy, right? Well, that's true. Arisa seems unable to contain her forced smile much longer. It's also unfair to keep the taxi driver waiting for too long. So, I decide to wrap up the conversation with a slightly cunning remark. Even if I were to cancel the marriage with Arisa-san, wouldn't Amagi-san try to marry her off to another wealthy person until the Amagi family's financial situation improves? Well, but if you have the power to protect Arisa-san, it's a different story. But if not, it might be better not to do anything unnecessary. Yuzuru's speculation that Harudo, who is just a university student and at odds with the family head, might lack authority or influence, seems accurate. Harudo fell silent. Confirming this, Yuzuru bowed. I'm sorry, I went too far, said something impolite. The Amagi family's issues are none of my business. I'll refrain from interfering. Well then, Harudo Amagi-san, Arisa-san. I'll take my leave. With that, Yuzuru left the scene promptly. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 5, The Lies of the Fiancé and the Summer Festival. in a certain location in Japan, a traditional Japanese residence. A prominent gate with a sign reading, Takes River. Inside a room with tatami mats, a family of 4 was having dinner. All 4 were dressed in traditional Japanese attire. Recently, how has it been with Amaga's daughter, Yuzuru? At the dinner table, this inquiry came from Takegawa Kazuya. He is Yuzuru's father. Being a quarter foreign, his appearance carries a subtle Western touch. The blue eyes inherited by Yuzuru clearly attest to those genes. During the matchmaking meeting, Kazuya was present with his grandfather, but he himself doesn't seem particularly enthusiastic about Yuzuru and Arisa's marriage. Therefore, being asked about his relationship with Arisa by his father was a bit surprising for Yuzuru. Furthermore, Yuzuru's grandparents, who are the most positive about marriage, are currently on a trip to America. Having decided to retire, the 2 of them travel abroad frequently, but they seem to particularly like America. Perhaps this is to be expected, since Yuzuru's grandfather's mother, i.e. Yuzuru's great-grandmother, is American. With Yukishiro, you went to the pool yesterday, right? It was going pretty well. Yuzuru answers casually, bringing the miso soup to his mouth. The miso soup his mother makes is by no means bad, but Yukishiro's is tastier. Arisa's homemade cooking addiction symptoms seem to be surfacing already. Although going back to school after summer break is a hassle, Yuzuru wants to eat Arisa's cooking. It's a very complicated feeling. Seemingly aware of Yuzuru's thoughts, his mother, Sayori Takegawa, asks, which is better, Arisa-san's cooking or mine? Yuzuru answers, Yukishiro. Sayori chuckles, such a quick response. Oh dear, could it be love at first sight? Maybe we'll get to see our grandchild's face sooner than you think. Next in line after his grandparents, Sayori is already endorsing Yuzuru's marriage. However, more than anything, she just enjoys making a fuss about romantic affairs. While one might want to say, what are you doing at your age? Perhaps due to her youthful appearance or attempts to look younger, she seems quite young for her age. Of course, mentioning age is taboo in front of her. Mom, you're not that great at cooking, it's not that difficult to surpass that level. Expressing her exasperation, Yuzuru's younger sister spoke. Her name is Ayumi Takegawa, currently a second-year middle school student. Despite being a bit cheeky in personality, she has a charming appearance, even considering the bias of being her brother's sister. Her clear blue eyes leave a strong impression. But if it's really that delicious, I'd like to try it. I'll give you my evaluation. Are you in a sarcastic mood? I'm amazed. Whether my brother is just being polite or saying it seriously, that's something you'd be curious about, right? Ayumi said nonchalantly, while eating pickles. However, the truth is, there is no actual possibility of Yuzuru and Arisa getting married, so Ayumi becoming a sister-in-law is also out of the question. However, Big Brother, despite liking her so much, you still call her Yukishiro, using the kanji for seed. A piercing comment from his younger sister. Yuzuru considers himself perceptive, but Ayumi is the type to have such instincts, so he can't let his guard down. Changing the way I address her is, well, a bit embarrassing. Ahem. Fortunately, Ayumi didn't delve further into the matter. She smirked arrogantly, though. Well, it might be a bit awkward now, but Yuzuru, if both of you are committed to liking each other, it will work out. Arranged marriages aren't necessarily a bad thing. Yeah, I was uncertain at first about whether I could get along with Kazuya-san, but when I looked, there were so many wonderful things about him. Here we go again. Yuzuru and Ayumi exchanged glances with their parents, Kazuya and Sayori, who had an arranged marriage themselves. They are quite favorable towards arranged marriages and probably have similar thoughts about suggesting it to Ayumi. Of course, they won't force anything. I wonder if that's just how things are. Observing the close relationship between his parents and his supposed fiancé, Yukishiro, and perhaps influenced by witnessing Ayumi's harmonious family, Yuzuru wasn't particularly opposed to arranged marriages. Yuzuru himself wasn't averse to the idea of an arranged marriage. He just thought it might be too early at 15, considering post-university graduation would be a more suitable time. Oh, by the way, Yuzuru, in a week, there's a summer festival nearby, right? Out of the blue, Kazuya brings up such a topic. Yuzuru quickly grasps his father's intention. Invite Yukishiro, is that it? You catch on fast. Well, I won't force you though. Despite saying that, it's a bit odd not to invite one's partner to a local festival. Inevitably, it seems he'll end up inviting Arisa. Well, is Ayumi okay with it? Until last year, Yuzuru used to attend the summer festival with Ayumi. Is it all right without his brotherly escort? Yuzuru asks his sister. It's fine because I have friends. But make sure to introduce her to me properly. I only know her through a profile picture. My dear brother's beloved. Sure. Casually responding. Yuzuru thought he should call Arisa again. Section. One day, out of the blue, Yuzuru sent a message saying, I want to talk, please let me know a convenient time. Arisa, done with washing dishes, replied, now is fine, and soon received a phone call. It turned out to be an invitation to the summer festival. Yuzuru explained, it's a spontaneous idea from my dad, and there are no tickets involved. You can decline if you have other plans. Unlike the pool incident, the summer festival had a specific time on that day. So, using the excuse of having an unavoidable commitment at that time would work. A summer festival, can we see fireworks? Nevertheless, compared to the pool, the festival seemed psychologically easier to handle. Besides, if there were beautiful fireworks, she was a bit interested. Oh, you can see them. It's a decent-sized event. It had been years, perhaps since elementary school, since Arisa attended a summer festival. All right, I'll accept your invitation. Thanks, and my sister and mother are looking forward to meeting you. Is that okay? Yes, of course, I understand. After deciding on the meeting place and time, Arisa hung up the phone. Returning to the living room to report, her foster father, Naoki, was the first to inquire, not bothering to make eye contact with Arisa, but using a strong tone. Who was the call with? Yuzuru Takesugawa-san. He invited me to the summer festival a week from now. Did you accept? Yes. Upon Arisa's response, her foster mother, Emi Amagi, let out a small sigh. She wore a noticeably displeased expression. And then, us getting alluring, aren't we? In a word, that's how it is. Arisa's aunt, who happens to be her mother's sister, had a strained relationship with Arisa's mother. As a result, she harbors resentment towards Arisa. Arisa faces snide remarks, cruelty, and occasional physical abuse from her stepmother, Emi. Don't bring up such matters in the house. If you can't take it, that's your problem. With a cold tone, Naoki said those words, silencing Emi. Naoki is often away for work, leaving household and childcare responsibilities to Emi, giving the impression that she holds the top position in the hierarchy. However, strangely, she never defies Naoki. This engagement is crucial for both Amagi and Arisa. We've discussed this multiple times. Understood, Naoki-san. Despite saying so, Emi wears a discontented expression. In contrast to her adoptive father Naoki, Emi opposes this engagement. Certainly, it's not something done with Arisa in mind. Even though she can't empathize with Arisa's situation, it seems disconcerting that a niece resembling the once-hated sister is marrying into the affluent Takesugawa family, characterized by good looks, refinement, and a seemingly kind young man. In short, it seems like Arisa's happiness is something to be disliked. It's unclear what transpired between Emi and Arisa's mother, but for Arisa, it's an unjust tale. By the way, did you got yourself a yukata? Out of the blue, Naoki asked Arisa. She shook her head. No, I didn't bring one. Planning to go in Western attire, perhaps. Was that a mistake? He's the son of that old-fashioned, conservative family. He'll likely be wearing a yukata. Do you intend to walk alongside him in Western clothes? Naoki said, seemingly expressing exasperation. Now that it's mentioned, it does paint a rather foolish picture. It could be quite embarrassing. When Arisa shrank back, Naoki stood up without a word. Then he took out his wallet from the drawer and pulled out 5 10,000 yen bills. He placed them on the table. Use this to buy what you need. You can use the leftovers for your pocket money. Thank you very much. Hesitant, Arisa accepted the money. For Arisa, Naoki was a much more intimidating presence than Emi, who abused her. Naoki never raised his hand against Arisa or said mean things. In fact, when Emi went too far, Naoki would reprimand her or even protect Arisa. Indeed, Emi rarely laid a hand on Arisa in front of Naoki. However, at the same time, Naoki seemed almost indifferent to Arisa. At least, that's how it appeared to Arisa. Someone who directs obvious hatred toward her is less frightening than Naoki, who is an overwhelmingly mighty presence in this household, with motives that remain unclear but terrifying nonetheless. The fact that he is an unrelated adult male adds an extra layer to that fear. Naoki-san, being too indulgent it's a necessary expense. Naoki is concerned only about his family's reputation. More precisely, he dislikes any impact on his business due to that. Arisa, you were the one who wished for this engagement. Yes, I understand. Arisa explained that she was forced into a blind date by Yuzuru. But that explanation was slightly embellished to suit Arisa's convenience. Her adoptive father, Naoki, only asked Arisa, "There are a few marriage proposals, would you consider them?" So, Arisa agreed to try a blind date. Fearing Naoki, she couldn't refuse. As time passed, Naoki brought several proposals to Arisa. Originally, Arisa didn't want to marry at all and kept refusing. From Emi's perspective, Arisa seemed like a picky, selfish, and arrogant woman. She can't refuse any further. When she was at a loss, she finally encountered Yuzuru. "Do it well, it's for your own sake," he said. Yes. Is he sincerely supporting Arisa's romance? Or is he threatening that if it falls through, there will be no way out for her? Or does he have an entirely different intention? Arisa couldn't understand. It was just plain frightening. Section. On the day of the summer festival, Yuzuru went to the station a bit early to pick up Arisa. The station was crowded with people eagerly waiting for friends or lovers. Yuzuru, standing a bit away, wondered what kind of yukata Arisa would bring. Still in his regular clothes, Yuzuru hadn't put on his yukata yet. This was because Arisa had requested through a message, "I don't want to get my yukata dirty, so if possible, let me change at Takegawa-san's house." Yuzuru decided to change at that time as well. While casually observing the yukatas worn by other women in sight, Yuzuru imagined Arisa's appearance in a yukata. Suddenly, he heard Arisa's composed voice, "Takegawa-san, sorry to keep you waiting." Turning towards the sound, there stood Arisa with her usual poker face. Yuzuru responded, "No worries, I just got here too." Although Arisa was still in regular clothes, she held 2 paper bags in her hands. Probably, one of them contains a yukata. And the other one. What about that bag? A yukata and some sweets. If you're going to visit, take them with you. I see. Those words likely belonged to her foster father. Although they hadn't exchanged many words directly, from what Arisa and her parents had shared, Amagi Naoki seemed to be someone concerned about appearances. It wasn't necessarily a bad thing, better to care than not, even if the substance didn't always match. Shall I carry it? Then take the yukata, please. As for the sweets, I want to give them to Takegawa's parents myself. Taking one of the paper bags, Yuzuru lightly waved. I'll show you the way to my house. Follow me. Yes, I understand. Yuzuru's home was a short walk from the station. As they reached the front gate, they stopped. Here it is. Is this the place? Arisa looks up at the gate, wearing a bewildered expression. Her mouth hangs open. Though reluctant to say it, Yuzuru, who knows Arisa well, sees a slightly spacey look on her face. What's wrong? And nothing, I just thought it's quite big. Your house is fairly large too, isn't it? We don't have such tall fences and big gates at home. As the two pass through the outer gate, bark, bark, the loud barking of several large dogs reaches them. Arisa shudders. In no time, 4 dogs come running towards them. Wagging their tails, they run towards Yuzuru. Wait. Upon Yuzuru's command, the 4 dogs came to a sudden halt. Sit. With a gesture, the 4 dogs, though with some delay, obediently sat. Initially taken aback, Arisa's expression soon turned impressed. They're well trained. They're guard dogs. I let them roam freely in the yard. Although, so far, they haven't proven useful in Yuzuru's life. Occasionally, the sound of barking from the house would likely deter any potential burglars. May I pet them? Sure. Just give them a little greeting first. Yuzuru said, beckoning towards the 4 dogs while calling out their names. Alexander. Subsequently, one of them, a dignified reddish-brown dog, walked over. Wait, sit, shake hands. Following the orders, Arisa places her hand on its foot. Good boy, she says, gently patting his head. Among them, this one holds the highest rank. First, let him smell your scent, then you can touch him. As the leader, is it a Shiba Inu? Arisa asks. No, it's an Akita. Arisa reaches out her white hand to the Akita. The dog sniffs lightly. Then Arisa gently strokes its neck and head. Afterwards, she greets a black-coated dog, a red-brown one, and one with brown fur but a black face and loose skin. Yuzuru introduces each dog to Arisa, one by one. But really, quite impressive names. Alexander, Pyrrhus, Hannibal, Scipio, what are you planning to fight with them? Arisa remarks. Maybe against thieves, Yuzuru responds. Excessive firepower both in names and size, Arisa comments. Then, Arisa directs her gaze towards the 4 dogs. 2, including the Akita, are of typical large dog size, but the other 2 are even larger. Alexander-chan is the Akita, and Pyrrhus-chan is a German Shepherd, right? Now, what breeds are Hannibal-chan and Scipio-chan? Hannibal, the named dog, stands at about 80 centimeters in height. Scipio slightly surpasses that. Both dogs have faces that seem to be twice the size of Arisa's. Hannibal is a Spanish Mastiff, and Scipio is an English Mastiff. Well, none of the 4 have actual combat experience, or rather, they've never had thieves break in, but still. It's all about survival, right? If you do your research beforehand, you won't break in. While saying this, Arisa's expression remained gentle. Her eyes were soft, her mouth relaxed. Although she declares herself a cat person, it seems she likes dogs too. She affectionately pets all 4. Now, Yukishiro, it's about time. Indeed. It's not good for greetings to become too long. It might soil my clothes before the introduction, Arisa said with a reluctant expression as she stood up. Upon ordering the dispersal, the 4 dogs dashed off somewhere in the garden. After seeing off the dogs, Yuzuru opened the sliding door leading to the entrance. Then, he shouted loudly, "Hey, I brought Yukishiro." After a while, a person dressed in traditional Japanese attire appeared. Father Kazuya Takesugawa, mother Sayori Takesugawa, younger sister Ayumi Takesugawa. Thank you for coming, Arisa-san. My son is always in your debt. It's been a while. Takesugawa, Yuzuru-san has actually been a great help to me, Arisa greeted politely, saying so. Kazuya slowly narrowed his eyes in response. Well, please come inside once. It seems there are 2 people eager to talk, said Kazuya, gesturing lightly behind him. Sayori and Ayumi, poised and ready, couldn't wait. Yuzuru took the lead, removing his shoes and entering the house. Then, extending a hand to Arisa, he said, "Come on." "Thank you." Timing Arisa's entrance, the 2 women moved forward. "I'm Yuzuru's mother, Sayori Takesugawa. Yuzuru always relies on you, Arisa-san. By the way, you're even lovelier in person than in photos. I'm his younger sister, Ayumi Takesugawa. Our brother is always in your care. You're truly beautiful. No wonder my brother is captivated. Nice to meet you. I'm Arisa Yukishiro. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Well." Approached by the 2, Arisa wore a puzzled expression. Yuzuru stepped forward, standing protectively in front of Arisa. Because Yukishiro is in trouble. How about discussing it over tea? Then, Yuzuru gestured invitingly to Arisa. "I'll guide you." "Yes, nice to meet you and thank you for today," Arisa bowed once again. Section. According to the initial plan, Arisa rented a room at the Takesugawa residence to change into a yukata. In the meantime, Yuzuru also decided to change into one. It seems that preparations for girls are indeed quite challenging. Yuzuru finished changing first. After checking his reflection in the mirror, he wore a dark navy yukata with white and dark blue sasa patterns. The obi was a dark red color, and her hair was unusually styled with wax. Well, it should be fine. Then, Yuzuru waited for Arisa, with a slightly anxious and fidgety feeling. "Takesugawa-san, I'm sorry for the wait." The voice sounded a bit more tense than usual. Although her expression remained calm, a subtle hint of nervousness and uncertainty could be detected. "No, it's okay." Yuzuru carefully observes Arisa in her dark blue yukata, with a design featuring large light purple morning glories, white neidshiko, and bush clover. The obi, a shell-purple color with hemp leaf patterns, complements the overall subdued tone. Arisa's hair is elegantly tied up and adorned with a red ornament, likely coral. The yukata's color and design convey a calm impression, contrasting with the vibrant obi. Rather than cute, Arisa emanates a mature beauty. While the combination might seem unusual for an ordinary woman, Arisa effortlessly carries an age-defying sophistication and allure, accentuated by the exquisite hairpin. Isn't it a bit unconventional? No, it suits you well. You look very beautiful. It gives off a more mature vibe than usual. Yuzuru complimented Arisa, but her expression remained cloudy. Arisa turned her back to Yuzuru, revealing a neatly tied obi. Are you sure it's done properly? Arisa asked anxiously. Yuzuru reassured her. Oh, I think you did well. I've been observing my sister's yukata every year, so I can judge that. Relax. Upon hearing this, Arisa sighed in relief. Then she made an excuse, saying, Actually, I haven't worn a yukata in years. I looked it up on the internet. Ah, I see, Yuzuru responded. It would have been better if she had mentioned it earlier, he thought, refraining from saying it out loud. By the way, Takegawa-san, you look great. Very cool, I must say. Oh really, thank you. Yuzuru thought being complimented on his outfit by a girl was surprisingly embarrassing, unlike with his mother or sister. Is it okay if I interrupt? A cute voice was heard. Turning around, Ayumi stood there in a charming goldfish-patterned yukata. She spun around. How about it, big brother? It suits you well. I think it's cute. It feels kind of plain compared to Arisa-san, though. Despite her complaints, Ayumi approached Arisa with a smiling face. She gazed at Arisa's yukata attire. Indeed, Arisa-san, you look beautiful. Yes, I'll acknowledge you as my sister-in-law. Haha, thank you very much. Ayumi confidently puffs her chest for some reason. Arisa wears an indescribable expression. Despite not really intending to get married, she probably can't say it out loud. Well, Arisa-san, my brother and I seem to share a yukata hobby. It's not like we coordinated, but perhaps we just understand each other. The day I'm called auntie might be approaching. Already, her actions and words scream auntie. Yuzuru hastily swallows the words about being an auntie. On the other hand, Arisa, who didn't plan on getting married but was discussed as if it were a given, felt awkward and changed the subject. By the way, Ayumi-san, you're not planning to go to the festival in that kimono, right? Huh, well, I won't go in something so plain. I need to wear a cuter yukata. Ayumi and Yuzuru, being part of the Takegawa family, often wear traditional clothing casually. One wouldn't expect a family to still wear kimono regularly in this day and age. We wear kimonos when relaxing at home. Yuzuru adds this clarification to Arisa. Upon hearing this, Arisa quickly shows a color of understanding on her face. It's quite unusual, isn't it? Do you have set family rules or traditions? Nah, not really. Well, we just imitate our parents because they wear them. We've been like this since we were kids. And don't you think kimonos suit this house? It's like following the appropriate occasion, I guess. By the way, Yuzuru wears Western clothes in his apartment's room. Wearing a kimono in that room feels odd, and changing just to go outside is troublesome. If you ask Ayumi, it's all about the so-called TPO. It doesn't have much significance, so Arisa-san doesn't need to imitate at all. By the way, yukata suits you well. Yeah. If Arisa-chan becomes a part of the family, breaking such old-fashioned rules wouldn't matter at all. But still, Arisa-chan looks so cute. It really suits her. Just then, Yuzuru's parents arrived. They praised Arisa's yukata, and Arisa wore a complex expression. It's nice to be praised, but she feels guilty for deceiving. Seeing that expression, Yuzuru decided it's better not to stay here too long and took Arisa's hand. Well then, we're off to the festival. Well, I'll excuse myself first, Yuzuru said, somewhat forcibly taking Arisa and leaving. Sorry, Yukishiro, you really don't need to worry about it at all. Yuzuru apologized to Arisa after taking her away. For the timid Arisa, it must be distressing to be involved in deceiving Yuzuru's parents. No, I think it's something I need to be fully aware of. I'm the one being dishonest, Arisa replied. You're overthinking it, as usual, Yuzuru sighed. It seems Yuzuru and Arisa have slightly different perspectives on this engagement. It's not like they'll be angry even if Yukishiro rejects me and breaks off the engagement, Yuzuru reassured. Is that so? Arisa responded. It's just an engagement, not marriage. They're probably considering the possibility of discord leading to a broken engagement, Yuzuru explained. In this day and age, divorces aren't uncommon, and when it's just an engagement, it's even more likely to be taken in stride. Because there's a possibility like that, our engagement is shared only between Takegawa and Amagi, and we've been instructed not to talk about it recklessly. You've been told not to spread it, right? Yes, is that the intention behind it? That's right. Marriage and engagements are usually announced to highlight a deep connection, but we haven't made it public. Essentially, this engagement is unofficial, almost just a verbal agreement. If it were official, it would have been communicated to Takebana, Sadake, and Yonishi. Especially Takebana, being both a close ally and a rival to Takegawa. Not informing the next head of the engagement implies it's still unofficial, not formalized. Yuzuru did talk to Ayaka about it, but the crucial part is the lack of communication between the heads through letters or other means. What was discussed between the children at the pool is as good as not heard. The main reason for keeping this engagement discreet is to prevent any scandal if Yuzuru and Arisa's relationship were to deteriorate. Essentially, it's about protecting their privacy. Also, to ensure that the cancellation of the engagement doesn't impact stock prices, among other things. So, it's not an absolute secret that must never be known. It's just better left unsaid. Houses like the Takebana family wouldn't be unaware of the growing connection between the Takegawa and Amagi families. Most likely, the head of the Takebana family got wind of Yuzuru and Arisa's pre-engagement quite early on. It's not about strictly preventing information leakage, but rather, letting some information leak might be beneficial for making the proximity of the Takegawa and Amagi families known. Comparing the risks and returns of the engagement, subtly hinting at it is the most desirable for both families. Is that how it is? Is it okay if I don't think about it so seriously? That's right. We're just kids who just graduated from middle school, you know. It's unreasonable to force an engagement on someone who's mentally immature and then tell them to keep it. So don't worry about it. At least Yuzuru's parents probably don't fully trust him in the end. Trusting a child who can't make proper judgments would be strange. A sensible adult trusts a child to some extent but maintains a certain level of skepticism. I see. I'll try not to worry too much then. That's the spirit. You're the victim here. Even if you haven't done anything wrong, you're definitely not the villain. Yuzuru asserted with a firm tone. Arisa, with slightly moist eyes, muttered with an expression that seemed a bit relieved, somewhat saved. Thank you very much. Section, it became a bit damp around here. Although he said it to comfort Arisa, it might not have been the best thing to say when they were about to have fun. Still, if I let Arisa feel burdened like this, she won't truly enjoy herself. It's a tough decision, but I think it's time to shift the atmosphere. Now, let's stop the dull talk, let's enjoy the festival. Is there something you want to do or eat? To be honest, I haven't been to places like this much. Even if I have, I've never bought anything. Dragging along the low energy from earlier, Arisa spoke with a gloomy voice. Given Arisa's personality, she probably wouldn't ask her adoptive parents for things. I see. Well then, let's decide while we walk. Yes, that sounds good. Indeed, festivals have the power to brighten people's hearts. At first, Arisa exuded a gloomy and dark atmosphere, but as we walked, she gradually became brighter. She looked around with curiosity, peeking into different stalls. Though her expression remained unchanged, her eyes sparkled more than usual. Nevertheless, amid the lively festival atmosphere, it was the multitude of people and the crowded surroundings that set the tone. Despite the event having just begun, the crowd was already substantial. Inevitably, there was a side to it that involved colliding with others in the vicinity. Ah, are you okay, Yukishiro? Having collided with someone and stumbled over a small stone, Arisa seemed on the verge of falling. Yuzuru instinctively supported her. I'm sorry. No, I didn't pay enough attention. You're not used to this, huh? After a moment of hesitation, Yuzuru extended his hand. Arisa, with a surprised look, gazed at Yuzuru's hand. What's wrong? If you'd like, we could hold hands. It might be easier for me to help you if something happens. If you don't like it, that's fine. When he was about to add that, Arisa clasped Yuzuru's hand with her white one. With a shy smile, she spoke, Escort me, please. Understood, princess. Aren't you embarrassed saying that? It's embarrassing when pointed out, so I wish you hadn't mentioned it. Yuzuru chuckled. He firmly held Arisa's hand and resumed walking. However, I see. I used to wonder why couples display affection in public, but now I understand. Receiving gazes from those around them, Yuzuru thought. Arisa was naturally beautiful, but today, with light makeup, she appeared much more alluring than usual. And she wore a beautiful yukata. Due to this, Yuzuru, holding hands with the beautiful girl, receives jealous and envious gazes from men passing by on the street. Strangely, it feels pleasant, although Arisa is not Yuzuru's possession, bringing a sense of emptiness at the same time. If they were truly lovers or engaged, the superiority would undoubtedly be a delightful feeling. Oh, cotton candy, is it okay? Cotton candy, yeah, sure. Did you not just laugh? Of course not. Despite her mature demeanor, Arisa's childish and cute hobbies remain a secret admiration. Ah, this must be the gap Moe Soakairo was talking about. Reaching a new level, Yuzuru and Arisa approach the festival stall together. Excuse me. Yes, welcome. Ah, you're the guy from Takegawa-san's place. The stall owner, upon seeing Yuzuru's face, happily squints his eyes. Every year, the participants with stalls at the festival remain the same. And Yuzuru attends this festival every year. So Yuzuru and many of the stall owners here are more or less familiar faces. Your sister was here earlier. But did she grow taller again? How many centimeters now? She surpassed 170 this year. Wow, she might overtake you next year. Then the shop owner turned his gaze to Arisa, who was standing next to Yuzuru looking bewildered. He smirked. Is she the one your sister mentioned, your girlfriend? Quite a different beauty, envy-inducing. Thank you. Arisa politely bowed in response to the shop owner's words. Then, the shop owner started making cotton candy. Cotton candy? Huh, that's for your girlfriend, right? Unlike your sister, Big Brother won't buy it anymore, huh? Haha, sorry about that. Since my sister buys it every year, I hope you'll let it slide. After a short wait, a noticeably larger cotton candy was completed compared to the other customers. With a slightly surprised expression, Arisa timidly accepted it. After handing over the cotton candy, the shop owner winked at Yuzuru. Since we're indebted to Takegawa-san every year, could you let them know we appreciate it and look forward to next year? The Takegawa family isn't directly involved in the festival's organization, but they hold a certain level of influence. The fact that the owner remembers Yuzuru and Ayumi's faces is due to sending a greeting letter to the Takegawa family every year before setting up their stall. I'll convey the message to my grandfather and father. Yuzuru replied and left the stall with Arisa. Then, at a nearby stall, they purchased some frankfurters. Hey, Yukishiro, can I get some cotton candy, maybe? You made fun of it earlier, didn't you? Arisa, with a joking tone and expression, showed her displeasure. Apologizing, Yuzuru received the cotton candy. Here you go. May I nibble on it? I don't mind. It's a bit complicated in its own way. With that thought, he delicately nibbled on the surface of the cotton candy. How is it? It tastes like sugar. Well, of course. Arisa sighed in exasperation. Afterward, Yuzuru offered a Frankfurt sausage to Arisa. Do you want to eat it? I haven't bitten into it yet. Well, if you insist. Arisa opened her small mouth and bit off the tip of the Frankfurt. With a lick, she sensually cleaned the oil on the surface of her lips with her tongue. How is it? It's delicious. Just. It's kind of embarrassing, isn't it? Isn't it? Yuzuru and Arisa exchanged glances and chuckled. Section. Afterward, Yuzuru bought grilled squid, while Arisa opted for grape-flavored candy. Unlike apple candy, grape candy received high praise from Arisa for being small and easy to eat. What should we try next? I've been craving something sweet. Oh, how about goldfish scooping? Arisa spoke in a delicate voice, pausing to gaze at the food stalls. Wanna give it a try? Yeah, but I've never done it before. It seems difficult, doesn't it? Everything is a challenge, Yuzuru encouraged, though Arisa seemed quite hesitant. Yuzuru thought she should just give it a try if she wanted to, but he quickly understood. If you can't keep it, I'll take it in at my place, so don't worry. Is that okay? Yeah, we have a pond at home. The goldfish I caught ages ago is still swimming there. Goldfish caught during goldfish scooping are often prone to an early demise, possibly due to their initial quality or the stress of being pursued. However, those that overcome these challenges tend to be remarkably resilient, often living for over a decade. Feeling reassured by Yuzuru's decision to adopt, Arisa accompanies him to the stall. The initially welcoming stall owner's smile fades into a frown upon realizing it's Yuzuru. Hey, it's Takegawa siblings. I told you two are banned. Surprised by this unexpected attitude, Arisa looks up at Yuzuru. Did you do something? I used to overharvest goldfish. How many? About 100, counting my sister. That's quite. Looking back now, they were quite a troublesome pair of siblings. However, at that time, Yuzuru and Ayumi were still very young. By the way, later on, Yuzuru's father paid not only the cost of the 100 goldfish, but also the opportunity loss. Well, it's not me who will scoop them, it's her, Yuzuru said, patting Arisa's shoulder. Arisa bowed slightly in response. This surprised the shop owner, who remarked, "Oh, this is quite a beautiful girl. I'd like to say she's very welcome, but she isn't some goldfish scooping expert, right? She's a complete novice at goldfish scooping." Well, in that case, the owner seemed to understand for now. In exchange for money, the owner handed Arisa a bowl and a paper scoop. Arisa rolled up her sleeves, looking tense, and immersed the scoop into the water. And then, pulling it up on top of the goldfish. It tore. It's quite challenging. Can you really catch a goldfish with this paper? Your boyfriend and his sister almost crushed our place with that paper, the shop owner said with a satisfied expression. Perhaps because he realized Arisa was a genuine novice, it was a good deal for him. However, he couldn't afford to waste too much money. I'd like to demonstrate, so could I give it a try? I'll pay, of course. You're no good. I'll return what I catch. Also, I won't overfish or weaken them. I just want to show her something nice. Please cooperate. It can't be helped, huh? Since the owner was fundamentally a good person, he easily gave in when Yuzuru mentioned her. Of course, here her refers to Arisa Yukishiro, a pronoun indicating her, and by no means does it imply a girlfriend. So Yuzuru is not telling a lie. When you move it up or down vertically, the paper tears. Therefore, handle it diagonally like cutting water, both when lifting and placing. It's advisable not to rest the tail if possible, but it seems too challenging for beginner Arisa, so let's start from the very basics. Then, practicing with 1 or 2 fish in front of her. Shall we try together? Yes. Giving Arisa a scoop net, Yuzuru stood behind her. Holding hands, they moved slowly, scooping up goldfish. This was the 3rd one. By the way, do we need to release this one too? Of course. Following those words, they released the 3 fish. After that, getting a new scoop net, Arisa was handed one. Give it a try. Yes. With an unusually serious expression, Arisa held the scoop net and slowly approached the goldfish. The target was an individual rising close to the water surface. Submerging the net beneath the goldfish, she scooped it up. The goldfish rested on the paper. Without hesitation, Yuzuru brought out a bowl and Arisa placed goldfish in it. It's done, it's done. Arisa happily laughed, in high spirits. She looked charming and adorable even in her normal state, but when she laughed, her expression became much more captivating, a fact known only to Yuzuru. Oh, you did it. Well done, Yukishiro. Yuzuru patted Arisa's shoulder. Normally, he wouldn't casually touch her, but today he felt a certain mood and went along with it. Arisa, on the other hand, didn't mind at all. Instead, she smiled happily. Hurry up and do it, the owner said bluntly, averting his gaze and bringing them back to reality. Arisa blushed slightly, and Yuzuru, feeling the awkwardness, shifted his focus to the goldfish. Afterwards, Arisa scooped up 3 goldfish, securing a total of 4. For a first attempt, it was a significant achievement. Section. After enjoying games such as ring toss, target shooting, and yo-yo scooping, the 2 of them had a great time at the festival. After playing, they started to feel a bit hungry. Yakisoba and takoyaki from places like this always look delicious, don't they? Yes, they do. The aroma is enticing. Swayed by the atmosphere, aroma, and sounds, the 2 purchased yakisoba and takoyaki each. Then they sat on the stairs near the local shrine. They shared the food, each taking half. Since Arisa tends to eat less, Yuzuru ended up with a slightly larger portion. The yakisoba had a seemingly unhealthy taste, drenched in artificial seasoning, but it was surprisingly delicious. Slightly excessive in salt and with a subtly crispy, slightly burnt part, which added to its appeal. Of course, the experience of eating it while intoxicated by the festival atmosphere made it even more enjoyable. The takoyaki had a soft, gooey texture with sauce smeared over it. It, too, was a bit salty. Although not expecting much from the octopus part, it turned out larger than anticipated, making this takoyaki a hit. Of course, at a festive place like this, continued. At festivals, these kinds of foods are delicious, right? Well, I guess 90% of it is about the atmosphere. Yeah, that's true. But it's difficult to replicate the griddle's heat at home, and the taste might not be as enjoyable in everyday life. Delicious, yet undeniably salty. Yuzuru takes a sip of the lemonade bought from a food stall. By the way, this is a concoction of lemon juice and syrup, mixed with ice, and topped off with Mitsuya cider. Upon careful consideration, it does seem a bit pricey at 300 yen, but Yuzuru succumbed to the atmosphere and made the purchase. The taste isn't bad. Whether it's worth 300 yen is a different matter. On the other hand, Arisa, who dislikes carbonation, sips on orange juice. It's not in a bottle or can, but in a glass bottle, making it look more appetizing. Although, it's probably just the appearance. Takegawa-san, are you up for the challenge of carbonation? When Yuzuru asks, Arisa nods slightly. Yes, well, it's my first time, so I hope it won't be too painful. It's been coming out quite a bit, so it's not that bad. Yuzuru said, handing a plastic cup to Arisa. Arisa pressed her alluring lips to the cup and took a sip. How is it? A little painful, but the taste is delicious. I'm glad you like it. After that, Yuzuru checked the wristwatch. There were about 30 minutes left until the fireworks started. He gathered the trash from the finished yakisoba and takoyaki, then stood up. You can see the fireworks from home, and it's more peaceful that way. So I'm thinking of heading back before that. What do you think? Well, watching from Takegawa-san's house feels more beautiful and atmospheric. Arisa nodded in agreement. In reality, places where fireworks look beautiful are often crowded, lacking in charm. Of course, it's a different story for lovers who can create their own world. After that, there's probably just one more place we can stop by. What do you want to eat? I think I saw a crepe shop on the way back to Takegawa-san's house. I'd like to try it. Sure, let's buy some crepes on our way back then. The two visited a crepe shop on their way home. Yuzuru bought a blueberry crepe, while Arisa opted for a strawberry one. Naturally, they shared a bite with each other. Holding hands, they walked down the street while enjoying their crepes. Although not the most refined behavior, on festival days, such actions were forgiven. By the time they finished their crepes, they had arrived home. The surroundings had significantly darkened. As they passed through the outer gate, bark, bark, once again, the sound of a dog's bark. The eyes glowing in the darkness were a bit frightening. However, dogs have excellent night vision, and they quickly understood that it was Yuzuru and Arisa who had arrived. With a wagging tail, the dog approached them with the enthusiasm of a long-lost reunion. After giving the dogs a gentle pat, the two entered the house. Section. As the fireworks were about to begin in about 10 minutes, Yuzuru and Arisa sat on the veranda facing the location where they could see the fireworks. Without any official confirmation of being a couple, Yuzuru would have appreciated Ayumi's consideration if they were true lovers. Arisa and Yuzuru were not romantically involved, but Yuzuru would have thanked Ayumi if they were a real couple. Ayumi, who had decided on her own not to disturb the two, sat about 10 meters away. By the way, Ayumi didn't seem lonely at all sitting alone. Oh, come on, stop licking. You're such a handful, she exclaimed as she played with the Spanish and English mastiffs that had recently graduated from being puppies. Wow, that's impressive, remarked Yuzuru. Looks like a child being attacked by carnivores, added Arisa. Both mastiffs, being mastiffs, were taller than Ayumi, standing over half her height and weighing nearly twice as much. Dealing with their playfulness must have been quite a challenge. As they continued, Ayumi's body flipped over, revealing shorts peeking through the gap between her long, white legs. Since it wasn't amusing to look at a sister's underwear, Yuzuru shifted his gaze to Arisa. Are you sure you don't need help to help her? If she commands wait, they've been trained to wait, so don't worry. Ayumi must enjoy doing this willingly. However, it's only a matter of time before she's told to wait. Thinking that way, he heard his mother calling from the kitchen. I'll be right back. Take care. Heading to the kitchen, he caught a slight sweet scent. Watermelon, perhaps. When Yuzuru muttered that, Ayumi nodded and handed a large plate. Seemingly to avoid staining the yukata, it was cut into small dice. Yes, this is for Yuzuru and Arisa-chan. Tell Ayumi to come too. And if you've been touching the dogs, make sure to wash your hands first. Understood. Carrying the two plates to the veranda, upon arrival, the two dogs were already away from Ayumi. It seems like he's feeling a bit down, perhaps scolded by Ayumi. Hey, Ayumi. Oh, big brother, what's up? Oh, watermelon. This one's ours. First, wash your hands. Then go get your portion from Mom. Yes, sir. Ayumi rushes to the veranda. Even though they're beloved pets, dirty things are still dirty. After seeing off Ayumi, Yuzuru heads to Arisa. Sorry to keep you waiting, Yukishiro. No problem, thanks for the watermelon. They place the watermelon on the veranda and use toothpicks to enjoy it together. This watermelon is incredibly sweet and delicious. Yeah, it's a great one. Drawn by the scent of watermelon, two Spanish and English mastiffs approach them. As the Akita and German shepherd approach, wagging their tails, Arisa anxiously lifts a plate to chest level. Are we being targeted or something? Meanwhile, Yuzuru remains calm. We've separated human and dog food on different plates. They should understand. Plus, Ayumi or Mom will bring the dog treats soon. True to Yuzuru's words, Ayumi and Sayori appear with plates. Ayumi likely has her own watermelon, while Sayori boldly carries a quartered watermelon, equivalent to one whole, on a large plate. After Sayori places her plate slightly away on the veranda, she puts her fingers to her mouth and whistles. The four dogs quickly rush to Ayumi. Wait, good dogs, I'll give it to you now. Ayumi and Sayori place a large cut watermelon in front of the dogs. They wait for about 5 seconds. All right. With Ayumi's approval, the four dogs simultaneously began devouring watermelons. Ayumi remained seated on the veranda, savoring her own watermelon. Meanwhile, for some reason, Sayori winked at me before heading to the kitchen. Really, they're well trained. Isn't it? Dogs are the best after all. No, I think cats are the best. Can't you compromise on that? I can't. Sure, cats are undeniably cute. But they can't do commands like wait or sit, you know? I believe humans' best companions are still dogs. As Yuzuru was about to elaborate on this philosophy, a loud sound echoed from the sky. Looking up, beautiful fireworks adorned the night sky. Section. Fireworks burst into the sky one after another. The blue and red lights brightly illuminate the dark sky. It's beautiful, Arisa murmured quietly. Yuzuru shifted his gaze from the fireworks to Arisa. With each burst of fireworks, her features were illuminated like a work of art. Narrowing her eyes, slightly relaxing her lips, she absent-mindedly, yet joyfully, gazed up at the night sky, a picturesque sight. The garden, fireworks, and Arisa. If these three could be captured in a photograph, it would undoubtedly become a splendid masterpiece. Takegawa-san, is something wrong? Arisa inquired. No, just thinking it's beautiful, Yuzuru replied. The fireworks, right. Of course, the fireworks. He couldn't possibly say, it's you. Once again, Yuzuru shifted his gaze from Arisa to the fireworks. Unnoticed, the two fell into silence. There was no need for words between them. However, strangely, there was no awkwardness, and Yuzuru felt a sense of comfort somewhere. Finally, elaborate fireworks adorned the night sky, marking the end of the fireworks. With the main fireworks finished, the festival was now over. In about an hour, the stalls would likely begin preparations for packing up. It was beautiful, wasn't it? Yeah. The two silently gazed at the night sky. After a while, Arisa turned towards Yuzuru, smiling gently. I had a great time today, thank you. Me too. It was fun playing with you. Yuzuru conveyed sincere feelings to Arisa. Arisa, once again, directed her gaze towards the night sky. After the fireworks, the night sky seemed strangely lonely. Takegawa-san's family is full of wonderful people. They're all kind, gentle, and cheerful. You're just a bit excited since you came. Maybe, but even so, it's a world of difference from my home. Arisa spoke with a hint of loneliness. In her expression, there was a shade of envy and a touch of jealousy. Then, Arisa shifted her gaze towards Yuzuru. Her eyes held a color of uncertainty. Various emotions, including anxiety, fear, and guilt, were intertwined. With a face that seemed on the verge of tears, Arisa, with a determined look, tightly clenched her fist. Takegawa-san. What's wrong? I'm deeply sorry. Saying this, Arisa bowed her head to Yuzuru. Yuzuru didn't understand why Arisa was apologizing. Did you do something? I lied. In a small, almost fading voice, Arisa confessed. She had lied. In other words, she had deceived Yuzuru. Yuzuru tensed up slightly. What's the lie? Yuzuru feels a slight tension if the content turns out to be unbelievable. The tension is shared by Arisa, who nervously admits, "During a previous arranged meeting, I lied about being forced by my adoptive father to attend." Arisa did confess this to Yuzuru before, prompting him to enter a fake engagement to protect her. "It's not true," she says with a trembling voice. "How is it different? My adoptive father just suggested trying an arranged meeting. He didn't force me. But I was scared and said it myself out of fear." Arisa avoids Yuzuru's gaze, her face downturned, revealing a mix of anxiety and fear, evident in the faint traces of tears. "However, I kept refusing, and in the end, I ran out of excuses. So, it's all my fault. I hung myself with my own decisions." Drops of water fall on the veranda. Arisa's small shoulders tremble. "I thought if I said this, you'd definitely not cooperate. I hid inconvenient truths. I couldn't bring myself to confess. I ended up taking advantage of Takegawa-san's kindness, and I'm sorry." After that, Arisa fell silent. It seems her confession has come to an end. Yuzuru sighed involuntarily. "What's the big deal? Lift your head." When Yuzuru said that, Arisa timidly lifted her face. Her beautiful appearance was crumpled with tears. Yuzuru turned towards Arisa, placing both hands on her shoulders. "It's not a big deal, really," Yuzuru said slowly and gently. Arisa's expression contorted. "But still, In the first place, I won't say that's a lie," Yuzuru interrupted Arisa's voice. Then, locking eyes with Arisa, he spoke as if trying to convince her. "You were mentally cornered. At least, you couldn't refuse your foster father's proposal. That was your mental state. So, you had no choice but to accept your foster father's proposal, right? In general, we call that being forced." Yuzuru doesn't know why Arisa's foster father, Naoki Amagi, made the suggestion for an arranged marriage to Arisa. Maybe he genuinely asked about Arisa's free will. Perhaps Arisa truly desires an arranged marriage. This is something only Arisa can clarify by being asked directly. However, in the end, Arisa found herself reluctantly agreeing to the arranged marriage. "As I mentioned a while ago, you are a victim. You may think there's some fault in your actions. Indeed, there might be a bit. However, just because of that, it doesn't mean you have to follow a path of unhappiness. And it certainly doesn't strip away your right to seek help. If there were ever a reason for Yuzuru to get angry, it would be just one. I've said it before, even if you need help, I don't find it bothersome. Lean on me a bit," Yuzuru expressed. That was the only thing he wanted to convey to Arisa. With red eyes and a trembling voice, Arisa spoke. "Can I ask you one thing?" "Sure. Lend me your chest, please." Following her request, Yuzuru embraced Arisa. Arisa buried her face in Yuzuru's chest, sobbing softly. In that embrace, Yuzuru realized anew how small and delicate her body was. The warmth, softness, and the trembling of her body conveyed the resilience she must have maintained within this petite frame. Perhaps her tendency to harbor guilt is a form of self-defense mechanism. "I understand that my own unhappiness is not solely due to injustice, but also because of my own faults. I may be overthinking this, but regardless, her timid nature and the way she creates barriers with others might be a result of a repressive family environment." Yuzuru gently stroked Arisa's head, making sure not to mess up her hair. Whether this gesture would truly comfort her was uncertain, but Yuzuru wanted to do something for her. After a while, Arisa lifted her face from Yuzuru's chest. Her eyes were still wet with tears, but her expression had improved compared to earlier. Blushing, perhaps embarrassed for crying in front of Yuzuru, she averted her gaze and fell into silence. "Yukishiro, do you feel better now? Can I be selfish and ask for a little more time?" "Of course. Let me have this a bit longer." Arisa spoke and pressed her face against Yuzuru's chest once again. This time, instead of burying her face, she firmly pressed her cheek against him. "Please, stroke my head." "Understood, princess." "Aren't you embarrassed saying that? Didn't I say it's more embarrassing to be pointed out? Not being pointed out can be embarrassing too, I guess. Your request is quite embarrassing as well." While saying this, Yuzuru stroked Arisa's head. It had a silky texture, very pleasant to touch. Holding her tightly, he continued to stroke her, and Arisa spoke again. Takegawa-san. What is it this time? Can I call you by your name?" "My name. Can I call you Yuzuru-san?" For a moment, Yuzuru was taken aback. Due to agitation, Yuzuru's hand, which had been stroking Arisa's head, comes to a stop. In response, Arisa speaks as if offering an excuse, saying, "Well, Sadake-san, Ayaka-san, Chiharu-san, they all call each other by their first names, right? I just thought it might create a bit of distance." Arisa adds with a hint of sulking, and perhaps a bit anxiously, gazes up at Yuzuru with a fleeting upward glance. Yuzuru resumes stroking Arisa's head and says, "It's okay, in that case, can I call you Arisa? Everyone else uses first names." "Yes, please do call me that." Arisa nodded contentedly, closing her eyes. Gently, she held onto Yuzuru's body, much like a baby reluctant to let go of its favorite blanket. "Hey, Arisa." "Oh, what is it? How long do you think we should stay like this?" While stroking Arisa's head, Yuzuru asked the question. Continuously petting can be tiring, and despite it being night, being close in the summer can be a bit uncomfortable. Arisa's response was straightforward. "Until I'm satisfied. Is that a problem?" Yuzuru sighed. "Can't be helped, I guess." Yuzuru continued to stroke Arisa's head. Afterward, "Nice to meet you for the first time. I'm Sakuragi Sakura. You may understand that this work focuses on the one-on-one romance between the protagonist and the main heroine. In such stories, conveying the cuteness of the main heroine to the readers is crucial. I wonder if that came across well. I hope you continue to watch over the romantic developments between the protagonist and the heroine. I hope to see you again in the second volume." End of Volume 1.